Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series The Survivor Becomes a Dungeon. If you are new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 140, But Point of View. Despite running through the woods for nearly an hour, there were still quite a few miles for me to go until I reached the burning village. Traveling on foot alone was fairly slow, all things considered, though it's not like I could even possibly reach the speeds Lugosi managed to achieve. I did manage to get a few short bursts of speed here and there, as I was able to use the speed burst Manahart users were able to use, but it took quite a lot of my focus to maintain while running and trying to keep my balance while navigating through brush and trees. Too often, I would end up just tripping and falling, which was admittedly rather frustrating, since I considered myself to be rather coordinated and nimble, even in my old age. Relying on my speed without any sort of magical enhancements, I finally came to the village of the tree line, and what I saw was much worse than just a mere village. Well, I suppose if I had to consider that historically a village could be anything between a few hundred and a few thousand people, I shouldn't have been all that surprised, because I was thinking it would be more along the lines of a hamlet, now that I thought about it some more. From where I stood, I could easily see over 100 or so buildings. Most of them appeared to be some kind of housing, though I could make out a few fields, farms, and some silos that were strewn about the edges of the village itself. There were quite a few fires clustered here and there, which fed into the massive plume of smoke that filled the sky itself. Looking around some more, I spotted quite a few armed and armored raiders moving from building to building, kicking down doors before dragging people and supplies out into the open. There were signs of small fights breaking out here and there, where villagers who were trying to resist their attackers. So, it is likely the armored individuals are the deserters I heard about back in the fort town. Though as far as I knew, they were only practicing acts of roadside banditry, not full-on raiding and pillaging settlements to this extent. Near the center of the village was a small motte and bailey. From what I could guess, the majority of the conflict was focused there, as small spouts of fire erupted in that area every few minutes, with arrow fire being returned down to whatever attackers were harrying the gates. I'm not too sure where to begin or what I should even do. The scale of this whole thing is so much more than what I was initially expecting. Back in my old world, communities of 30 to 50 were the biggest I'd ever really had to interact with outside of the major trade and production hubs, and the number of bandits that usually attacked those places had less than half of that, using hit-and-run tactics or other methods to make these sorts of battles even. I'm used to fighting against small groups of enemies, moving silently, while quickly striking multiple targets and incapacitating as many as possible, while killing those I had no choice but to kill. This was a full-on occupation, a siege, and I'm just one man. It's not like I'm afraid for my life, since I'm not really at risk here, but what I need right now is a plan and time, both of which I just don't have right now. Though, the longer I sit here, the worse things are going to get. Taking a breath for the sake of taking a breath, I start crossing through the open field between the tree line and the outskirts of the village. I made sure to stay low, but moved as quickly as I could until I reached the wall of the first building. Staying low, I hurried through the walkways and clung to as many corners as I could, carefully peeking around edges and moving further into the town once I knew the way ahead was cleared. The one thing I noticed while making my way around is just how few dead there are. If they were just razing this village to the ground, I would have expected much more blood to have already been spilled, considering just how much time has likely passed since this all started. There are splatterings of blood here and there, but from what I can gather, it's that they appear to be surface wounds, or at the very least, whoever got hurt didn't suffer fatal injuries or lose a worrying amount of blood. So that likely means they're taking prisoners for some reason or another. But where are they keeping them? The sounds of battle draw my attention as another spout of flames erupts into the air. An odd sense of unease starts welling up in the back of my mind as the thoughts from earlier this morning start bubbling up in my mind. I'm strong. This I know to be true as I think of the man I used to be as a mere human. But in this world, I'm untested when it comes to having to fight a battle in a very different sense of the word than what I'm used to. Sure, I've been told I'm strong, and I'm likely stronger than the average person. But what does that mean? I think it's time for me to stop thinking about it and just press forward. It's time to see what I can do and just how I stand up against others in this world. I'm all too aware of Basmori was still in my shadow, his eyes taking in the scene around us. I take to the rooftops, scaling one of the buildings, as I take in the unfolding battle at the gates of the moat and bailey. It was a strange sort of controlled carnage. I watched as around 70 to 80 raiders performed an odd mix of building fortifications to defend against arrow fire, while going around and collecting arrows and other thrown weapons from the battlefield itself, before passing them around to various archers and large-looking raiders, who in turn launched the thrown weapons up at those on the walls defending the stone keep. Here is where the brunt of the battle seems to have taken place, with the dead of all sorts strewn about in the village's main plaza that led to the drawbridge of the hilltop, which was in the centre of the village itself. The keep itself wasn't nearly as impressive as the frontier fort that I had come from, but it was a considerable building that was surprisingly defendable. The soldiers who were likely fighting for the city seemed to be throwing all sorts of things down at the attackers who were trying to make their way in, and only firing arrows at the attacking raiders who were at the edges of the battle, instead of at the massive group in the middle of the plaza. At first, I was not sure what I was looking at. That was until I sensed an intense form of manner in the air. Looking closer, I spotted what appeared to be some kind of large, ornate box on wheels with runes and variety of large but simple crystals, which appeared to be a mix of mana batteries and a command crystal of some kind. With that in mind, I looked around again to see the arrows and spears the defending soldiers were launching and throwing were being redirected mid-air towards the outskirts of the battle by some kind of invisible barrier or force field, at which point some of the raiders would go around, gathering them up to use for themselves. Looking around some more, I spotted at least 4 mages among the raiders, 2 of whom were going around and treating the wounded who were clustered by the magic tool that was emitted in the barrier. One mage was by the emitter itself, seemingly looking it over and doing whatever needed to be done to keep the barrier stable. The final one was standing before the drawbridge itself, blasting plumes of fire against the stone, wood, and metal that made up the way into the fortified area. The scorch marks were against the stone and wood were clear to me even from the rooftop eyes on. As far as I can tell, the wood itself has been scorched and blackened to the point where it could practically be charcoal. After watching a spout of fire erupt on the mage by the drawbridge, I noticed that those defending the drawbridge had their own mage, who used a controlled burst of water to snuff out the flames. So, at this point, it looks like the whole battle is practically a stalemate until the magic endurance match has a decided victor, one way or another. So, what can I do about all of this? How should I handle this? Movement catches my eyes as I see a raider wearing some rather light armor, leathers, a gambeson, and some pieces of metal strapped to various parts of his body, along with a metal helmet on his head. He's a half-orc of some variety with grey skin, and while I'm not sure of the specifics, he looks to be in his late 20s to me. Focusing on his mind, I sense he's running through the areas where the quartermaster's troops stashed the supplies that they've gathered so far. He's looking for alchemical supplies, oil, flour, some mushrooms. Even though he's not exactly sure what he's looking for, he knows where to find the stuff they took from the local alchemist shop. I made sure not to stare right at him, simply stealing glances at the raider while keeping him in my periphery and focusing on everything else that was around me. While I may have been particularly sensitive in my old life, the concept that you could feel when someone was watching you was a tried and tested gut feeling that I managed to cultivate. The idea that is now a very literal sensation for me while I'm in this puppet is not lost on me. But given that this is a world of magic, where some can sense manner is a cause for extra caution. All right, Masmori, keeping a close eye on what I'm doing next. This is how you stalk without that fancy shadow magic. I mused under my breath, crossing over the next rooftop and quietly stalking the raider before carefully dropping down 3 rooftops later. I matched his pace, taking a step when he takes a step, while keeping a good 20 feet of space at first, though as the seconds crawled into minutes, I closed the distance. 15 feet, 10, 5. The raider rounds the corner, and I make my move, grabbing the man by the shoulder and kicking his ankles out from under him. With a fistful of gambeson, I carefully guided the man into slamming his helmeted face against the brick wall, keeping him there as I spoke in a harsh voice that came all too easily to me. You're going to tell me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God, gods. He initially struggled against me for a moment, but when I didn't even budge against his rather considerable strength, he spoke up in a quiet whisper. But please don't kill me. Where are you taking the villagers you've captured? I asked as I quickly adjusted my grip, releasing his shoulder and grabbing the back of his neck to keep his helmet firmly against the brick. We're taking them back to our base, he explained in a frantic whisper. That's the truth. Why? What's the point? Slave labor. We need work to be done and a lot of hands to do it. That's a lie. But he doesn't know the details for some reason. Are you trying to occupy this village for the winter? He tried to shake his head, and I could feel that he was attempting to squirm away again by pushing off the wall since his hands were still free. Though it seemed his armor around his shoulders was impeding his flexibility, so he couldn't directly reach me. In response, I dug my knee into his back, forcing him to bend painfully towards the wall, while his knees slid out against the dirt and gravel beneath him. Yes, we need space. This village would be perfect for us to expand into. He's lying again. They're not trying to take the village. That's the whole point of the matter. They're stalling for time. The village is useless anyway, because they got someone to poison the wells around the village and inside the bailey. Where's this base of yours? I asked as I dug my knee further into his back. This did cause him to lose what little balance he had left, but I managed to keep his face firmly against the brick, even if the metal on his helmet scraped and screeched for a moment at the sudden weight shift. He panted heavily, gritting his teeth through the pain as his mind raced to give me an answer. We're situated in the woods to the west, a cabin with a basement that is linked to the underground tunnel. That's a rather creative and specific answer, but that's not the base. It's a mountain range further to the north, though they are using a cave system. Thank you for your cooperation. For that, you get to run. Don't you dare look back at me. I pulled away, making sure to let him fall to the ground while I stepped back around the corner of the building. The raider frantically scrambled to his feet, not bothering to look around as he started to run, making his way down the path as he started heading towards the outskirts of the village. No, he didn't get far, as I had followed him there, and as soon as he left the village limits, I reached out with my earth magic. The dirt beneath his feet cracked open wide before swallowing him up and crushing him, killing him rather quickly as a rush of energy and memories washed over me. I said that you would get to run, not that you would get to live. I made sure to collect his body, stashing it away as I started to form a plan. Given that these raiders are playing the long game and are not overtly trying to occupy the village, but intend on taking the people and supplies, then that means I'll have time to take care of the ones doing the looting and kidnapping. With the raiders' recent memories fresh in my mind, I know that they've gathered the people and supplies around the west end of the village. From there, they're slowly taking both the people and the goods to a drop-off point to the north, where others are moving them to their base. Making my way through the village, I come across lone raiders as they drag foodstuffs and other goods onto the streets to be collected later, when they get the wagons again. I didn't bother taking all that much time on them, simply crushing them with the ground beneath their feet before pulling their broken bodies into my storage space and moving on. Given all the mana and vital energy coming my way, I decided to commit to regrowing my arm once again. I stopped in some cover, watching the threads and tendrils of wood sprout from my shoulder, branching out this way and that. The whole process felt rather alien, as I watched it all shift and warp until it twisted together into what my arm should be, and the illusion settled over the wood. Flexing my fingers, I stood and began climbing the rooftops again. Before long, I'm overlooking a fenced-off clearing of some kind, probably a field, filled with around 30 or so villagers, all sitting in a wide circle. Men and women made up the outer ring of the group, with the children having been left in the center. I could hear the quiet sobs of the children and some of the women as they begged for their families or parents. A lot of them were just stoic, doing their best to present a strong front, even if they too were worried about their current situation. Some of the more battered men and women looked like guards or maybe even soldiers to me. Quite a few of them were lying unconscious amongst the other villagers, so they took them alive instead of killing them outright for some reason. I do spot a familiar face, though it's nobody I've ever seen before. It's that Catkin girl's mother, so it looks like even she got captured, but thankfully not killed. Well, at least those two will have a proper reunion if all goes well today. Scanning the view for some more, I noticed that there was a pile of bodies to the left of the group. Most of them were raiders based on the colors, but there were other mixtures in there as well, but they all appeared to have some kind of armor and didn't look outright civilian. Standing around them were other men and women, the raiders who were holding them captive. Counting them, there were only 7 of them just standing around, eating food and drinking from barrels. They seemed to be enjoying themselves quite a bit, shooting the crap and talking about this and that. However, one of the raiders who was keeping watch suddenly called out, waving at the other raiders as they seemed to clean themselves up, hiding the alcohol and food as a few wagons and carts pulled up with 7 more raiders on them. The 2 groups of raiders quickly coordinated as they began loading the carts and wagons with a mix of foodstuffs and villagers. But I wasn't about to let this scene play out anymore. I think it's time to do a test run on what I was planning for the group at the drawbridge. Tulmi, point of view, catkin, innkeeper, retired adventurer. Tulmi wakes for the 3rd time in the last couple of hours, blood loss and battle fatigue weighing heavily on her body. Not for the first time today. She is cursing herself for slipping up and letting herself get cornered after the guards she was working with got taken down. With the ears perked and twitching, she watched as those foreign soldiers started rounding up more of the people and food, before loading them up to take them God knows where. Shutting her eyes, she focuses on her old meditation techniques and worked on doing her best to recover her mana heart and tend to her wounds where she could. If she wasn't going to be able to escape right now, then she would need to be ready to escape later when she gets the chance. Though, as her mana heart began to slowly pulse with more and more vigor, her ears suddenly caught a faint whoosh of an arrow sailing through the air. Opening her eyes and following her ears, she watched as one of the raiders got an arrow slammed through their chest and the heart before suddenly dropping. Another arrow almost immediately followed the first, finding purchase in the man's throat as he dropped to his knees, audibly gurgling as he flailed about while trying to pull the shaft out of his neck. The raiders were quickly sprung into action, forming up and grabbing shields as they started scanning the rooftops. One even grabbed a hostage, grabbing a woman by the hair and holding her in front of him as they did their best to position themselves in the direction the arrows were coming from. This seemingly earned an arrow through the eye, which caused them to drop their hostage before collapsing into a crumpled heap. As most of the raiders started grouping together, 2 broke off from the group and began running towards where the brunt of their forces were in the plaza. But they didn't get far when they were suddenly tackled by a couple of sprinting people. She watched them go down, but in the next moment she felt her blood run cold as she saw the sprinters raise their heads suddenly before sinking their teeth into the throats of the raiders. Her ears twitched as more movement started coming from all around them. A large brute with a misshapen and oversized muscles charged the grouped-up raiders, colliding into their shields and sending them sprawling. More sprinting undead followed after as they tackled those who were still standing. Another raider quickly broke from the group, running for the carriages, before she watched as a black-skinned figure launched from the rooftop, tackling them down to the ground and using their unnaturally sharpened claws to rip and tear into the raider's flesh as the man screamed and writhed in pain before suddenly going silent. She could feel the panic start to set in, though, as she watched the monstrous undead ignore the lone woman that was taken hostage and go for another raider. She had a hunch and decided to act on it. She stood and called out to the villagers around her, "Don't panic. The creatures are not going after us. Stay calm." Even when she called out to the others, she watched as one of the sprinters reacted to her, staring at her with glowing green eyes before turning away as they collectively finished off the raiders. "You've got the right idea. It's all going to be fine," a voice called out from above. Remaining on her feet, Tulmi turned to look for the source of the voice as she spotted a man wrapped in a raggedy black fabric drop down from a 2-story building. Their eyes met, and she couldn't help but involuntarily shiver at his piercing green gaze. In the next moment, she watched as a winged black cat appeared on his back shoulder, the man just flashing a bit of a smile as he reached up and scratched its throat before looking at her again. "I got your message. Don't worry, I'm here to help," the man said as the sprinters and other odd-looking and monstrous undead started to gather up behind him. End of chapter. Chapter 141. Tulmi, point of view. The next 10 minutes were a blur as the stranger went through untying a few people before passing around several knives, swords, and axes, leaving the villagers to continue untying themselves while he stepped away and did his own thing. Tulmi was soon cut from her bindings by one of the others. After taking a moment to massage her wrists, she coordinated with the other freed guards who were by her, setting them to check in with each other in the field around them so she could get an idea of who was still ready for a fight. Once that was done, she made her way over to the stranger as he quietly murmured to the cat on his shoulder. Before she could say anything, he glanced back at her and flashed a kind smile at her before speaking up. "You're looking a little unsteady on your feet there. Do you want me to tend to your wounds?" She was a little taken aback by his question, though she wasn't sure what she was expecting of him in the first place. Hold on," she said at first, needing a moment to gather her thoughts. Her ears flicked as she considered something he said earlier. "You said that you got our message, right? Does that mean—" she started to say, though she was unsure how to voice her thoughts when it came to her daughter. Tulmi knew just how wounded Pulma was when she broke through the ranks of those foreign soldiers. She had hoped for the best, but was prepared for the worst, considering the circumstances. The stranger just flashed a kind smile as he gently scratched the cat's throat again. "Puma is fine. I treated her wounds. I got her stable and left her with one of my familiars, though she owes me a new glove and a shirt," he mused while chuckling softly as the cat hopped off his shoulder before seemingly vanishing into the stranger's shadow. "The first thing she did when I found her was fling a jar of acid at me, though to be fair, she likely wasn't conscious of her actions in the state that she was in." Tulmi was immediately relieved at the news, though she looked rather concerned at his comment as she looked at him curiously. "She did? And you're fine?" The stranger just flashed a small smile at a question. "It'll take more than a few little acid burns to keep me down," he mentioned, while turning his attention away as he began walking around each of the bodies of the foreign soldiers, making them seemingly vanish into thin air. Tulmi was a little surprised, but she was more worldly than most around these parts, and had seen feats of spatial magic similar to what the stranger was performing. "If you don't mind me asking, can you tell me who you are and what you're doing around these parts?" Well, she did feel a little bad about doubting the intentions of this mysterious stranger who swooped in out of nowhere and freed them. She hadn't heard of someone like him, or even heard that someone like him was operating in the area. The man glanced over at her and flashed a seemingly knowing smirk before making another corpse disappear. "You could say I'm something of an art merchant. As for what I'm doing around here, well, I already told you. Your daughter told me your village needed help, so I'm here to help," he said, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Tulmi wasn't sure how to respond to that, though when he said he was just an art merchant, she looked over to the group of humanoid monsters that were clustered together along the fence line of the field, noting their bloodied maws and claws. After another moment of thought, her ears twitched as she heard the sounds of a battle still ongoing in the village plaza, and decided just to take the stranger at face value as a helping hand. "I see. Well, if you're here to help us, then how can we help you do that?" The stranger seemingly nodded with approval as he made his way over to the pile of corpses the foreign soldiers had dragged over here and began looking them over. "You can help me best by staying out of my way, and I mean no offense by that," he mentioned as he took a knee and began making the corpses of the foreign soldiers disappear into thin air. "I'll take care of the forces by the drawbridge with my guys. However, if you feel like you're up to the task, then you can try and help the people who were taken from here." Tulmi's ears flicked with surprise as she listened to the stranger. "You know where they're keeping them?" He bobbed his head, glancing up at her for a moment before going back to looking over the pile of bodies, making another one disappear. "Yeah, I took a couple minutes to interrogate one of the bastards, and he helpfully told me what I needed to know. Your people and supplies are being taken to a clearing in the north to be collected by the forces later, so that they can be taken back to their base in the mountains." She was admittedly rather surprised by that info before bobbing her head intently. "How sure are you of this information? Couldn't he have simply lied to you and told you what you wanted to hear?" "Oh, he lied to me for sure. Barely half the things he told me were the truth," he said before glancing back up at her and flashing a small smile. "But his memories told me a different story, and he couldn't lie with those." Tulmi couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine as she considered the implications of what the stranger could have done to get foreign soldiers' memories. But she ignored it and focused on the task now at hand. "Very well. Then I shall gather the guards and see what we can do about the people they've already moved." "That sounds good to me. Though that brings me back to my earlier question. Do your wounds need tending? I have no doubts in regards to what you're capable of, but you're hardly in fighting shape," he said as he looked up at her again before looking around the guards who were among the group. Tulmi looked amongst the others as well before sighing softly as she scratched the back of her head. "You're right, but if you intend on tackling those soldiers in the plaza, then I can't possibly ask you to burn your mana on healing our wounds as well." The man just smiled as he stood up before meeting her gaze. "If that's what you're worried about, then I don't need to be the one to heal you," he mentioned before holding out his hand. In the next moment, two figures stepped out from the thin air and stood before her. The clothes they wore vaguely reminded her of the sort of garb acolytes and clerics wore. Yet there were no emblems or sigils that showed their religious order. The green glow of their eyes and the paleness of their skin betrayed that these two were likely some kind of monster using a humanoid form, yet they were in remarkably better condition than the sprinters and other monstrous beings were in. Before she could say anything, the man spoke up as he regarded the two beings he summoned. "Now that I'm thinking about it, your faces may disturb the villagers. I'm not saying you two are ugly, far from it, but the lack of expressions can be off-putting," he said, apparently talking to them in particular before snapping his fingers with a smile on his face. "Ah, I know what I can do." With that, he pulled 2 wooden planks from seemingly nowhere and began to magically shape them into a couple of bird masks. He then made the 2 beings hold out the masks when he pulled out a ruined green shirt before looking over to Tulby. "This was specifically tailored to order, just for me. I've only had it for a little under 2 weeks, he mentioned with a sigh before tearing a couple of strips from it. He punched holes around the edges of the mask with his index finger before putting the masks over the 2 beings' faces and using the green cloth to secure them to their faces. "There we go. I suppose I should call you plague doctors now, instead of healer zombies," he said, almost cheerfully, before patting their shoulders and looking at Tulby again. "These 2 will treat your wounded. They've helped me with more complicated surgeries and treatments before, so I'm sure they'll be able to handle most wounds and damage." Tulby couldn't help but regard the 2 beings in a new light, glancing between them and the stranger after another few moments. "Do they have names?" she asked before looking at the stranger more pointedly. "And, what is your name?" The stranger appeared to suddenly look rather thoughtful, considering the 2 masked beings in front of him before glancing over at Tulby once more. "I suppose names would be rather helpful, wouldn't they? Well, my name is Vito," he said while gesturing to himself, though he seemingly hesitated as he regarded the masked beings, taking another moment to think before pointing to the one on the left first, and then the one on the right. "They will be Wither and Blight, yes. I know their names sound rather contrarian to being healers, but they are good at what they do. I can vouch for their skills from even before they entered my service." Tulby could feel there was a sudden shift in the air once Vito told their names, but she wasn't sure what caused it. In any case, Wither and Blight seemed to stand a little taller and appeared to be more attentive than before as they started looking her over. "I see. Well, I thank you for calling them to aid us." Vito offered a kind smile as he bobbed his head. "It's no problem. I can also spare the black-skinned leaper and muscle-bound brute over there to help you aid you recovering your people. Beyond that, I need the rest of my forces with me if I want to thoroughly clean up the rest of those raider bastards." Tulby couldn't help but be taken aback by Vito's apparent generosity. She could understand the drive to rush to an innocent's defense, but using his monsters and taking on a massive force all on his own while lending his monsters to aid complete strangers was just something that she couldn't comprehend. This man was no doubt some kind of eccentric, that much she was sure of, but just by how he was carrying himself, smiling and chuckling around the corpses of those he just killed, not to mention the odd monsters that he so easily commands. "Forgive me if I'm crossing a line, but why are you helping us?" Vito looked surprised by the question, looking over at her while he had been gently rolling over the corpses of the guards and mercenaries who were among the dead of the foreign soldiers, laying them on their backs, closing their eyes and gently placing their hands across their chests. "Why? Because you asked, of course. Do I need any more reason?" Tulby wasn't sure what to say at first, before simply scratching the back of her head. "Well, not really, no?" Vito just smiled as he stood before looking at Tulby, meeting her gaze. "Helping those in need isn't a matter of duty. It is a matter of happiness. To help others brings me joy. So if I had to give a reason, I help because I want to." With that, he looked at the humanoid monsters before letting out a whistle. "Come on, you lot, let's get going," he ordered, before looking over at Tulby again. "Good luck, don't die," he mused before turning and making his way towards the plaza. Now alone with Wither and Blight, she looked between the two before jutting a thumb at the gathering of guards and civilians. "Go treat their injuries first. I can tend to myself for the most part," she ordered. The duo bobbed their heads at her words before making their way around. As the next 30 minutes went by, she found herself leading a strike team of 7 guards, 2 humanoid monsters, and the 2 plague doctors, as Vito called them, having followed the multiple carriage tracks going to and from the forests to the north of the village. Cutting through the tree line, she eventually finds the clearing Vito told her about, spotting stacks of crates and stacks filled to the brim with foodstuffs and all sorts of other supplies. along with another 50 villagers. Just doing a quick head count, she confirmed with the guards that just about everyone who'd been taken away in the last several hours was here and accounted for. Among the villagers were at least another 15 foreign soldiers. Most appeared to be rather relaxed, though a few maintained their vigil rather dutifully as they kept the captive prisoners in line. She took several slow, deep breaths, doing her best to center herself as she felt her mana heart begin to pulse and throb with vigor. She was about to order the attack to start when suddenly a massive spout of flames illuminated the smoke-filled sky behind them. While Tilmy may have been momentarily distracted, she was quick to notice the foreign soldiers were also quite distracted. She swiftly drew a bow while notching 3 arrows at once and enhancing her arrows with wind before launching them with rather precise accuracy and force, skewering 3 separate soldiers through their chest and throats. "Move in," she ordered, standing taller while notching the next arrow. End of chapter. Chapter 142. Bitmori Point of View. I'm not sure how to feel about what I'm about to do next. Sure, the test run in the field was a complete success, with no losses on my end. But now I'm about to engage a force that outnumbers my own at least 2 to 1. Between the zombies that I've had for months now and the new ones from the dead raiders I've collected, I now have a total of 42 zombies in my service, though at the moment I can only call on 38 since I've assigned 2 of the mutants and plague doctors to assist Ptolemy in recovering the villagers who have already been taken from the village itself. What I'm worried about is how quickly my zombies might be dispatched. Sure, I managed to take out a small group of raiders in short order due to the element of surprise and an aggressive initial attack. But if they're able to coordinate and effectively respond to the initial swarm, then they may be able to dispatch my zombies. The people of this world may not have had any experience with the zombies of my world, but the ones we're facing have received proper standardized military training. Not to mention, they have actual combat experience, if their memories serve me right. They aren't afraid, naive, or wholly unprepared civilians of my world, and would likely have experience fighting an uncommon foe or monster, given the nature of this world in general. What I need to do is present an overwhelming force despite my smaller numbers, some kind of shock and awe display to unnerve and demoralize their forces. Kinda like popping a group leader's head while they were in the middle of giving a speech before launching a surprise attack. I think that's what I need to do. While that mage that's using the fire doesn't look nearly strong enough to be that notable war mage I heard about, he certainly has enough eyes on him for me to make a spectacle of his death. But how should I do it? An arrow from a distance is certainly surprising enough, but I have a feeling that won't get the sort of reaction I want. I could send a swarm to specifically target that particular mage, but that would just make my zombies more of a target. I need to be the one to get close and personally end the mage while making a big show of his death to draw as much attention. Once I have all eyes on me as I can, I'll order my zombies to swarm while I take down as many raiders as I can on my end. Would I be able to rely on the chaos of battle to close the distance and approach the mage burning the drawbridge? Sure, it is a controlled chaos of an active siege, but I have no doubts that a man like me wearing such raggedy clothes would be so easily noticed if I were to approach such a prominent figure blasting all that fire. As my eyes wandered to the stray corpses of the raiders along the outskirts of the barrier, I couldn't help but smile as a brilliant idea came to mind on just how I could get close to the mage without drawing all too much attention at first. For now, it was time to lay the groundwork by getting my zombies into position. Rabbitkin guard point of view. The fur in his hands was still damp with his own blood. The last few hours of firing his bow in shifts had pushed him to his limits as he could barely clench his fist anymore or even lift his bow. His hand was recently bandaged by one of the medics before being sent back onto the walls to support the other soldiers and guards who could still properly wield their weapons. His current assignment was grabbing as many spears and arrows that were scattered about by the enemy, putting them from buildings and posts where he could reach them, which was fairly high up, all things considered, thanks to his strong legs. With the current bundles of spears and arrows in hand, he made his way up the steps to the walkways where the archers were returning fire to the enemy soldiers down below. He topped off a few stations where arrows were running low and filled up empty racks with spears where they were needed, before heading back down the stairs away from the brunt of the battle to report back with the quartermaster. Making his way into the Bailey's warehouse, he spots a green-skinned orcish woman as she looks from a clipboard to yet another barrel of water that had been rolled into the room. She skillfully popped off the top and began pouring some kind of powder into it, before punching the wooden lid back into place. Once she was done with that, the quartermaster looked over at the guard once he entered before simply bobbing her head. "Good, you're back. One of the apprentices turned up a mana potion, so I need you to bring it to Aspen to help make sure that he stays in the fight," she says, as she jutted a thumb over to the impromptu workstation, where a somewhat dusty but still clear blue mana potion sat. "Yes, ma'am," the rabbitkin guard nodded in response, taking up a bottle with his good hand and giving it a polish with his arm before carefully tucking it away into his hip satchel. "Is there anything else that you need me to do while I'm out there?" The quartermaster stopped to work for a moment, offering a grimace as she stared into the middle distance, before glancing at the guard in question. "How are the gates looking?" The guard couldn't help but return her look with a sense of unease as he just shook his head. "Just eyeballing it. I think we've got an hour or two at most until that drawbridge is ashes, despite Aspen's best efforts. From what I can tell, those bastards are taking their sweet time in trying to get the drawbridge down, almost as if they know there won't be any reinforcements to support us for at least the next couple of days. I saw them practically relaxing next to the emitter they brought with them, only attacking enough to keep us from properly mounting an offense." The quartermaster cursed in a tongue he wasn't familiar with, before running her fingers through her short black hair and sighing heavily. "If that's the case, we should start setting up some grease traps. If those foreign bastards like fire so much, then let's light them up the moment they try to cross the gates," she said with grim determination before looking at the guard again. "Hurry up with that potion and get back here once you're done." "Of course, ma'am," the guard stated resolutely before turning on his heel and hurrying back into the fray. All while stray arrows embedded themselves into the wooden buildings around him or broke themselves against the stone walls and floors. Crossing along the walkways and being mindful of incoming arrow fire, the guard eventually made it to the gatehouse, where the village's battle mage was currently posted, as they did their best to keep the drawbridge from being reduced to ashes. The beaverkin mage looked clearly worn down, his tail tapping against the stone at his feet as he leaned against his staff before looking up at the rabbitkin guard on his approach. "What is it? Do you bring news?" he asked, as he did his best to stand tall again, before scowling as another spout of flame licked at the drawbridge. He called in some words of power, before sending out a very precise ball of water to extinguish the flames all over again. The guard merely shook his head at that, as he began digging through his satchel. "No, sir, but I do bring a potion. One of the apprentices brought it to the quartermaster," he explained, as he procured a vial of blue liquid and held it out for the mage. The mage let out the smallest of smiles as he sighed and took up the vial, biting down on the cork and pulling it free from the vial, before spitting it out and downing the vial's contents. With a few quick gulps, he sighed with delight before handing the vial back. "Many thanks, sir. I needed that," he admitted quickly, looking rather refreshed and somewhat more attentive to his surroundings. The guard nodded, not sure what to do with the vial for a moment, before simply tucking it away into his hip satchel again, though he then looked out the window slits to peer at the foreign soldiers as they continued to build up their fortifications in the plaza, while their own forces continued to rain down arrows and spears on them. "Forgive my ignorance, Mage Aspen, but what is the point of us continuously firing upon the enemy while they have that barrier up?" the guard asked while bringing up his hand with his bloodied fingers before regarding the mage again. Aspen nodded intently at the question before looking over at the emitter in the middle of the plaza. "Think of the barrier like a very thick blanket. While it can easily shrug off a few hits, if left on its own, it'll eventually start developing holes in the barrier, which will allow us to shoot through. But," he started to say, before pointing out the foreign mage who was manning the emitter itself, "that fellow over there is like a seamstress, using his mana to mend the holes caused by our repeated attacks and doing his best to keep the whole thing stable." Looking around for a moment, he pointed out at a spear that managed to pierce through the barrier, but unfortunately missed one of the foreign soldiers by the narrowest of margins. "That's the reason those bastards are building physical fortifications instead of solely relying on the emitter itself." "I see. Thank you for the information, Major Aspen. If you'll excuse me, the quartermaster wants me back to help prepare some grease traps in case the enemy makes their way inside," he explained as he turned to leave. The beaverkin mage nodded intently before scowling as he looked out through the window slit itself. "Damn it! Oh, those bastards must have looted the alchemist's shop," he cursed as he angrily tapped his tail against the floor behind him. The guard couldn't help but be a little curious as he made his way back to the nearby window slit and peered out at the plaza. Sure enough, he spotted one of the foreign soldiers approaching the mage with a mana potion in hand, holding it out for the mage to take. Though, as the mage turned away to drink, the soldier suddenly hooked their arm around the mage's throat, choking them out, while clutching a dagger in his free hand and, "By the gods," the guard murmured under his breath as he watched the soldier plunge a wicked-looking dagger into the mage's chest and stomach, stabbing them over and over again, making the mage a bloody mess. Despite their injuries, the mage wasn't down yet, reaching behind them as they grabbed the traitor and blasted him with a powerful and continuous stream of fire, their final flames burning with a bright fury as the traitor's armor burned away into ash and molten slag. When the flames went out, what they saw was a human man grinning with apparent delight as they were left in nothing but a blackened and glowing chain greaves and leather boots. The rabbitkin guard watched the traitor's lips move, seemingly saying something to the mage before the mage was immolated in even more furious flames. Glancing to the side, he watched as Mage Aspen looked at the unfolding events with a mix of awe and unease on their face, when suddenly the sky illuminated by a pillar of fire, heat washing over the rabbitkin guard despite the distance between himself and the flames in the plaza. When the flame pillar dissipated, all that was left of the mage was a black spot on the ground. As for the traitor, who was likely not even affiliated with the foreign soldiers, he simply stood in place, holding his arms out wide as if to taunt the remaining foreign soldiers as they started surrounding him in a large circle. With weapons drawn and archers at the ready, the foreign soldier opened up fire on the lone man, riddling him with arrows as he was skewered all over his body. Though, when the arrows finally embedded themselves into his skull, the man went slack, yet somehow remained standing as they died at his feet. "What the hell is that about?" the rabbitkin guard asked as they watched the foreign soldiers remain circled around the man. Several soldiers wielding spears started to approach the human spike-hog before quickly burying their spear tips into his chest and stomach. Suddenly, the human man sprang back to life, a sword appearing in his hand seemingly out of nowhere as he quickly slashed out one of the foreign soldiers' throats when the earth suddenly began shifting all around them. Walls of stone rise from the plaza in a wide circle, just about trapping most of the soldiers if it wasn't for the two openings facing towards the village and away from the drawbridge. The rabbitkin guard couldn't help but watch with grim fascination as the man in the center of it all unleashed another wave of fire, flash frying the foreign soldiers around him in moments as they started pushing for the two exits that were left in the earth and stone walls. Movement caught the rabbitkin guard's eyes as he watched reinforcements for the foreign soldiers start rushing in, despair filling his heart as he watched just how fast they moved despite the armor they wore. However, his despair was quickly replaced by confusion as he watched them tackle the remaining mages and some of the wounded and the other soldiers who weren't mostly trapped in the walls of earth and stone. Even more of the running soldiers came over from the other end of the plaza, tackling those who were trying to flee through the two openings in the walls of earth and stone when, "By the gods, they're eating them!" one of the archers manning the walkways cried out in horror as they watched throats get ripped out, with sprays of blood messily smattering around the plaza. The human man was still among them, striking out and cutting down the foreign soldiers with his green blade, though occasionally the blade would disappear, only for it to be replaced by a bow notched with an arrow that seemingly came from thin air as he shot the foreign soldiers who managed to break away from the brunt of the battle, only to get taken down by the human in question. At some points, he could have sworn he saw a winged black cat amongst the fray, using shadows to slash throats and cut down the foreign soldiers who somehow managed to take down one of the people-shaped monsters. The siege that had lasted hours was suddenly over in less than 10 minutes, as the human and 8 of the person-shaped monsters were left standing. The arrows that had riddled the man's body were no longer there, though the guard couldn't see the extent of the man's injuries because he was utterly drenched in blood that likely wasn't his own for the most part. The guards and soldiers could only watch as the man seemed to unwind, conjuring a ball of water and washing the blood off his body, before taking his time and going around the plaza. The stone and earth walls receded into the ground, the bodies of all the foreign soldiers and human-shaped monsters vanishing into thin air as the remaining human-shaped monsters also disappeared. The man just casually started walking around, apparently cleaning up the plaza with pressurized water and taking his sweet time doing it. until all the blood and the black spot of ash where the fire mage used to be was all gone and washed away. The only signs that the battle even took place in the plaza were the smouldering buildings and improvised fortifications that were left behind. Finally, the man approached the emitter and placed his hand against it, before it too vanished into thin air. With all that had taken place over the last 15 minutes, he finally approached where the drawbridge would go down and flashed a bit of a smile as a raggedy black piece of cloth appeared in his hands. He pulled it on, and the winged black cat from before stepping out of the man's shadow and sitting on his shoulder as the man gently scratched his throat. "Good morning, everyone. I got your call for help," he said with an almost kind smile still on his face. End of chapter. Chapter 143. But Maury Point of View. As I washed away the blood and stashed away the corpses strewed about me, my mind begins to wander while I think about the lives that have been affected in the last couple of hours. I need to make sure I recognize the events that played out today, and my part, and how things unfolded, and how I feel about my choices. Sure, I am glad to have won this fight, and to have protected the villagers who were being attacked by a force that was superior to them in both equipment and firepower. But just doing a brief head count of the corpses in my inventory, my actions here today have caused more people to die in the last couple of hours than all those I've killed in my entire lifetime during my last life. Well, I didn't kill that many directly. They fell at my command. So I may as well have killed them myself. I'm both exhilarated by the sheer firepower that I was able to wield in actual combat, and terrified by just how quickly I was able to snuff out so many lives with an almost contemptuous ease. I suppose such battles and casualties are normal in the world in this era, but all in all, it just holds a different feel and weight when compared to the fights I was used to. I mean, this was an actual siege by a foreign invading force, filled with people who had life and a future waiting for them back home with family, friends, children, and loved ones. Almost nothing like those who I usually pit myself against, who had nothing left but the next day waiting for them, and didn't mind trampling those in their way to see it. I suppose if they wanted to actually have those futures surrounded by their loved ones, then they shouldn't have been in my way today. I can't blame myself for their actions, and the fact that they lost their lives because of the choices that led them into my path. I was going to be in town anyway, and I only did what I did because it was the right thing to do. Even though I say that, I can't help but consider the fact that I enjoyed myself. I made a spectacle of the fight and performed excessive theatrics by making a show of a man's death. Sure, it was part of my plan, but the fact that I had a smile on my face throughout the battle did not escape me. Perhaps I really am some kind of eccentric. How much my act is just an act, and how much of it is just me being myself, without my self-imposed restrictions or the limits I used to have as a mere human. Then there's Baz Maury. At the end of the day, I am proud of him. He handled himself in open combat and held his own against trained warriors who had lived full lives when compared to him. Am I sad that he had to take the life of a sentient being? Yeah, but again, this is the world we live in. I can't hold him back from growing up into the type of person he needs to be to survive and thrive in these parts, especially with the expectations that are there with a name like his. I just need to make sure to guide him down the right path, to not be someone who kills for the sake of killing, but someone who can kill for the sake of others if it comes down to it. With that in mind, I can't help but wonder if I could have at least spared some of the raiders. Did I have to kill them all? Was an offer for surrender even a viable option or choice? I need to stop this line of thought. Despite the mass death at my hands and orders, I just have to accept that those raiders were here to steal food and supplies and kidnap as many people as they could for some nefarious reason. That, in itself, made their lives forfeit when it comes to protecting those that needed my help. Moving on, in the back of my mind, I could sense that my core had grown in diameter by several inches, though my rings remained unchanged. Why that is the way it is despite the number of souls I've absorbed today, I don't know, though I suppose it merits a closer examination of my core when I get a chance later. As for all those who died today, I'm still working through their memories and doing my best to mentally catalogue the information coming my way, with all the literal lifetimes of experience coming my way. I'm just happy that the process happened automatically and required no real effort on my part beyond sifting through the details later. Going back to Basmori, I could tell he's grown stronger after this battle. Between gaining actual combat experience against strong opponents and his share of the vital energies and mana that I got from the deaths, I could sense a single ring having spiraled into existence around his mana heart. If past experiences is anything to go by, I think I can expect some kind of development from him, though how it will manifest is anyone's guess. My focus goes back to the moment as I realize I finished cleaning up the grisly mess of battle. All the blood, guts, and gore had been washed or stashed away for the time being. I'm not even sure why I cleaned everything up, perhaps out of habit. Sure, the battles of my old world usually weren't this bloody or big, but we always cleaned up the corpses for the sake of cleanliness and to avoid the stench of rot from settling where we didn't want it to. Regardless, I still have an audience that's been watching me clean up this whole time. I think they've waited long enough for me to continue my little act. Collecting the emitter and stashing it away as well, I pulled a smile on my face and a poncho on my body. I felt Basmori settle on my shoulder as I reached up and doted on him while looking up at the faces of the guards and soldiers on the walls in front of me. "Good morning, everyone. I got your call for help." Nobody responded to me at first, and I could sense varying amounts of uncertainty, awe, and fear coming from the lot of them, as I just smiled a little more. "Looks like your drawbridge is a little less than functional right now. Do you mind if I make a quick fix for you all?" It takes a few minutes, but someone calls out to me, and I spot the beaverkin stepping out from the gatehouse and onto the walkway. He had a rather healthy wariness of me, and I could already sense him regarding me as an eccentric in his thoughts. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" he asked, trying to set up some dialogue before anything else happened. I just chuckled softly at his words, still smiling as I give a small wave of my hand. "My name is Vito. I'm something of an art merchant. As for what I'm doing here, well, I'm on my way to the capital and just happened to see all of this. Now then, about that drawbridge. Told me could likely use some aid in escorting all the food and people these raider bastards were taking while you were all preoccupied with the siege." The surprise from the beaverkin and surrounding guards and soldiers was palpable. They collectively recognized Tulmi by name, though they were more than taken aback by the news that people were actively being taken from the village itself. Within moments, I could sense the gears shifted within the soldiers and guards as they started mobilizing what they could, while the beaverkin regarded me. "Very well, Mage Vito. By all means, do as you wish with the drawbridge." With permission granted, I stepped closer towards where the drawbridge would come down before pouring out stone from my inventory, as I shaped it into a sturdy-looking bridge. It's nothing fancy or complicated, as I'm just building it across a simple moat, though I did ensure to build it in such a way that it can withstand heavy traffic and heavy loads, so that it'll last a while until they're able to replace their ruined drawbridge. As for the massive hunk of charcoal itself, once I crossed the new bridge, I placed my hand against the drawbridge before stashing the entire thing at once. I was mindful enough to only take the drawbridge itself, leaving the chains that connected it to the winches in the gatehouse limply dangling against the gatehouse walls. The sudden looks of astonishment from the guards and soldiers as they watched the entire drawbridge vanish before their eyes was just priceless. I couldn't help but flash a grin as I did my very best not to outright laugh at their expense while I crossed the threshold of the walls. "Sorry if I surprised you. You all should take some carts and carriages north to meet up with Tulmi and some of the guards who went with her. Oh, and you'll find some more people and goods over there in the fields to the west," I explained, making vague gestures in the general directions they needed to go. Now, in the bailey, I was surrounded by a controlled chaos of soldiers and guards going from place to place, doing whatever it was that needed to be done. As the minutes started to trickle by, I watched as barrels of fluids were being rolled somewhere by some soldiers, while another few went around collecting arrows and spears from the floors and buildings. All in all, I got an estimated head count of around 15 guards and 40 soldiers, with quite a few civilian volunteers intermingled among them. With guards and soldiers heading out through the gates, more and more civilians started coming out from the buildings around the bailey. The people looked around curiously as they began questioning the soldiers they found about what was happening. However, I didn't get the chance to get a head count on the civilians that were there or eavesdrop in the conversation, as I was approached by the beaverkin from before, along with a few soldiers and guards who accompanied him. Giving the beaverkin a quick once-over, I could tell that he was a mage of sorts and had elite badges pinned to his sleeve and around his neck of his robes. The badges themselves marked him as a rank 4 elite. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mage Vito. My name is Aspen, and I am the head mage of Lukvan's Rest. Good morning, Mage Aspen, I replied politely enough as Basmori relaxed along my shoulders, laying his small body along the back of my neck, while his claws found purchase on my shoulders. Did you need something? Aspen glanced at Basmori with intent curiosity before looking up at me, lowering his head in gratitude, and then standing tall again. May I be the first to thank you for your timely arrival and assistance in dealing with the foreign soldiers who marched upon our village. Your aid was invaluable, and there are no doubts that you have changed the way this day may have ended, he expressed with no small amount of respect. Though before he continued, I couldn't help but mess with the man just a little bit, as I interrupted him. You may not. Tulmi was the first to thank me, after all, but I'll happily accept you as the second to thank me. I mused as I reached up and doted on Basmori, gently massaging one of his ears with my right hand, as he happily leaned into my touch. Aspen wasn't sure how to respond to that, opening and closing his mouth a few times before simply clearing his throat. Very well, if I may. I also bring word from Mayor Trelio Lukvan, who requests an audience with you. I didn't even need to sense Aspen's thoughts to see that he was being abnormally deferential to a nobody like me. I could tell that he was usually a proud and confident man, but after seeing what I was capable of, he was feeling rather intimidated and outclassed. I suppose in a society based on merit, money, and might, he was doing his best to err on the side of caution while dealing with someone stronger than him. Do I have to meet him? Well, I certainly don't mind meeting the man in charge of this place. I didn't intend on having any dealings with the local leadership. I was only planning on spending the night here before moving on with my journey and heading to the next stop on the way to the capital. Though I suppose I wasn't intending on fighting a small army today either, so there is that. The beaverkin mage hesitated at first, not sure how to respond to that, as he needed a moment to gather a proper response. Well, no, I suppose you don't have to meet the mayor if you don't want to, Mage Vito. Though after everything you've done today, I would at the very least recommend hearing the mayor out. He's likely intends on rewarding you for your aid. If that's the case, then I guess I shouldn't snub the man and turn down his request. With a simple bob of my head, I regarded Aspen again. Very well, take me to your leader, I mused with a bit of a smile. Trelio point of view, half-elf, elite, sector mayor. Trelio was woken up this morning to the sounds of battle before moons had fallen into the horizon. The flames on the edge of his town illuminated the night and sent his people into a panicked frenzy, as many of them rushed for the bailey and crossed the drawbridge. It was only by the grace of the gods that nobody fell into the moat, despite the chaos. They didn't have time to save everyone before raising the drawbridge, as the brunt of the foreign soldiers took the plaza and began their siege in earnest. The situation turned for the worse when some of the soldiers found out the hard way that the wells within the bailey had been poisoned somehow overnight, rendering a number of his forces very ill and unable to even fight. Honestly, Trelio was expecting that he wouldn't live long enough to see the moons rise again with the way that battle was going. He had already been making plans for his family and the civilians to try and escape by rigging some kind of zip line around the back of the fort in hopes that they could at least hide out in the woods until reinforcements arrived. That was, at least, until that pillar of fire suddenly illuminated the sky. He wasn't close enough to the walls to watch the battle take place, but he did see the aftermath. Among the carnage of dozens upon dozens of bodies was a single man soaked in the blood of his enemies. It was a grisly sight, and a glorious one. The man looked only slightly younger than Trelio himself, yet he could hardly imagine wielding the power and might that man seemed to possess. Trelio hadn't even heard of a man like him in this country, so he could only assume that he was a wanderer of some kind. That only meant that he needed to make sure he handled this encounter with this previously unknown and mighty warrior with great care, lest he sullies his family's name or burn possible bridges that would serve to benefit his country. For the moment, Trelio found himself in the fort's meeting room, sitting at the head of a table while still in his armor, his warhammer lying across the table itself, disgracefully pristine and unused after everything that happened today. The door suddenly opened, momentarily startling the man as he looked to see his eldest son, Larkus, making his way into the room. The half-elf teen looked respectfully battered and battle-tested, his armor sporting a few noticeable dents and scratches as he crossed the room. Taking off his helmet, he could see the young man also had a fresh bruise along his jawline and the remains of a gash on his forehead that looked to have been freshly treated by a small dose of healing magic that had been directly applied to the wound. "Father, it is good to see you again," the young man enthused cheerfully as he set his helmet on the table before standing by Trelio's side. Trelio couldn't help but grin as he stood, giving Larkus a proud hug as their chest plates clanked against each other rather audibly. "Larkus, I feared the worst. I'm glad to see that you are well. Tell me, where have you been?" he asked, putting back as he gestured for his son to sit beside him while he settled in his seat as well. Larkus nodded intently, unfastening his sheathed blade from his hip as he laid it on the table before settling in the chair. "Well, I'd been out overnight patrol with some other guards," he mentioned, flashing a fairly sheepish smile as he began his tale. Trelio knew his son better than that. While it may have been true that he was initially out on patrol with the guards, it was more likely that he was spending time at the inn and hanging around Tulby's daughter. However, he decided not to interrupt as Larkus went about painting the scene as they described fortifying the inn when the foreign soldiers began marching on the village, crediting himself with a confirmed 3 kills before falling in battle after suffering a hammer to the face. He then went on to describe waking up in the field with other villagers who didn't have a good fortune to make it across the drawbridge, though his memories were admittedly still hazy for a majority of that time between the head wound and the blood loss. Though that is when the stranger arrived. He seemed to be some kind of necromancer, as he commanded these strange monsters that appear to be mostly humanoid. They're a rather vicious sort of undead. They can sprint in full armor faster than most people, and he had several sorts that I've never seen before," he explained with a healthy mix of awe and weariness. Trelio had to agree. He had heard the initial reports from the men and women on the walkways of the Bailey and had personally seen the aftermath himself. Necromancers were generally a mixed bag of oddballs and weirdos. Well, not generally on the level of eccentrics. They tended to have dubious reputations at best. Even the most reputable of crypt mages and necromancers tended to err on the side of morally grey rather than being wholly upstanding members of society. "Well, I'm glad to see that you are all right. You should go visit your mother and sister. They are currently organizing the villages and setting up a brigade to help contain the fires before they spread to the rest of the village." Larkus nodded dutifully at that, standing as he collected his blade before strapping it to his hip and picking up his helmet. Though before he turned to leave, he regarded Trelio curiously and spoke up. "I mean no disrespect, Father, but if they're doing that, what are you doing?" Trelio couldn't help but smile kindly and understanding as he looked up at Larkus from where he sat. "I'll be meeting with the stranger. Mage Aspen should be escorting him here soon enough." At that, Larkus looked clearly excited as he glanced at the doors to the meeting room before looking back at Trelio. Though before he could get a word out, Trelio just shook his head in response.
You may not stay for the meeting. Given how powerful this man is, we need to tread cautiously, since we are most certainly in his debt after what he has done today."
Larkus just sighed with a clear disappointment, before merely bobbing his head. "As you say, father. I'll be on my way," he said, while pulling on his helmet and leaving the room. The seconds turned to minutes as Trelio waited, though soon enough Mage Aspen entered the meeting room, followed by the stranger, who wore a rather shabby and ragged-looking scrap of black fabric over his torso. He also wore some rather singed and frankly crispy-looking leather armor and chain greaves, likely the armor of the foreign soldiers that he was wearing before the bloodbath began. Mage Aspen gestured for the stranger to take a seat in the opposing head of the table, before looking to Trelio and lowering his head in a show of respect. "Mayor Trelio Lukfan, I present to you Mage Vito." He then regarded the mage and gestured to Trelio. "Mage Vito, this is Mayor Trelio Lukfan, rank 2 elite and mayor of this sector." As Vito settled into his seat, Trelio suddenly noticed a winged cub of some kind resting on the mage's shoulders, somehow not noticing it at first. With introductions established, Trelio decided to speak up first as he met Vito's gaze. "Thank you for taking your time to meet with me, Mage Vito. If you would allow me to drop all pretenses, I just want to say thank you for putting your life on the line to protect my home. This is a debt that I won't soon forget, even after we find a way to compensate you for your efforts." Vito just flashed a seemingly kind smile as he relaxed in the chair. "Well, I appreciate the thanks. I didn't do it for a reward. Someone asked me for my help, and thus I helped, because I had the power to do so. It was as simple as that." He then reached up, gently poking the cheek of the winged cub that was on his shoulder. "But if you wish to compensate me, then I certainly won't say no to that. However, we still have matters to discuss before we talk of rewards and the like, especially if you're the one in charge of these parts." Trelio perked up at that comment, sitting a little straighter before leaning slightly forward with his elbows resting on the table. "No, and what matters would that be?" Vito grinned almost conspiratorially as he sat up in his chair. "The exact location of the raiders' hideout, as well as an estimated total of their remaining forces, and the villages they've been kidnapping from the surrounding area." Trelio could feel his heart skip a beat with anticipation, as he couldn't help but consider the merit of taking down these foreign soldiers could bring after all the trouble they've caused since coming into his country, especially for his son, who could certainly use more achievements to his name. I see. Those are certainly some rather important matters," he expressed while doing his best to maintain his composure. "Great! Then let's talk business," Vito mused as he relaxed into his seat again. End of chapter. Puma point of view. Puma's eyes gradually blinked open. Her body felt unbearably heavy and stiff, yet she also felt rather warm and strangely comfortable despite the morning chill in the air and the sun barely cresting the horizon to warm up the day. Taking slow, deep breaths, the memories of this morning started rushing back to her as she was suddenly realized there was a wall of fur in her face, which shifted at her stirring. With a sudden rush of panic, she did her best to roll away and hop to her feet, only to lose her balance and tumble into some tall grass as she flopped onto her stomach and face. "Ow!" she murmured, while trying to push herself up and surprisingly shaky limbs. "Are you okay?" A gentle masculine voice sounded out from behind her, the movement of something big shifting around, prickling her ears. "You shouldn't move around too much. You were in awfully bad shape when we found you." At that, Puma hesitated, as she had to consider the words of whoever it was that just spoke. The last thing she remembered was blacking out after running as far and as fast as she could to try and find help. She was aiming to go to Sunspot Keep, but her injuries kept her from getting even close to her goal. Well, who was she kidding? She wouldn't have made it anywhere in time to be of any real help. But then she realized that if she hadn't gotten anywhere, then her home was still in danger. Finally, mustering the wherewithal to collect herself, she pushed herself to her feet, and almost immediately stumbled again when she caught herself on something rather large and fluffy. Blinking a few more times as she whirled her eyes to focus, she quickly realized that she was leaning up against some kind of massive wolf. For a brief moment, she started to panic, before quickly remembering that its handler was close by, since she had been talking to someone only a moment ago. Thanks, and yeah, I'm okay. But I can't waste any more time here. My home is in danger, and we need reinforcements as soon as possible, she explained, as she looked up from the earthy brown and grey dappled coat of the wolf, looking for the man who had apparently been tending to her wounds. However, when she saw nobody else, she only grew more confused. That is, until she heard the voice again and could feel the gentle rumble of speech coming from the wolf itself. You don't need to worry about that, my boss, but, Vito is currently handling it for you already, the wolf explained in a still gentle voice, as he looked back at her while offering a smile, the audible swish of his tail reaching her ears as well. She wasn't sure what to say in response, not expecting to be holding a conversation with the wolf of all things. The wolf tilted its head curiously at her, now looking rather concerned at her, with his brows furrowed. Are you sure you're all right? If you're hungry, I smell some fruits nearby, which should be safe for you to eat, or perhaps I could fetch some prey, he offered rather politely, while still letting her use him to keep her balance. I am rather hungry, she admitted, gently pushing off the wolf as she looked around, noticing a large patch of what she smelled was her own dried blood in the grass nearby. A few feet away, she also noticed the telltale signs of acid burns in the grass and dirt, though she noticed some odd pieces of wood, but couldn't make out the details. With that in mind, she reached for her hip and realized that she was missing her acid flask. Having taken a moment to assess her surroundings and gather her thoughts, she looked back to the wolf, who was still patiently watching her, while remaining close to her for some reason. You said your boss was handling things. Is he another wolf? How can he help? The wolf perked up a little at that, seemingly rather cheerful as his tail slowly swayed behind him, as he turned his body around and sat in the grass, now properly facing her since she appeared to be more stable on her feet now. It was only then that she noticed that the wolf had a rather impressive sword strapped to its side of its body. Well, my boss is a very capable person, he said, apparently needing a moment to describe him. He commands very powerful magic and is a great warrior. It was just then that Pulma noticed the green ring around the wolf's ear, and knowing what she knew about magic from hanging around Larkus and his family mage, she could guess this wolf was likely a familiar of some kind, though she had personally never heard of a talking familiar before. I see. Well, I'm not sure what just one man can do against an army, but at least it's something. She then looked over to the wolf again and flicked her ear thoughtfully. How fast are you, if I may burden you? I need help getting to Sunspot Keep. We seriously need reinforcements, or else I won't have a home to go back to. The wolf's ears drooped at that, as he simply shook his head. Well, I am rather fast. I'm still worn out from rushing over here with Vito in the first place, once he saw the smoke on the horizon. He then sat up a little straighter, as he regarded her again. But if you're willing to at least wait, then my boss's caravan will arrive soon enough, and we can ride with them. Regardless, Sunspot Keep is too far away for you to try and make it in your condition, especially after the injuries you sustained. Puma's tail lashed with impatience as she gazed over at the wolf before her. If you won't help me, then you're useless to me, she snarled with frustration as she turned to leave, nearly stumbling once again by catching herself on a nearby tree as she pushed off and kept walking. As she walked, she heard the wolf start to follow after her as it plodded along at her side, keeping to her pace and occasionally glancing over at her with a look of concern. You really should take it slow. Boss Vito said that you were close to death when we found you. You're likely thirsty and exhausted, and you've already said that you were hungry. It was at that when Puma's stomach growled audibly, but she just growled in response as she punched her stomach and kept on marching forward. Just shut your mouth. Each second that I waste here is another second that my home is at risk. If I sit here and do nothing because of my injuries, then I would have been better off just fighting to death at my mother's side. The wolf seemed to let out a soft whine before just shaking his head at her words. After an almost silent 7 minutes tickled past, the wolf piped up again. You can at least ride on me if you're insistent trying to go to the keep. My orders were to make sure that you get to the caravan, and then you can at least talk with the others and see if they'll help you. Puma at least hesitated with that offer, considering her still unsteady legs, as she just sighed a bit while slowly nodding her head. Fine. I suppose that's better than just walking the whole time, she reluctantly admitted, before turning to look at the wolf. The wolf immediately perked up, his tail slowly wagging as he lay on the ground while watching her. "Go ahead and get on, and don't worry about grabbing onto my fur to keep your balance if you need to," he offered cheerfully enough. Puma looked the wolf over, admittedly now a little uneasy about riding what appeared to be a fully intelligent being, now that she had a moment to cool off after her initial burst of frustration. "Are you sure?" "All right, then," she said, taking a moment to carefully climb onto the wolf's back and carefully grabbing 2 fistfuls of fur. Once she had settled in, the wolf carefully stood up, gave her another few moments to adjust before setting out at a steady sprint. He made his way through the thick brush and tall grass until he crossed back onto the dirt road and kept on running as his large paws thrummed with every bounding step. As the wind rushed to beat past her face, Puma found herself leaning into the wolf and adjusting into a more proper rider's posture, her ears drawing back and keeping them from flicking in the wind when she called up to the wolf. "I thought you said you were still tired." I am," the wolf calls out between breaths as he keeps his pace. "I can go much faster than this when I try," he mused almost proudly, casting a glance back at her before looking back ahead of them. Puma couldn't help but feel more annoyed by the wolf than anything. If it was this fast, even while tired, then why all the fuss about not wanting to run? Then again, it's not like this is her wolf to begin with. This one's someone's familiar, and they're already doing her a service by merely humouring her with a ride in the end. "Say, what is your name?" "I'm Puma," she asked, figuring the polite thing to do now was to at least introduce herself. The wolf glanced back at her before looking ahead. "I am Lugosi, the Defender," he enthused with clear pride. "Well, despite everything, I suppose it's nice to meet you, Lugosi," she said, managing to at least wrangle a smile on her face. Suddenly, the sky behind them was illuminated noticeably, despite the plumes of smoke that had blocked the sun on the location. Lugosi slowed to a stop as he turned his body to look at the scene playing out behind him. There in the middle of the black clouds was a great pillar of fire that caused the smoke to disperse, if only for a little bit. "By the gods, what was that?" Though before she could say anything else, she heard an audible swishing coming from behind her. With a glance, she spotted Lugosi's tail wagging with visible excitement. He looked back up at her, a smile on his wolfish face. "That was the boss. I think it's safe to say that your home is in good hands." She couldn't help but agree, looking back down at Lugosi before looking back to where she saw the pillar of flame, which had since faded as the smoke began gathering all over again. Just what had she run across while out in the woods? "So, do you still want to head to Sunspot Keep?" Lugosi asked, looking clearly pleased for whatever reason. Her tail flicked and swished behind her in thought before simply shaking her head. "No, let's go to that caravan you were talking about." With that, Lugosi nodded intently as he turned again and began to sprint down the road once more, though at an admittedly more relaxed pace than earlier. Vitmori point of view. Talking with Tirelio proved to be an interesting experience. The man was a glory hound, that's for sure. He vaguely reminded me of Dread and the Sinners during their first week of existence, when they wanted to prove themselves against what remained of Lichtgren's monsters. The only difference is that Tirelio had the wisdom, intelligence, and power to back up that sort of mindset. Studying the flow of his manner, despite the table's worth of distance between us, I could tell the man was a considerably powerful man of heart beating in his chest. If I had to compare it, he was no notable degree stronger than Rionim. If Rionim was a barrel with a spigot, then the man across from me was like an oil drum, perhaps not that much bigger, but much denser and more complex with added years of experience on how to use what he has. As for Aspen, who sat at the table with us, taking the place at Tirelio's left-hand side, he was fairly powerful himself. He had 2 mana rings formed around his heart, though one ring was noticeably denser than the other. So he hadn't reached the stage yet that Cecil had told me about, which would actively slow the aging of a mage. But that meant little in the face of overall skill and experience that he had with magic compared to me. If it ever came to a straight-up fight against these 2 men alone, things would quickly become like that sparring match I had with Rionim, and this avatar of mine would likely be destroyed, all things considered. In the end, I'm just lucky to have faced off against so many regular soldiers, while my zombies got the drop on the mages during the battle earlier. Not to mention that the mage I targeted just happened to be specialized in fire magic, or didn't decide to suddenly use acid against me somehow. I may be strong, but I need to get even stronger and learn more about how others use magic if I want to be able to hold my own if I ever get forced into a straight-up fight. Trelio was still in the middle of talking with Aspen, discussing the information I had given him about the raiders who besieged his village. I gave the directions to the exact mountain where they made their base, as well as the physical markers to be able to locate the cave which was at the base of said mountain. Using the combined mental images of so many soldiers, I was even able to drop a map of the complex they had been using, complete with locations of their multiple barracks, storehouses worth of goods, armory, and common rooms. There were still around 140 raiders remaining, with 2 more healers and 3 more combat mages, along with the war mage who was supposedly leading the whole operation. Of the remaining soldiers, there were a confirmed 25 who had mana hearts, though they were a part of some special task force that was in charge of protecting the princeling who was amongst them. That was the other big detail. This whole force of soldiers were loyalists who were assigned to the youngest prince and his mother, who was now the last survivor of the royal family, who ruled over the land of Dragzoon. His nation, 3 elder brothers, and his father had fallen to the Ferocious Empire during his rush for unification, which I suppose is the cost of war. There's still quite a bit of nuance in history that I likely haven't processed yet, but that is not my concern at this point. All I know now is that these guys are kidnapping people, looting caravans, and raiding villages for their own gain, which is something I don't abide by. Though as for why they're kidnapping people, that I still haven't been able to figure out just yet. With all that in mind, the soldiers that died today, at the very least those I found at now in my storage space, numbered around 162. Of that number, my forces had taken down 91 of them and the cost of 31 zombies, leaving me with 9 combat zombies and my 2 plague doctors from my original group. All in all, I have 132 new zombies, which I'm currently reanimating throughout this meeting. So far, it has been a rather considerable draw of my current mana reserves simply due to the sheer number of them, but it is worth the expense. Focusing back on the conversation, Trelio looked over at me, leaning back in his seat rather thoughtfully while drumming his fingers against the table.
Mage Vito, you have done me and mine a great service this day. Between you and your undead, we were able to survive this conflict with minimal losses. I must ask you to forgive me, but I'll need time to put together a suitable payment for the information you brought before me, especially since you won't accept more than a thank you for breaking the siege.
I just offer a kind chuckle at that, reaching up and gently doting on Basmori, who had been sound asleep on my shoulder. Believe me, I've more than benefited enough from the fight itself. I couldn't possibly demand a reward on top of that, though I will accept payment for the info. Trelio flashed a charming grin at that before sitting up a little more in his seat.
In any case, I would like to invite you to at least stay the night in my home. Perhaps you can join my family for dinner, he asked, clear anticipation in his voice as he held my gaze. I get the feeling that he really wants to talk to me and may consider it a personal offense if I turned him down at this point. Not that he would ever let it show. Well, I don't see why not, I offer at first before smiling a little more, though I do ask that you allow my caravan to join us, only if it's not too much of a problem. That would at least be another 9 people and 2 more of my familiars. Trelio took that comment as a personal challenge as he chuckled with clear delight. It is no trouble at all. In fact, I think if the cleanup goes well today, we should make a feast of it to celebrate our victory this day,
he boasted, looking into Aspen as if to get his opinion on that. The mage dutifully nodded his head despite the clear exhaustion already in his eyes at the thought of the work that was ahead of them already. Sounds good to me. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I suppose I ought to make myself useful as well, I enthused, pushing up from the table as I stood. Despite the cheerful expression on Trelio's face, I could tell that he was disappointed that the conversation was already over, as he gave a simple nod of his head as he stood to follow me.
Of course, Mage Vito. The sooner we get everything done, the better.
End of story. Chapter 145. Chris' point of view. As the pillar of fire faded in the distance, Chris couldn't help but feel an involuntary shudder travel down his spine and through his tail. He wasn't sure how he knew it, but he could tell that his new boss, Vito, was likely the source of all that fire. Cecil piped up, still staring at the distant horizon as the black smoke slowly gathered back into a billowing pillar that filled the sky. Well, it may look like the situation, whatever it was, has likely been resolved. He mused, seemingly relaxed with a small smile, as he leaned back against the interior of the cart from where he sat. "How can you be so sure?" Sarah challenged, quirking a brow at the mage as she laid on his side, all the while rather casually using Chris's fluffy tail as a sort of pillow. This did earn curious looks from the other adventurers, as they also looked at Cecil, expectantly, waiting for his response. Chris had a decent understanding of just how strong Vito was, due to the bond he formed with him. But how did Cecil know anything about Vito? Had the boss told Cecil something, or did he know something Chris didn't, because he was also a mage? Cecil looked rather smug at the attention, smiling as he looked among the others. "He's got a lot of going for him, after all. He told me that he was trained by elves for at least several decades in the ways of magic."
"Like actual elves, not some kind of half-elves or something?"
Rance asked curiously, looking rather surprised by the revelation. Cecil nodded intently. "Yeah, and you've heard the stories, how they weave their hidden cities in deep and uncharted lands using the very nature around them. Following their mysterious methods, he's already managed to form his third mana ring around his heart."
"Wait, what? Is that true?"
Ren piped up suddenly, looking up from her chess game with Lily. Chris was mildly surprised when Red's outburst, looking over at his little sister, as he tilted his head curiously. "Oh, what's got you all riled up?" He could see the excitement plain on her face, along with a hint of confusion, as she didn't believe what she just heard. It's strange, though. It was almost like he could sense her surprise before she said anything. As everyone turned to look at Ren, she suddenly seemed rather sheepish under all the attention, though she soon managed to steel her nerves as she focused on Chris and decided just to explain what was on her mind to him.
"If what Cecil is saying is right, then Vito is at the pinnacle of what only a few short-lived mages can reach. I wonder if that's what he meant when he said that."
She considered before trailing off. Chris recalled the conversation they had last night with Vito, saying something about how he used to be human. Cecil looked pleasantly surprised and almost delighted to Chris's eyes as the mage regarded Ren. "You're rather knowledgeable about magic. You're perhaps studying to become a mage?" Now it was Chris's turn to be surprised. Sure, Ren had a mana heart now, but was that really enough to become a mage? He looked over to Ren, who had an equally surprised, if not confused expression on her face, as she looked between him and Cecil, stammering for more than a few moments as her cheeks flashed with embarrassment at the sudden attention that was back on her again.
"Well, no, I just don't have a lot to do all day, so I read a lot to pass the time. I just came into that information some time ago, but I suppose I never thought I could actually apply it, until now at least."
"Oh, did you develop a mana heart recently? How did you do it?"
Rance asked, looking intrigued by the line of conversation. At that, Ren shot Chris a glance, and he could almost feel her uncertainty, like she wasn't sure what to say, which was reasonable enough. Well, Vito didn't explicitly say to not talk about what happened last night. Given the secretive nature of whatever he did to give both of them mana hearts, he was likely using a technique that wasn't widely known, so she didn't know how to explain it herself. Chris decided to take the attention from her as he spoke.
I helped her do it,"
he said simply at first. This did earn him some slight side-eye from both Sarah and Zax, but they kept their mouths shut and their thoughts to themselves.
"Really? Does that mean that you also have a mana heart?" "Well, of course you do, if you helped her do it. Though, was she able to develop it naturally through simple meditation, or was it some other method?"
Rance considered before flashing a bit of a smile.
"Are you trying to get her to try and follow your line of work?"
Chris could tell that Rance was just being curious and making casual conversation, though he couldn't help but react a little too sharply at that idea of Ren becoming a thief like him, not to mention all the questions.
"No, of course not,"
he replied harshly, narrowing his gaze, drawing his ears back, and glaring at the adventurer despite already rationalizing that Rance meant no offense.
She'll never do the work I do. I won't let her,"
he said firmly, while straightening his back and sitting a little taller. Rance simply held up his hand up in a rather placating way, and Chris could see the confusion on his face as Rance glanced at the others.
"Whoa, guy, I didn't mean anything by it. But she's got a mana heart now. That alone opens up a lot of doors that aren't available to the average person. It would be a shame to not capitalize on it."
Chris couldn't argue with that. It was true after all, and Vita did say that she should be able to live like others her age, now that she has a mana heart. Chris also couldn't help but be a little overprotective of her, as he practically raised her himself for the most of her life, especially after their dad up and disappeared on them. Glancing over at Ren, she flashed a little smile as she scratched her cheek and decided to voice her own opinion.
"I actually have some potential work lined up working at one of the guilds as either a receptionist or a scribe of some kind, thanks to one of my tutors. Though that was before I developed a mana heart, so I'm not really sure how that changes things.
Cecil pinched in. Well, those are both certainly respectable trades. You could do so much more, especially if you have an aptitude for magic, he said as he leaned back against the carriage wall. You could become a healer, or maybe an artificer, or even some kind of researcher or scholar in various branches of magic, he explained rather excitedly as he glanced between Chris and Ren. There is a lot of paths for her to take where she doesn't have to put her life at risk, if that's what you're worried about. Being a wandering adventurer like myself was pretty close to the bottom of the list for a majority of the mages that I knew back at the academy. Looking at Ren, Chris could tell that she was more than a little overwhelmed at the possibilities. Glancing between him and Cecil, but unsure of what to say, Chris decided to speak up as he regarded Cecil this time.
If that's what she wants for her future, and if that's even available to her, then I'll do all that I can do to make sure that she gets that chance. In the meantime, I have no plans or intentions to pressure her into anything. She's gone through a lot of changes recently and needs some time to figure herself out, so if you don't mind, just trust the subject, he said, doing his best to be firm without sounding overly sensitive or upset. It seemed to do the trick, as Cecil just nodded in response. Yeah, of course, there is no rush after all. You have your whole life ahead of you in the end, he mused kindly, as he looked over to Ren while flashing a kind smile. Chris couldn't help but find that comment at least a little odd, coming from someone who's both younger than him and only a few years older than Ren herself. Regardless, the topic was dropped, and without the distant threat seemingly having been handled, the group went back to their games and pastimes for the next hour. That was until Riley spoke up. Eyes up, everyone. We have somebody riding towards us,
the rabbitkin woman said, shifting around up front and squinting as she looked ahead of them. At that, everyone started getting to their feet where they could, checking their weapons and armor. Though while they did that, the dogkin archer, Lily, made her way up front and looked ahead where Riley had spotted the rider. After a moment, she seemingly relaxed before looking back at Rance.
Wolf,
she stated simply, as she shrugged off her quiver and went back to sitting where she had been earlier.
Oh, it's just Vito's wolf,
Rance clarified, taking a moment to look out the front to peek for himself before just nodding intently.
You're right. But that isn't Vito riding him. I wonder what happened,
he said while trading off, relaxing as well as he set aside his sword and shield.
How can you even see that far? I can barely make out the shape,
Riley said with a mild disbelief, glancing back at the adventurers before looking ahead again and squinting some more.
Just a lot of practice and trading,
Rance mused as he settled down again, shoulder to shoulder with Lily, and got comfortable once more. Despite everyone else mostly relaxing, Chris decided to remain particularly vigilant, climbing up front and keeping Riley company as he watched Lugosi make their way towards them at a rather steady pace. Much to his surprise, he came to realize that his own vision had significantly improved, being able to make out the wolf and the rider with relative ease the more he intently focused on them. Or maybe it was because they were getting closer outright. Well, either way, he would need to practice and see just what he could do now that he had a mana heart of his own. The next 10 minutes came and went rather quickly as a bloodied catkin girl who had been riding Lugosi came up beside the caravan. Riley brought the caravan to a stop as she looked over the teenage girl, though before she could say anything, the girl spoke up. Do you have any food and water you can spare? Lugosi said that I could have some once we got to the caravan, she said, rather bluntly, a clear and distinct tiredness to her voice and in the way she carried herself. Riley went to speak, sounding rather official at first, as she looked at the catkin girl. You're riding Mr. Vito's familiar and have approached his caravan. Who are you and did you say the wolf talked? She asked, sounding sincerely confused by what she just heard. Chris had to agree, not sure if he heard the girl properly, as he looked at Lugosi curiously, the wolf meeting his gaze with a surprising amount of intelligence behind their eyes, and offering a small and almost charmingly looking smile. Did I fecking stutter? The catkin bit back harshly and irritably, sitting taller on Lugosi's back, despite the clear exhaustion in her voice. I fought for my life, lost a lot of blood, and thankfully had my wounds magically treated. I'm exhausted, thirsty, and fecking starving. Do you have food and water to spare, or are you making a liar out of Lugosi? She stated, sliding off the wolf's back and standing firmly on her own 2 feet, as her tail lashed behind her. Riley was suitably taken aback as far as Chris could tell, opening and closing her mouth a few times as she tried to put together a response. However, she didn't answer quickly enough as the catkin took 2 steps forward, pulling a palm-sized badge from a pouch on her hip, and held it out for Riley and Chris to see. Clear as day were the markings of a rank 3 elite. This badge in particular was a version for family members in an elite household, not necessarily the head of the household or the elite who earned the status for the family. I am Puma Swiftstrike, only daughter to Tulmi Swiftstrike, of the retired silver-ranked adventuring party Swiftstrikers, using the authority and influence granted to me by my mother's blood and contributions to society. I am commandeering your caravan due to the dire circumstances I find myself in, she ordered with a surprising amount of authority. Now then, if you don't mind, get me some fucking food, she said with a distant venom in her voice before dialing it back and relaxing a bit. Please. I'll pay you back once we return to my home. Riley stiffened with surprise before lowering her head out of respect that is due to someone in Puma standing. Of course, ma'am. Please, if you'll follow me, she said, hopping down from the cart before leading Puma to the rear. Chris watched as the team and the adventurers climbed out from the carriage to stretch their legs and gawk at the young elite they just encountered, leaving him alone with Lugosi, who was now lying in the grass while panting softly. So, you can talk? He asked after a couple of quiet moments. Lugosi stopped panting, looking over at Chris before smiling again. Well, of course I can. Why shouldn't I? He mused in a distinctly masculine voice before going back to panting. Chris blinked with surprise, but played it cool as he simply shrugged a bit. Well, I don't know. Because you're a wolf? Lugosi just smiled some more. But I'm not just a wolf. I'm bonded with Boss Vito, just like you, he said, seemingly stumbling on his words for a moment. So Vito is likely an alias that his new boss is using. Chris wasn't really all too surprised by the idea, but he was curious as to why someone as strong as he would hide his identity. Of course, there were likely all sorts of reasons, but it didn't matter to Chris in the here and now. Well, Lugosi, it is good to finally speak to you properly. I hope that we get along, Chris said kindly, as he even offered a small smile. Lugosi bobbed his head, smiling still as his tails began slowly wag. It's good to speak to you, too, Chris. Now then, can you get me some water, too? I've been running quite a lot, you know, Lugosi mentioned cheerfully enough, before getting comfortable as he laid his head along his forelegs. Sure, be right back. Chris replied dutifully as he hopped down from the front of the carriage and made his way towards the others. End of story. Chapter 146. Vitmori Point of View. Left to my own devices, I made my way out of the keep and through the bailey until I was at the village plaza once again. All around me was the buzz of activity as guards and villagers worked hand in hand to clean up their homes. From here, I could see a few lines forming around various wells as people passed around buckets of water to start combating the various fires that were still smoldering within the ruined homes and other buildings along the edges of the village. Those who weren't dealing with fires were busily working to dismantle the barricades left behind by the raiders in the plaza, all while the remaining villagers went about gathering the stray crates and materials and sacks of food that had been left in the streets by the raiders. All in all, despite the chaos that had started the day, everything seemed rather coordinated and organized by now. Every person I spotted seemed to have a role, and they took to it with a steady determination to try and grab a semblance of normalcy as soon as they could. In the end, the only person that didn't have something specific to do was me. As I walked through the plaza, looking for somewhere I could pitch in, I suddenly felt a set of eyes lock onto me after initially giving me a passing glance. With my curiosity piqued, I casually looked at one of the buildings I was next to before slowly pivoting around to start walking in the general direction of whoever was looking at me. With a passing glance of my own, I spotted an olive-skinned human woman wearing a vibrant blue gambeson with a mix of leather and metal plates on key parts of her body, along with an arming sword that remained strapped to her hip. She looked to be in her late 30s as far as I could tell, but she wore her age well and carried herself with clear confidence that simply exuded from her with every step. Turning away and pointing my attention towards the barricades as they were being disassembled, I waited for a few moments as the woman made her way up to me and spoke. "Excuse me, Sir Mage, may I take a moment of your time?" she asked, sounding rather polite and respectful. I pretended to be vaguely surprised, looking from side to side before turning around to look at the woman directly, as I offered her a small smile. "Well, sure. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking with?" I asked, as I did my best to match the level of respect that she'd given me. Looking at her more directly, I noticed that she had a deep cut over her left eye. It looked like a rather old wound, having long since healed, perhaps a decade or two ago maybe. As for her eye, it didn't seem like it survived whatever caused her wound, as it was clearly an artificial one, being some kind of sapphire or blue crystal. The woman returned my smile with a small smile of her own, holding her hand to me for a handshake, while slightly lowering her head and taking a half-step back with one foot as if to perform some kind of curtsy. "I'm Divya Lukfan, wife of Trelio Lukfan," she stated simply enough. I met her hand with my own and gave it a firm shake before putting it back. While I was vaguely worried she would notice my hand was nothing but wood, the fact that we were both wearing gloves did help keep that detail under wraps for now. "Well then, it truly is a pleasure to meet you. I am Vito," I mused kindly while bringing my hand up and gently fondling one of Basmori's ears as he remained sound asleep, despite the activity around us. "Was there something you needed?" I asked, glancing at Basmori for a moment before looking back at her again. I could sense her vague surprise as she spotted Basmori, seemingly having not spotted him at first before nodding her head at me. "Yes, Mage Vito. If I am not overstepping my boundaries, and if it's not too much trouble, I'd like to ask for your aid in the cleanup," she explained at first, being reserved and polite in a rather diplomatic fashion. I tilted my head ever so slightly. If this woman was Trelio's wife, then she was likely also a rank 2 elite, making her one of, or at least the second most influential person in this entire village. The fact that she was speaking to me so politely meant that I probably earned a measure of respect through my display of might and the merits of my actions. It did feel nice, but I also didn't feel all that comfortable with her being so overly reserved in a way that she'd been. I flashed a little grin as I nodded in response, respectfully meeting her gaze and maintaining eye contact. "Sure, I'd be happy to. Though feel free to speak with more directness and less restraint. I don't care much for politics and prefer people to be straightforward with me rather than talk in circles." As if a mask was pulled away, Vivia shifted her stance and flashed a roguish grin, seeming much more relaxed and confident than moments earlier. "That's good to hear, Mage Vito. One can never be too sure how to handle necromancers such as yourself, or whatever sort of mage you are. So I appreciate your candor," she mused cheerfully enough, casually resting her left arm against the pommel of her sword. I just chuckled softly at her comment and rubbed the back of my head. "I found that eccentric as a suitable enough moniker for me, so feel free to refer to me as such," I mentioned before, bringing my hand back down to continue doting on the dozing Basmori. "Now then, you said you needed my help. What can I do for you?" Vivia nodded intently as she curiously looked at Basmori again, before looking back at me once more. "I witnessed your feats with spatial magic earlier, when you took on our entire drawbridge at once. If it's not too much of a burden on you, would you be willing to clear away the rubble from the burned and shattered buildings?" she asked, looking off to the side as if to glance at one of the buildings in question, when she returned her focus to me. "Well, we can put out the fires ourselves easily enough. Moving all the rubble afterwards will take us a lot of physical effort. Effort that you could spare us from if you're willing," she explained simply enough. I tilted my head a little from side to side, acting as if I were contemplating a request before speaking up after another moment. "That shouldn't be too much of an issue. Would you prefer if I clear the buildings away in their entirety, or just take the rubble?" Vivia blinked with vague surprise to my question, and I could sense that she didn't consider that as an option. After a few moments on her end to think, she simply nodded and regarded me again. "If you're able to do that much, then I would be grateful. You'll certainly save us some more time once we begin the reconstruction efforts." "Sounds good with me. Lead the way, then," I offered with a gesture. The woman nodded in response as she guided me to one of the closer buildings in question. Coming up to the building along the edge of the village, it appears to be a home of some kind. Simple but spacious 2-story affair that was connected to one of the farmsteads which filled the clearing between the village and the somewhat distant tree line. The ruined building had been just barely extinguished, leaving a thick sludge of ash-laden mud around the remains of the building. From where I stood, I could see a family of 6 picking through the ruins, doing their best to salvage what they could from what remained of the lives they had before everything had happened this morning. With a glance over at Vivia, I could feel the weight of her heart as she watched this family. She knew them well enough, their crops and goods often finding their way onto her table over the years. "You should ask them to clear out. I wouldn't want them to accidentally get swept away in the cleanup," I suggested, while stepping closer to the burned-out building as my borrowed boots sank a little into the mud. Vivia hesitated for a moment, looking at me before nodding as she went ahead, speaking with the family of farmers in question. I could sense their reluctance to leave without recovering all of their belongings, but they weren't about to argue with the mayor's wife. As they were led out of the ruined building by Vivia, I made my way up to the building before getting down and kneeling position in the mud. I didn't want to make it seem like this was all too easy for me to do. So I made a show of closing my eyes and lowering my head before plunging both hands into the mud. I started by draining the water from the ground around me, leaving it damp, but not the muddy sludge that it was when I arrived. From there, I stood and approached the building itself, stepping inside as I slowly but thoroughly pulled everything into my inventory, every single brick and ruined scrap of wood, until nothing was left but this clearing where a home used to be. I could feel quite despair coming from the parents and older children of the family, and the sad confusion of the younger children as they watched the remains of their home literally vanish before their eyes. But I wasn't done quite yet. Going through the remains of the ruined house within my storage space, I did my best to sift through the rubble and begin pulling out pieces of intact furniture, drying and cleaning off what I could and fixing what I was able to. Things like a dining table, a few chairs, plates and utensils, various chests of belongings, all sorts of clothes, sheets and pillows, little ornate lunch boxes with simple jewelry and children's toys. After another 15 minutes I had passed, I managed to recover everything of value that I could find that wasn't ruined beyond recognition. Stepping away from the neat pile of goods and belongings, I flashed a little smile towards the family. That was everything I could find. I wish you all the best. The family was certainly thankful, the mother and children making their way over to check out everything I managed to salvage. All the while, the father took his time thanking me for my help, going so far as bowing at the hip before going off to join his family. Despite the loss of their home, I was glad that they were still able to smile once they discovered not everything was lost. They still had the rest of their farm as well, so it was likely only a matter of time until they were back on their feet. Turning my attention back to Vivia, I sensed that she was seeing me in a new light, not having expected that I would go out of my way to do what I did. I just offered her a smile as well and made a gesture for us to keep walking. On to the next building, I suggested cheerfully enough. Vivia returned my smile with one that had a surprising amount of warmth before nodding once. Of course, Mage Vita, if you'll follow me, she said, stepping away from the new clearing and leading me to the next smouldering house. Tulmi point of view. The battle was over as quickly as it started. Between the guards and the odd undead and her own efforts, they were able to dispatch the foreign soldiers holding her neighbors hostage with no friendly losses. It took some time once it was all said and done, but before long they had returned to Lukfen's Rest with all the goods and missing people. The villagers, for their parts, getting straight to work, putting everything back in order and clearing up the homes and streets. Coming to the plaza, she watched as the villagers disassembled an array of fortifications made from furniture and wood from their homes and businesses, doing their best to organize and get things back to where they belonged. Tommy was surprised to see just how little carnage there was in the plaza. Considering the brunt of the battle took place here, she was expected to see a pile of corpses and limbs, or at the very least a lot of blood. But there was nothing. The only signs that a battle took place here were the fortifications themselves, the burns on the keep's walls, as well as the fact that the drawbridge to the keep was missing and replaced with some kind of stone bridge. Before she could decide what she was going to do, she heard the clanking of metal coming up behind her. Turning to look, she spotted the Lukfen twins making their way up to her, clearly delighted to see her as she offered a small smile in response. Larkus, Vitra, it is good to see you both again. What did I miss? The half-elf siblings each pulled their helmets off, tucking them under their arms when Larkus piped up. Only the most grisly battle ever. You should have seen it, the aftermath, he reported with a grim eagerness. I only got to see the aftermath myself due to remaining with the villagers in the field, as per your orders, he mentioned before flashing a grin. But that scene I came across was one of pure carnage, scattered limbs, slashed throats, and those undead of his eating them alive, he explained, eyes wide with excitement. There in the center of it all was the stranger standing there, drenched in the blood of his enemies, and the molten remains of the armor he stole from the foreign soldiers. Vitra just shook her head at her brother's enthusiasm before looking up at Tulby. Unlike him, I actually got to watch the fight, she mentioned as she reflected on her memories of the battle itself. He fought with considerable skill and looked like he knew his way around a blade, despite being a mage. I couldn't tell if he was using his mana heart to move at extreme speeds or attack with any greater force than normal, but the sheer amount of mana he threw around was the real deal, she explained with no small amounts of awe and wariness, though he displayed an odd amount of vitality and resilience. At one point, he took 2 arrows to the head and multiple spears to the chest. It looked like he died, but then he suddenly came back with greater force and fought as if he didn't just suffer those mortal injuries. Tommy blinked with surprise at that. Surviving and battling after suffering those kinds of wounds reminded her of an old berserker she used to know. But to hear of a mage with a berserker's resilience was a rather odd matchup. She knew Vito was as strong upon meeting him, but that was almost absurd to hear. I see. And do you happen to know where I can find Vito? Is that his name? Larkus asked enthusiastically. He's over with Mother at the edge of town. He's supposedly helping clear away the rubble, Vito explained dutifully. The revelation earned a half-hearted glare from Larkus as he lightly nudged her with his forearm. Are you saying you knew where the stranger was this whole time and you didn't tell me? Come on, let's go see him, he enthused eagerly as he turned to walk away. However, Vito was quick to act, snatching her brother by his pointed ear and pulling him back. Hold it. You and I both have duties to tend to. We don't have the time to be bothering a mage of his caliber, not to mention that he's busy helping us as well. Larkus couldn't help but hiss with pain, grunting as he wrangled his ear free before rubbing it with a look of annoyance on his face. Fine, I get it. Jeez, he muttered before sighing a bit. As he massaged his poor ear, he seemed to have a realization as he suddenly looked around with concern in his face. Wait, where's Puma? I thought she was with you. Tommy couldn't help but flash a small smile at the young man's worried expression as she reached out and patted his shoulder. She's all right. She managed to escape the brunt of the battle this morning to try and get the message to Sunspot Keep. According to Vito, she's resting with one of his familiars in the woods and will be collected by his caravan. With the news that Pumas was safe, Larkus visibly relaxed and let out a sigh before rubbing the back of his head. That's good to hear. Well, I suppose we ought to get back to our duties then, he said, standing up a little taller and looking more professional than the moments earlier, though the image cracked a little bit as he flashed a grin. Maybe if we finish early enough we can go visit Vito together, he mused before turning to walk off. Vito just shook her head at her brother's expense. It's a wonder how Puma managed to wrap him around her finger. He's rarely ever that motivated to do things on his own like that. Tommy snickered at that as her tail flicked and lashed behind her. She gets it from me, no doubt, she mentioned, before looking at Vitra. Well, if you excuse me, I'll go visit with your mother and see where I am needed. Vitra nodded dutifully, lowering her head in a show of respect. Of course, Tommy. See you around, she said, before turning on her heel to get back to work. Now on her own, Tommy set out to find where Vito and Vivia ended up. End of story. Chapter 147. Chris' Point of View. The group had gotten back on the road quickly enough, Puma being left in the rear carriage to sleep off her exhaustion after having filled up on fruits and dried meats, along with nearly a full skin of water. Lugosi decided to rest in the lead carriage with everyone else, settling along the back of the carriage with the white cub Brady lying along his back and napping after having made himself comfortable in his thick coat. Things had mostly gone back to normal, with his team and the adventurers quietly playing cards or using enchanted chess set to pass the time. But there was a sense of curious uncertainty lingering in the air as everyone occasionally glanced over at the wolf. It wasn't really addressed at the moment, but the fact that Puma had clearly stated that Lugosi promised her food and drink once they got to the caravan was a rather odd thing to say in general. Even though Chris had verbally confirmed with Lugosi himself that he could actually talk and that he was clearly intelligent, the wolf in question hadn't bothered to speak up since then. As the minutes started to turn to hours, Rance ended up being the one to break the silence as he regarded Lugosi curiously.
So, Wolf, Lugosi, can you speak?
He asked simply enough. One of Lugosi's ears perked as he was initially addressed, though once Rance asked his question, the wolf shifted his head around to look over at the adventurer for a few quiet moments.
Well, of course I can,
Lugosi replied matter-of-factly as he started to smile a little bit. This earned various looks of surprise all around, though Cecil looked clearly excited as he piped up next. That is amazing. How long have you been able to speak? How did you learn? He asked, leaning forward with a clear eagerness as he rested his elbows on his knees to get a little closer to Lugosi, while remaining in his seat. Lugosi just tilted his head at the questions, seemingly needing a moment to think on it before speaking up again. Well, I formed a bond with the boss, Vito, and then I just speak. It wasn't all that hard. Is that sort of thing common? Rance asked as he looked to Cecil, who still looked rather excited by the fact that he was conversing with Lugosi. Common, by the gods, no, Cecil stated as he shook his head, but it is certainly possible, he clarified with a grin on his face. The headmistress of the academy had a couple of awakened familiars herself, as do a few of the other notable mages who work at the academy. However, the materials needed for such a ritual are extremely expensive and require hours of focus and a considerable amount of mana to be used to even cast it. I'm talking thousands in gold worth of components are needed to be able to even think about starting the ritual, he explained diligently, before looking at Lugosi again. Your boss, Vito, must be a truly impressive mage, as I'm sure you know. Lugosi perked up, his tail slowly started to wag behind him, as he smiled once more. You have a great eye for people. I knew there was a reason I liked you, he mentioned cheerfully, before laying his head back down on his forelegs, though his tail maintained a slow and consistent wag. Why would anyone spend so much coin on a spell? Sarah asked, rather dismissively. Chris could tell from experience that she thought of something like this as wasteful. Better to spend that coin on tangible things, rather like food, clothes, and comforts if he knew her habits right. She simply huffed after saying a piece, gently grabbing at Chris's tail and pulling it carefully in her lap as she ran her fingers through the fur. Why not? Cecil replied as he flashed a grin. Sure, most magic may not cost all that much to do, but any worthwhile magic comes at a price, he said as he reached into his robes before procuring a blue crystal that glowed dimly and was inscribed with a number of runes. Take this soul stone, for example. It is an expensive magical tool that can only be used once. The market price for these things is a whole 100 gold pieces. But thanks to this, I can adventure with the peace of mind of knowing that as long as it gets broken within 3 days of my death, I'll be brought back to life, he explained before taking the soulstone away. And that's just one type of boon magic can bring you if you have the coin to spend and the know-how, he mentioned before looking at Ren. Not to mention, if you get it good enough that you make these things amongst other magical tools, you'll always have good paying work. Chris watched as Lugosi seemingly relaxed a little more, ears drooping as he closed his eyes once the conversation seemed to move on from being focused on him. Where does steel like you get hundreds of gold? Sarah asked, basically ignoring everything Cecil said and grabbing onto one thing that she understood, which was money, of course. Cecil looked a little sheepish as he scratched the back of his head. Well, I didn't actually buy this one myself. My mentor crafted it for me when I graduated. They knew I was planning on becoming an adventurer, and they wanted to make sure I stayed safe. However, Cecil then looked like he had the thought as he glanced at Lily and Rance. Say, maybe I can ask and see if we can get you 2 soulstones as well. Maybe we can get a discount thanks to my affiliation with the Academy. That earned a nod of silent approval from Lily and a smile from Rance. That would certainly be useful, especially if we are taking on higher-risk jobs once we rank up. As the adventurers talked amongst each other, Sarah glanced up at Chris knowingly and flashed a mischievous smile that almost looked feline in nature as she leaned her head into his chest. She didn't say anything, but Chris just shook his head at her and murmured under his breath, We're not taking the Mage's Rock. That'd be too obvious, he said before resting his chin against the top of her head as she pouted with disappointment. Ren started asking Cecil questions about the crafting of magical tools as the ride went on. Though it wasn't much longer until Chris could see the village on the horizon as the pillars of black smoke had begun to dissipate and fade into the skyline. Vidmore point of view. I had worked on another 2 more homes, each with somewhat similar stories as the one before, as I did my best to salvage everything that I could. The work in itself, while tedious and somewhat repetitive, was suitably rewarding and satisfying. While I personally did want to do even more than what I've already done, I had to remind myself to hold back and at least do some things in moderation. After all, I've already established myself as a competent battle mage who specializes in fire as well as necromancy, of all things. I've been showing off my ties with spatial magic, earth magic, and water magic during this whole cleanup. If I start doing full-blown repairs or conjuring buildings of all things while I'm at it, then people might begin to question my existence, even more than they already were. As we walked to the next building, I decided to make a show of yawning before rolling my shoulders and stretching. This caused Basmora to stir and meow softly in his sleep as he continued to rest on my shoulders, though despite my movement, he didn't wake up and went right back to dozing soundly. I could feel Vivia watching me intently before speaking up. "Mage Vito, are you getting tired, perhaps? You could retire for the day if you like. The gods know just how much you've already done for us. You don't have to push yourself, you know," she suggested gently, and I could tell she meant that sincerely. With everything I've done for her people before and after the battle, she felt that I had more than deserved the time to rest and relax. I just smiled a little while scratching at my cheek with my index finger. "Maybe I have pushed myself a little more than usual," I sighed gradually, adding to my act of appearing tired as I slowly sagged my shoulders. "No, I don't feel comfortable just going off and resting when there's still work to be done," I mentioned as I glanced back at her and flashed a small smile. Vivia returned my smile in kind before shaking her head a little. "There is no shame in resting, Mage Vito. I'd say out of all of us here, you've more than earned it." I chuckled softly at her comment and nodded at her words. "Maybe I'll think about resting once we're done cleaning up the remaining houses. If it's not too much trouble, could you get me a mana potion or two? I'm sure I'll be able to finish up strong with little issue," I asked before looking around until I found a stray crate to sit on, as if to get off my feet for a little bit. Vivia nodded intently at my words. "Very well, Mage Vito. I'll see what I can turn up. I'll be right back," she said with genuine respect in her voice, as she turned on her heel and walked off, leaving me where I sat. Now left to my own devices to rest, I found myself doing some people-watching, admiring how diligently the villagers worked as they moved materials and supplies from one of the streets to another, taking things where they needed to go. I'm vaguely reminded of my old life, of other survivors as they worked to put their lives back together after an errant horde or a band of raiders came rolling through their safe havens. The only real difference that I could see between them was that the people of this world had more life and vigor in their efforts, rather than the grim spite and determination that motivated the survivors of my world. As the seconds turned to minutes, I was suddenly aware of a general spike of anxiety in the air, the villagers around me becoming vaguely unnerved about something. Looking around, I spotted Wither and Blight making their way over to me, followed by a black-skinned leaper and a muscle mutant, both of which had fresh blood and viscera on their maws, claws, and chests, all of which made them that much more frightening in appearance. "Welcome back, y'all. I'll take everything went well?" I asked, looking between them, standing as they looked them over. With nothing more to say, I looked over the muscle mutant and the leaper for a few moments, checking them for notable injuries, when I took them back into my storage space. Though before I could do anything else, I felt eyes lock onto me as someone began their approach. Turning to look, I spotted Tulmi making her way over to me. I could see her casually glancing around as she looked for someone else, but was content with speaking to me in particular as she closed the distance.
"Vito, it is good to see you are well,"
she expressed happily enough, before regarding Wither and Blight.
"And I should have figured this is where you two would have ended up. I didn't get to thank you two for all your help," she mentioned before lowering her head in a show of respect. "If it weren't for your healing and physical enhancements, we might have had a hard time against those soldiers," she said, though she then flashed a more confident smirk as she stood taller. "Well, I would have been fine, but most of those guards today was their first taste of actual combat." I could feel that Wither and Blight weren't sure how to respond at first, sharing a small glance from behind their masks before simply bobbing their heads in response to Tulby's thanks. I couldn't help but smile a bit before glancing over at Tulby. "Forgive them, they're men of few words, though I can tell you they appreciate your thanks." Tulby nodded at me, and I could sense that she'd gotten that impression by now. "No worries. I had a close friend who I knew for nearly a decade. The entire time he likely said no more than 300 words that I know of," She mused before looking at me again. I also heard a few retellings of your battle already from the various guards and soldiers. I could tell you were strong the moment I met you, but I've never heard of someone like you operating in this area. What sort of rock did you come out from under? She asked with a playful smile on her lips. Despite the cheery mood she was in, I could tell that she was fishing for information to try and get a better bead on me and my background. Fair enough, I suppose. I don't mind giving her something to work off, even if none of it is going to be remotely true. An elven one, I stated with a grin on my face. I was picked up by one of their wanderers, and they decided to take me in when I was younger. I've only recently started wandering myself, and a business in the capital of yours country, I explained simply enough. The surprise on her face was distinct, and I could easily tell that she wasn't expecting that sort of answer. She opened and closed her mouth a few times, before simply nodding a bit. I suppose that would explain why I've never heard of you. I didn't know that the elven clans took in outsiders like that. She considered, though. I could tell that she didn't know nearly enough about elves to argue my claim. I chuckled softly as I leaned forward and rested my elbows on my knees. Well, wanderers tend to have the freedom to do as they wish, and have more authority than the elves who spend their centuries never leaving the clan's territories. That being said, it's not like my situation is entirely unique or without precedence. It's just uncommon is all. Tulmi ended up needing to chew on that information some more, though before she could speak up again, some of the guards that I recognized from the field made their approach. They first lowered their heads in respect towards Tulmi, before turning to look at Wither and Blight in particular, as one spoke up. Excuse the interruption, but the healers in Luke Van's retinue and the local herbalists are rather overwhelmed at the moment. We could use your assistance for treating the injured if you two are willing to lend us your aid. At that, Tulmi spoke up, looking between me and the plague doctors. I'm sure that the Luke Van family will be willing to compensate you for your efforts, but I'll also be more than willing to pay for your time if that's what it takes. I watched as Blight took a full step forward, already willing to help upon request, though Wither grabbed his shoulder before turning to look at me, awaiting my order. I flashed a small smile, looking away from the plague doctors and glancing at Tulmi and the gods. They'd be happy to help, and don't worry about the compensation. This is just people helping people, after all. It wouldn't sit right with us to turn a profit from something like this. With that said, Wither nodded in agreement before releasing Blight's shoulder, the duo turning to look at the gods as Blight gestured for them to lead the way. The gods eagerly led the plague doctors away, leaving me alone with Tulmi once more. It was quiet for a few moments as he watched the villagers go by, working on this and that. However, after a little while longer, Tulmi spoke up again. Well, whoever you or whatever you're doing here, all I can say is, thank the gods that you have business in our country. She mused cheerfully enough. I just chuckled a little bit before scratching my cheek. If I'm being honest with you, I'm really only on my way to the capital for a date. Who knew I'd be getting tangled up with this whole mess? Tulmi just laughed at that, a grin on her face as she couldn't help but be amused by the revelation. Well then, I suppose that we have the gods of love to thank in particular for your timely intervention, she mused while patting my shoulder. Good luck in your date then. You've more than earned the right to have a good time by now. It was then that Vivia finally returned, 2 vials of blue liquid in hand, as she looked at the scene before her, a small smile on her face as she came up beside Tulmi. Glad to see the spirits are high, she mentioned before holding the vials out to me. Here you go, Mage Vito. Sorry I couldn't bring more. We just don't have the potions to spare right now. What with the healers taking priority right now? Taking up only one of the vials, I simply shake my head at her apologies. No worries then. I'll make do with one, I say, while standing up and uncorking the vial and downing it as I stash the potion away in my storage space. Sighing with delight and licking my lips, I tucked the vial away into my satchel before looking between the 2 elite women. I have a feeling you two have some business to discuss. I'll get back to clearing away the ruins if you'll excuse me. Tulmi's ears perked as she was vaguely surprised when I dismissed myself, though she figured I wasn't wrong as she simply bobbed her head. Vivia spoke up before I went, a smile on her lips as she lowered her head in a show of thanks. Thank you once again for all your help. Find me in the plaza once you're done so that we can make arrangements for somewhere for you and your people can rest. I gave a small nod, and I started walking, glancing back at her with a smile of my own.
Sounds good to me. Making my way around the corner, I'm left to do things mostly at my own pace as I start heading for the next ruined building. It was time to get back to work, after all. End of chapter. Chapter 148. Tulmi point of view. With the cleanup of the village well underway and fully managed by the Lukvan family, Tulmi had turned her focus and efforts back onto her own home. Walking through the doors of the Striking Cat Inn, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh as she went over the damage that was left in the wake of the battle this morning. Tables and chairs were smashed and turned over. There were grooves and gouges from sword slashes and other kinds of weapon damage, and various sorts of decorations were ruined in some way or another. Not to mention the splatters of blood which have already soaked into the wood. At the end of the day, all these things are just that, things, and they can be replaced, cleaned up, or repaired as needed. She still has her life, and her daughter is alive and well. As long as that doesn't change, she can pick up the pieces and rebuild as many times as needed. As the minutes drifted by, she was joined by some of her employees as they helped reorganize the inn, working where they could now that they were done putting their own lives back together as much as possible for the time being. While dragging large chunks of shattered table out of the nearby pile of ruined furniture, her attention was grabbed by a small caravan coming into town, as they then pulled up to her inn in particular. After a moment of uncertainty ran through her mind, she was hit by a wave of relief at the realization that this must be Vito's caravan, and that Puma was likely with them. She watched as a well-dressed rabbitkin woman and a lizardkin man lined their carriages up beside each other before climbing down as a lizardkin began tending to the Chiva steeds. The rabbitkin, for her part, made her approach as she walked up to Tulmi, seemingly noting the badge on Tulmi's shirt collar and respectfully lowering her head for a moment before standing tall again.
Good afternoon. I'm correct in assuming that you are Tulmi's Swift Strike.
Tulmi watched as a group of teens, swallowed by a wolf and some kind of white cub, began climbing out from the carriages, going about stretching their legs and popping their backs as needed. Turning her attention back to the rabbitkin, she flashed a smile before offering a small nod.
Yes, I'm Tulmi Swiftstrike. Who might you be?
The rabbitkin nodded in return, before making and maintaining proper eye contact.
I am Riley, a representative of Merrill's General Goods and Sundries, currently in the employ of Mr. Vito,
she explained, rather dutifully and methodically. Looking the rabbitkin over, Tulmi could tell that Riley was truly a professional merchant through and through, and that she clearly carried herself with the pride of her success in life.
And, who is Vito?
She asked leadingly, wondering if she could get more information about the powerful mage that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Riley seemed surprised by the question, but responded after taking a moment to collect herself.
Mr. Vito is a rank 4 elite who is a reclusive art merchant that uses magic to create wonderful statues and figurines.
She explained, though Tulmi felt that Riley was almost reading off a script, as if that was simply what she was told and she didn't actually know who Vito was. Just nodding at Riley's words, Tulmi glanced over the rabbitkin's shoulder and watched as a young foxkin man made his approach, followed by an oversized splitter wolf with a strange sword strapped to its side and the white cub from earlier riding on its back.
Now see, and what can I do for you?
She asked as she regarded Riley again. One of Riley's lobe ears twitched at the question, as she simply bobbed her head at the question.
The plan was to seek lodging at your inn,
she started to say, while looking over Tulmi's shoulders as she saw some people dragging out more ruined furniture.
Though considering the circumstances, we understand if you're unable to take us in for the night,
she mentioned before meeting Tulmi's gaze once more.
Puma, at her order. She is currently resting in one of the carriages, safe and sound, thanks to Mr. Vito's treatment.
Tulmi's eyes wander over to the carriages again, a small smile on her lips as she gets verbal confirmation of her daughter's safety. Looking at Riley once more, Tulmi lowered her head in a show of thanks.
Never let it be said that the Striking Cat Inn was unable to provide for travellers that came to her doors. As thanks for making sure that my daughter returned safely, I'd be more than willing to provide you all a room and board, free of charge.
Riley looked surprised by the offer, shaking her head at first when she spoke up.
I couldn't possibly accept that. We were only doing what was expected of us.
Tulmi couldn't help but chuckle at Riley's expense,
though she glanced behind the rabbitkin to see that the foxkin was waiting patiently behind her, for whatever reason. Taking a moment to glance over the rest of the group, she spotted a young mage along with a few capable-looking hands among their number. Looking back to Riley, as her tail flicked behind her, she spoke up once more. "Very well. If you don't feel comfortable with free lodging and food, then we could certainly use some help in fixing up the inn, amongst other things. We could especially use the aid of that mage if his choice of colours signifies the magic he specializes in," she mentioned, while gesturing to the short young human in question. Riley appeared rather thoughtful at Tulmi's proposition, her lobe ears slightly twitching as she considered something before piping up again. "Well, I cannot speak for the group. I will gladly share the terms of your offer and come back with an answer soon," she explained, lowering her head and dismissing herself before turning to leave. She was momentarily surprised to see the foxkin with the spitter wolf and cub standing behind her, but recovered quickly enough as she stepped past them. As the foxkin stepped up, she recognized him to be another sort of professional, with how he carried himself and how lightly he stepped. She knew enough rogues in her life to recognize one when she saw them, but it was none of her business at this point. She watched as his eyes quickly measured her up out of habit before finally meeting her gaze. "Excuse me, you wouldn't happen to know where I could find Boss Vito, would you?" he asked politely enough, as his tail flicked and swayed casually behind him. Tommy just shook her head before jutting her thumb over towards the plaza further up the street. "I don't know, but look for a human woman in vibrant blue gambeson. She would likely know where his whereabouts, if he's done helping out with where he said he would." The foxkin followed where she gestured before bobbing his head. "I see, thanks." And with that he dismissed himself as well before rejoining his group and approaching the younger foxkin, speaking with her before heading off on his own with the spitter wolf and cub. As the caravan continued to discuss what they would do, Tommy decided to make her way over to the carriages, peeking in the back before spotting Pulma lying in the second carriage. Tommy could feel her throat tighten with distress at first glance upon seeing her daughter. She looked like a wreck, her clothes having been drenched and now dried with her blood and the blood of her enemies. The tears in her clothes betrayed where Puma had suffered truly considerable battle damage, not to mention the spots of her fur around her shoulders and neck showing even more injuries that had signs of magically being healed and closed up. Seeing her wounds now, she could tell that it was a fool's errand for her daughter to have tried to run all the way to Sunspot Keep to call for help, though she knew in her heart that if Puma had stayed in the village and been captured as she had been, then Puma likely would have died from her wounds by the time Vito had turned up when he did. The only reason she survived her injuries might have been because Vito managed to find her when he had. Tommy just sighed softly, shaking the possibilities of what-ifs away as she looked over her daughter once more. Puma was alive and well, and that was all she needed to focus on. Looking around the back of the carriage, she spotted a water skin that looked like it still had something in it. Taking it up, she uncorked it before putting on a brave face and smirking as she began pouring it over the top of Puma's head. "Break time's over, back to work," she barked out, as if waking her daughter from her usual cat naps. Puma woke with a start, shaking her soaked fur as her hackles rose from the shock of the water. "Where? What?" she mumbled frantically, while still shaking herself, not quite awake just yet, while looking from side to side until she spotted Tulby, her fur still dripping as she seemed to collect herself. Mom, you're okay," she exclaimed excitedly, quickly pushing up off the floor of the carriage and stumbling over herself as she quickly clung to Tulmi, desperately hugging her with as much strength as she could muster. Tulmi returned the embrace eagerly, her hands gently rubbing her upper back while resting her chin against the top of Pulma's head as her daughter's ears twitched and flicked with clear distress and anxiety. There, you're okay. It's all over now," Tulmi murmured softly as she did her best to comfort her. Puma could only shudder as she desperately did her best to not openly sob, though Tulmi could tell that her emotions were bubbling up unbearably now that she was finally home safe. I failed. I didn't even come close to getting to Sunspot Keep. I thought that I was going to die up there. The last thing I could remember was losing all feeling in my legs before collapsing in the grass, just thinking about how cold I felt. Tulmi just nuzzled her chin against Puma's before breaking up once more. "Hush, it's okay. You didn't fail. The only thing that you had to do was fight and not die." Tulmi then pulled away a little, looking down into Puma's eyes as she brought her hand gently and cradled her daughter's cheek.
For your first real battle to the death against people, soldiers at that, you have performed brilliantly. I couldn't be more proud of how strong you've become, my sweet little kitten. She enthused with a small smile. Sure, you didn't make it to Sunspot Keep, but you did manage to find a powerful mage and send him our way. In that regard, you did more than enough. Puma doesn't respond, just leaning in and hugging Tulmi tightly, while burying her head into the crook of Tulmi's neck. Tulmi accepted the erase a while longer, before putting on a smile as she patted Puma's back once more. Come along, let's get you cleaned up. Larkus isn't real worried about you, you know. You should see how productive he's been in preparation for your return, she mused while slowly putting away again. Puma nodded a bit, letting out a shaky breath before managing to work a smile on her face. Really, I suppose I shouldn't keep him waiting, she mused quietly, hugging Tulmi tightly once more, before finally pulling away as she started climbing down from the carriage. The two made their way inside as they passed the caravan, who were still discussing something or another. Chris' point of view. Making his way into the plaza, Chris watched as villagers, guards and soldiers made their way from one end of the plaza to the other, busily working away at clearing up the village after whatever battle took place here. From where he stood, he could still see signs of battle here and there. Most obviously were the black burn marks on the stone of the bailey's walls, as well as the stray arrows that stuck out from the various wood fixtures. You know, I was expecting things to look worse when we first got here. At the very least, a lot more fire damage after that giant pillar we saw earlier, he mentioned almost absently, while looking over to Lugosi. The wolf in question looked up to Chris before smiling a little, though suddenly Chris heard Lugosi's voice in his head instead of being spoken aloud like before. It's an odd sight, no? I think Boss Vito has something to do with it. I can smell his influence of his magic almost everywhere around us, Lugosi explained as he pointedly sniffed around some more, his tail slowly swaying behind him as they walked. Fraley moraled in agreement, and Chris got his impression that she was getting the same feeling as well. Chris was momentarily startled by the sudden display of telepathy, but quickly collected himself soon enough as he casually scanned their surroundings. I see. Also, I guess it's good to know that you don't need to speak aloud if you don't have to, he said with a bit of a smile as he glanced at Lugosi. A little warning next time. I'm not exactly proficient with all this magic stuff, you know. Lugosi just chuckled softly with amusement before his attention was seemingly grabbed by something. Turning to look, Chris spotted a small set of lines going up to some kind of heater station. From where he stood, he could see a group of 6 individuals, each tending to a villager in one way or another. Though, when he looked over at a man wearing a bird mask, the man seemingly looked over at Chris almost immediately in the next moment. When their eyes met, Chris got the strange sensation that they shared a bond like he had with Lugosi and Fraley, though the man in the bird mask quickly went back to what he was doing as he healed the purpling bruise of a half-orc child. I guess the boss has more in his service now, Chris mentioned with uncertainty as he glanced over at Lugosi while they walked closer to the station. Though at that, Lugosi just shook his head before mentally replying, No, you've been in the boss's Vito's service even longer than I have, but they're different now. Chris wasn't sure what Lugosi meant by that, but once they were at the station, he spotted yet another man in a different kind of bird mask, and got the same feeling all over again. Shaking off the sensation, he regarded the first man as they sent the child off, and the next patient made their approach. Excuse me, do you happen to know where the boss is? The first man in the bird mask looked to Chris for a moment before pointing up at the small castle beside the plaza.
He is resting. Find a member of the Lukfan family to go get him,
he explained in a remarkably soft voice. It certainly sounded masculine, though it was as if it could barely muster more than a whisper. With that said, he proceeded to turn away from Chris and give an undivided attention to a patient in front of them, as they were the only thing in the world that mattered. Well, all right, Chris muttered with a sigh, once it became clear that he wasn't going to get anything else from the masked man, though that was when he heard the clanking of metal boots and stone. At first, a spike of worry shot down his back and along his tail at the thought of suddenly being accosted by guards, but then he realized that nobody knew him here, and he hadn't done anything particularly illegal yet, so he shouldn't be in trouble. Slowly bringing himself around to look at the approaching individual, he spotted a rather impressive-looking woman and a gnarly scar on her face and a clearly false eye. She was also sporting a vibrant blue gambeson,
so she was likely the person the elite innkeeper mentioned. The woman flashed a charming smile, resting her arm on the pommel of her blade and bringing her other hand to rest against her hip. She pointedly looked Chris up and down before nodding to herself about something. "You certainly fit the description. You must be one of the Mage Veto's workers, right?" Chris nodded once, his eyes catching the badge on the woman's collar as he suddenly realized that he was standing before a rank 2 elite, standing just a little taller and deciding to play it safe by being more respectful than usual. "Yes, ma'am, that's me. My name is Chris. I take it you know where I can find my boss?" he asked before gesturing to Lugosi and Freddy. "I was asked to bring his familiars once we made it here," Chris explained while doing his best to sound professional. The elite woman just nodded intently, looking over Lugosi while noting his sword curiously, before flashing a little smile at Freddy. "Of course. I'll have one of my people show you the way then," she said as she looked around before waving over a soldier who dutifully made their way up to the woman. "Guide them to Mage Veto's quarters," she ordered, before offering Chris a brief smile as she turned and made her way off. The soldier nodded before saluting as he smacked an armored fist against his chest.
"Yes, ma'am, right away."
He then glanced over at Chris before tilting his head towards what appeared to be a stone bridge.
"If you'll follow me."
Before long, Chris was being led into a bailey itself, and then further through the walls until he was inside a small castle. He soon found himself surrounded by a level of finery that he was not yet to experience. Everything from beautiful paintings, magnificent sculptures, and impressive-looking carpets that spanned entire hallways. He was led through several corridors before they finally stopped at a set of double doors. The soldier turned to face Chris when he offered a simple nod.
"Mage Veto is inside. As a guest of the estate and the Lupin family, his people are welcome here. Have a good day now,"
he said, being surprisingly polite, despite not saying a single word the whole way here, as he turned to leave. With the soldier on his way, Chris looked over at the large double doors before rapping his knuckles against it. Boss, it's Chris. I've also brought Lugosi and Fraley." It took a moment, though soon the doors were being opened, much to Chris's vague surprise, as he didn't even hear footsteps approaching the door. What greeted him was a shirtless Vito, and Chris was suddenly rather aware of just how many scars littered his new boss's body. Vito just smiled a bit as he stepped away from the door while pulling it open the rest of the way.
"Glad to see that you made it to the village safely enough. Did you encounter any trouble along the way?"
Before Chris could step forward, Lugosi rushed ahead with Freddy, bounding inside while Fraley hopped off his back and trotted around the room. She stopped short and dashed out of sight. No, everything was quiet on the way over, boss. The only interesting thing that happened was meeting the elite girl that Lugosi brought over to the caravan," he explained simply enough as he made his way into the room.
"That's good to hear,"
Vito commented with a small nod as he shut and locked the door behind him. Now standing in the middle of the room, Chris was once again floored by the sheer luxury of the place. Doing some quick mental math, he realized that his entire apartment could fit in this room with plenty of space to spare. Though, as he looked around, he suddenly noticed a small brown-skinned beeskin boy with pitch-black hair, wearing a raggly back poncho, just sitting there in the middle of a massive bed that was against one of the walls of the room. He was a catkin of some kind, with mostly human features, light brown skin with small mess of freckles across his nose. He had vibrant green eyes, rounded ears, and a long feline tail that curled into sheets behind him. He looked younger than Ren, possibly 8 or 9, but Chris couldn't be sure. Bailey sure was excited to see him, mewling excitedly with delight as she eagerly pressed her paws against his face. The boy looked vaguely annoyed by the attention, but smiled nonetheless. Boss, who's that?" Chris asked, not having realized that he had been standing there without saying a word for nearly a full minute, as he had been examining the room before being surprised by the sight of the kid. Vito looked confused for a moment, glancing over at Chris as he put on some kind of gambeson or coat as he pulled from thin air.
Who's who?"
he asked before looking over at the boy as a flash of realization seemingly dawned on him.
Right, well, that's my son, Basmori,"
he said as he flashed a sheepish smile. End of chapter. Chapter 149. Vidmori Point of View. After having finished the removal of the ruined buildings and leaving behind all the personal effects I managed to repair and recover with their respective families, along with salvageable building materials in some kind of clearing, I made my way over to Vivia Lucvan in the plaza where she said she'd be. Finding the elite woman with some kind of clipboard in hand, accompanied by 2 other guards giving their various reports about something or another. Surprisingly enough, I could sense that she noticed my approach with her artificial eye glancing in my general direction when she locked onto me again, a smile coming onto her lips as she properly looked up from her reports to turn her head towards me. "Ah, Mage Vito, it is good to see you again. I take it that you are done with clearing the ruined homes?" she asked in an almost pleasant way, letting the clipboard fall to her side as she gave me her full attention. The guards at her side seemed to stiffen at my approach with a healthy amount of intimidation and awe as they weren't sure what to make of me, the duo not having noticed me coming over to them unlike their superior. I just offered a small smile at the group before regarding Rivia directly, as I did my best to pretend to be worn out, but not outright exhausted.
"Yes, all the buildings have been cleared away, and the thick mud from the firefighting efforts has been dried down to a damp soil. I've also taken the liberty to leave all the salvageable wood, stone, and brick in a clearing close to the village, to be used wherever it may be needed," I explained, with no small amount of pride in my voice. After all, I was more than happy to help in ways I could really only dream of back in my old life. Vivia looked clearly surprised by the summary of my actions before I got a sensation of gratefulness coming from her, as she smiled more sincerely and nodded at my words.
"I see. You continue to do so much for us, with almost nothing in return. Are you sure there is no way that we can compensate you?" she asked, her eyes searching my face before looking me up and down as she tried to rack her mind for anything besides simple coin to give me for my efforts. I had to think about it. It wouldn't do to keep stonewalling this family attempts at trying to make things even, or at least pay me back in some way after everything I've done today. After a few moments, I just let out a sigh before smiling a bit more as I sheepishly scratched my cheek.
"Well, if you insist," I started to say as Vivia perked up with interest. "I began my travels with only a small selection of undead. Only my best, after all, though that may have been wishful thinking on my part. If you don't mind sparing the effort, I would like for you to collect any of the remaining dead raiders from around the village and gather them for me. While I may not use all of them, the best amongst them will prove to be quite useful in my service," I explained, doing my best to sound like a necromancer based on the image Trelio and Aspen seemed to have in their minds during our meeting earlier today. "No, but I only want the raiders. I have no interest in any of the dead mercenaries, guards, soldiers, or villagers that have nothing to do with the attack on this place. Call it a quirk of mine, but I prefer to only use my enemies to my benefit, not innocents."
Vivia looked rather thoughtful of my request, having not exactly expected that line of dialogue in particular. The more I spoke, the more intrigued and even pleased Vivia appeared to be, as she simply nodded her head once I finished.
"Yeah, I see. Well, if that's truly what you want, then I'll be glad to have some of my people make the effort. It'll certainly save the time of having to make a mass grave for the bastards, that's for sure." She enthused rather cheerfully, despite the grim subject matter. She then looked between the 2 guards beside her before settling on an armored dogkin man. "Well, you heard the Mage Vito. Spread the word and scour the village for any remaining foreign soldiers," she ordered, the dogkin guard nodding at her words before saluting and making his way off. Vivia then looked at the remaining guard, who was some kind of birdkin woman in light armor, before handing off the clipboard and scrolls that she had. "Take this to my daughter and let her know she'll be in charge for a little while. I'll be escorting Mage Vito to his quarters," she explained with a bit of a smile, the guard nodding as well as she took up the items before unfurling her wings, which had been tightly closed against her back, and taking flight. With her hands now freed, Vivia looked at me before waving me along. "If you'll walk with me, Mage Vito, as promised, accommodations will be provided for you to rest until you join us for dinner tonight," she mentioned as she began to walk towards the stone bridge that led to the bailey.
"You also mentioned something about a place for my people, no?"
I asked in confirmation as I matched her pace while following along at her side. Vivia nodded in response to that as well. "Now, of course, we have the space to welcome a considerable entourage for any visiting persons of interest. though you'll be given one of our finer rooms as our guest of honor, of course," she said rather proudly as she glanced at me with a false eye. "It's just a shame that I won't be able to enjoy the comforts beyond the visual appeal of it all."
"That sounds quite nice. Say, you wouldn't happen to have any bathing facilities?"
I asked while reaching up and doting on B-Robbo as he continued to sleep rather soundly.
"I may have rinsed off earlier, but I can still smell the stench of blood clinging to my body, and I'd like to try and get a bit more presentable for dinner tonight."
Even as I asked the question, I started to have second thoughts.
"Better yet, if you could just bring me a large tub and some soap. I'll fill it with water myself."
Vivia went to open her mouth, about to talk about bathing facilities that were available within her home, but she just smiled as I continued to speak before nodding her head intently. "If that's what you'd like, then sure. We can make those arrangements for you once you've settled in your room," she mentioned cheerfully enough as some soldiers opened a pair of large double doors which led into a small castle she called home before closing the doors behind us. Looking around, I could tell that I was surrounded by a good deal of opulence, but it was nothing compared to the excess of luxury that I had seen while pretending to be friends with some clients' kids during my youth, or even compared to some of the particularly showy leaders of various groups during the apocalypse. Some who were the gregarious figures and fond of flashy, while others were egotistical arseholes who clung to the ideas of old world wealth, who were just better-dressed bandits. Perhaps it was unfair to compare the level of opulence that I knew from my world to that of this world. Hell, if I remember things correctly, the people of the medieval era, which loosely resembled the general societal level of this world, considered something as simple as a pineapple as a grand luxury, even to the point where noble households would rent them for parties as centerpieces. Then again, they had things like magic in this world, and so the level of excess varied wildly from one end of the spectrum to the other. Things like having a crystal-powered light fixture present on a column every 20 feet or so on both sides of the hallway seemed to be held in the same regard as the beautifully carved statues and hallways spanning carpets. Focusing back on the moment after considering my surroundings, I cast a curious glance over at Vivia as I tried to find something to speak about. Though, as I glanced over at her, she apparently decided to glance at me with a false eye, and I could tell that she was wondering what sorts of subjects to broach while we walked. After another few steps, I decided to take the initiative and piped up.
"I hope you'll forgive my bluntness, but is your false eye more than some kind of prosthetic?"
I had an odd feeling, but the fact that she had actively spotted me in the crowd after a cursory glance and approached me more than once had me curious. While I may not have been actively trying to hide, I've noticed most people have a hard time spotting me or hearing me approach in general. So for her to have easily picked me out multiple times now was a distinct outlier. Vivia cracked a grin, smirking with amusement as she chuckled softly at my question for a moment. "I suppose a mage such as yourself would be interested in an eye like mine," she considered, as her hand came up to gently trace the lower half of the scar that crossed over her eye. After taking yet another moment to consider herself, she simply nodded to herself. "Yes, my eye is more than just a simple prosthetic. My parents had sunk a considerable fortune into the manufacturing of my eye to ensure that my life as a warrior wouldn't have come to an untimely end during my youth," she mentioned in rather good spirits, as her hand fell back to her side. "Beyond allowing me to see normally, it also gives me several types of enhanced sight if I direct my mana to charge up my eye beyond its base functions. It gives me the far sight of an eagle, allowing me to make out fine details beyond even the scope of most individuals who have mana hearts. It also allows me to see concentrations of mana, allowing me to determine if an item or an area is magical, or even if a person has a mana heart or mana rings." At that, I glanced over at her again, and I could feel the unease travel up my metaphorical spine. Vivia stopped walking, and I stopped beside her, as she turned to face me, while still looking pleasantly amused. "It also allows me to see through illusions and magical disguises," she said simply, as she then shrugged a bit. "You could say that my parents were just a little overprotective of me after I'd lost my eye, though I can certainly appreciate the concern," she mused as she reached out and gently flicked my forehead, the distinct thud of an armored finger on a wooden sounding out. I wasn't sure how to react, letting her flick my forehead as she confirmed with me that she had already known that I was a wooden man. Quite frankly, I was more surprised that I hadn't realized she'd known about me, as it wasn't on her mind when she interacted with me until now. It took me a moment to formalize a response, but I did my best to keep it as casual as I looked into her eyes and held a gaze.
"So, how long have you known?"
was all that I could really muster after a few seconds. Vivia just smiled a little more before tapping her chin in an exaggerated, thoughtful fashion. "Well, I'd say it was around the third house you worked on when you started pretending that you were tired," she said before letting her arm fall back to her side, as her forearm rested along the pommel of a blade rather casually. "I was trying to gauge your mana capacity for myself when I saw you surrounded by a thin but consistent layer of magic, and my curiosity got the better of me."
"So, what happens now?"
I asked as I continued to hold her gaze. I could tell she was rather amused by the situation, and she was having some fun at my expense. But beyond that, I couldn't discern what she was intending to do with that information. She merely quirks a brow at my question and smiled a little more. "Well, for now, I'll finish walking you to your quarters as promised, and let you rest, and I'll have one of my servants bring you a tub to bathe in," she explained, simple enough, as she started to walk again.
"That's it?"
I couldn't help but ask, with no small amount of disbelief in my voice as I followed her again. She looked back at me again, a smile still on her lips. "Well, I'll need you to provide me with the descriptions of the members of your caravan, so that I can ensure that they're looked after as we promised, but, yeah."
"So you don't care that I'm essentially just a fancy wooden golem?"
I asked, deciding to just cut to the bone of the matter at hand as we ascended the flight of stairs. Vivia scoffed and chuckled at how I described myself, before looking over at me again. "Mage Vita, quite frankly, I don't care what you are. You could be 3 halflings in a trench coat for all I care. What you've done for me and my people today has earned you the privilege of that discretion," she explained rather sincerely, before looking ahead as she led me down another hall. "It's just a shame that you probably won't be able to enjoy the food at the feast we're holding in your honor tonight," she said, sounding truly disappointed by the notion that she finally stopped at a pair of large double doors. I wasn't sure what to say. One of my biggest secrets had been so easily exposed, and yet nothing came of it. No threats, no blackmail, no attempts to take advantage of me in any way. It's been years since I found myself in a position like this. To be at the mercy of someone like this and not have that perceived weakness or fault taken advantage of. Sure, if she tried anything like that, I would have many qualms in handling it, and yet it wasn't a problem to begin with.
"Thank you,"
I finally managed to say, reaching up and just rubbing the back of my head as I thought of something else to say before deciding to pull the mana potion from my storage space, mentally pouring the liquid back into the bottle and holding it out to her.
"Here, now that you know what I am, I suppose you could also tell I didn't actually need the potion,"
I mentioned with a sheepish smile. Vivian looked pleasantly surprised at the bottle suddenly appearing in my hands and gently plucked it up with a smile on her lips. "I was wondering about that," she mentioned distractedly, looking over the contents of the vial before tucking it away into a small pouch on her belt. She then looked through the same pouch and procured a chunky-looking silver key with detailed engravings on it that she placed in my hand. "Here, feel free to lock the door behind you if you need it." Holding the key in my ungloved hand, I ran my thumb against the engravings thoughtfully while looking the key over, before glancing back at Vivian and smiling a little more.
"Thanks," I said simply, before closing my hand around it. "Ah, that's right. I was supposed to tell you about my caravan, wasn't I?" I asked, having been sufficiently distracted by her reveal that I had forgotten to go over it with her.
"Right. We hadn't even gone over them yet," she said, as she had only just now remembered that was something that needed to be discussed. It took a few minutes, but I went about describing the key members of the group that she'd like to encounter, those being Rance, Chris, and Riley. However, I did make sure to tell her about the rest of the group, as well as Lugosi and Fraley, just so she could have a proper head count for the celebration tonight, if she needed it. As we spoke, she had ended up procuring a rolled-up piece of parchment and a fountain pen from the same small pouch that she'd pulled the key from, and began taking brief notes on the descriptions of my group members. It was only then that I realized that the pouch that she had on her hip was likely one of those magic items that were bigger on the inside, which was pretty interesting to see to be used despite the fact that I could use my storage space more easily. Once we were done, she rolled the parchment before tucking it and a pen away in the pouch once again. "All right, Mage Vita, I'll be off now. I hope you rest well," she said pleasantly, as she turned on her heel and began making her way off. Left to my own devices, I looked over the large double doors, sliding the key into the lock before making my way inside. The room was rather large, with a considerable-looking bed with a canopy and drapes for privacy. The bed itself was rather massive, looking as if it could fit at least 6 people rather comfortably, which did make me wonder what kind of entourage a visiting elite would bring along with them. Beyond the bed was a small seating area of 2 3-person couches, with a coffee table sitting between them. An ornate glass jar sat in the middle of the coffee table on a silver and gold pedestal, filled with some kind of potpourri. The walls around me were decorated with a number of landscape paintings that each had their own overly ornate flames, which looked to be just as expensive, if not more than, the paintings themselves, if I was looking at the quality of the materials right. Despite myself, I must have lost myself in studying the surroundings, as a firm knock at the double doors broke me from my focus. Making my way over and opening the doors, I am greeted by a sight of a rather muscular orcish maid. She carried a good-sized tub over her shoulder that looked like it could easily hold 200 gallons or so. "Hello there, great mage, I've brought your tub here for you," she said upon seeing me, while flashing a rather cheerful grin at first, before properly looking me over with a vague look of surprise. "Well, you are a right mess, are you?" she said rather bluntly, while making her way into my room when she began setting the tub down. "Would you perhaps like some assistance with your bath today? I've been told I'm great at easing tired muscles after a long day," she exclaimed rather proudly, and I could tell that she was rather sincere in her offer after seeing the state I was in. I know I was pretending to look tired, but I wonder how messed up I actually looked. I simply shake my head before offering a large woman a small smile. "Thank you, miss, but no. All I need is a long hot soak, and I think I'll be quite all right." The orcish maid looked a little unsure before relenting as she nodded once. "Very well, but if you need anything from us," she started to say, while pointing over at the innocuous rope that dangled from the ceiling by a massive bed. "Just pull on that rope a couple times and we'll be right over, okay?" "I'll keep that in mind, thank you," I replied sincerely enough, while standing by the door, holding it open for her. The large woman just smiled a little more before offering a surprisingly graceful curtsy. "Enjoy your bath, great mage," she said pleasantly, when she finally made her way out as I locked the door behind her. Now, finally on my own all over again, I go to pull off my poncho before remembering that Basmori is still sound asleep on my shoulder, despite all the activity and commotion that's gone on around us since the battle ended. Looking over Basmori more closely, I could see that his body practically glowed with mana as it coursed through him with every pulse of his mana heart. He was going through some big changes, that was for sure, but what exactly they would be was up in the air. I attempted to pull him off my shoulder at first, but once I realized that his claws were quite tangled in my raggedy poncho, I figured that I might as well just leave him with it, as I gently pulled him and my poncho off at once, before carefully laying him on the massive bed with poncho as a sort of blanket. Looking myself over, I couldn't see any noticeable damage beyond some thin layers of mud in my hands and forearms. Focusing on my vessel and suppressing the enchantment that gave me the illusion of skin, I'm rather surprised by the extent of the lingering damage that littered my wooden flesh. Just looking at my torso and arms, I could see a considerable amount of metal slag that had burned into my body, likely from when that mage I brutalized tried to kill me with their flames. I could see signs of slow regrowth where the wood attempted to grow around the metal, but it would probably be better for my mobility if I just removed the metal outright. Beyond that, my whole body was stained with a disgusting brownish maroon tinge of blood that had dried hours ago by now. I'm going to need to deep clean my body and boil it for sure. Further examination of my legs showed that they were in similar state as the top half of my body. The metallic armor wasn't just blackened and burned from the heat of the flames, but had melted and fused into my wooden flesh, which will likely require quite a bit of effort to pull out and peel away if I wanted to get the ruined equipment off. Well, I suppose now's as good a time as any to get started. End of chapter. Chapter 150. Bitmori Point of View. I was getting rather annoyed at just how much work went into removing the metal slag that had melted into and around my wooden flesh. Having taken out a few daggers I had collected from foreign raiders, I'd been meticulously digging into my wood with the tips of the blade and literally carving the metal out myself. The whole act of digging what amounted to shrapnel out of myself did bring some memories of close calls and bad falls to mind, and I'm not embarrassed to admit I was hesitant to actually start doing this work, or that I had initially flinched each time I stabbed into the wood for the first few minutes. I just kept expecting to feel something, anything, as I rooted around my shoulder and freed yet another shard of slag from my body. The process ended up taking a couple hours at least, and I was left with the body pockmarked full of missing chunks and pieces just about everywhere I looked. My body had already started repairing the damage I had inflicted on myself, though it'll likely take a while for it to fade away. My legs, on the other hand, were lost cause outright, the metal having fused to the wood overall, and some of the wooden tendrils from the legs having grown into the metal itself, in an attempt to repair the damage that was done. In the end, after ruining a third dagger in my attempts to peel away the metal armor, I just resorted to removing my legs outright, and used water magic to cut myself in half at the waist. Even if I had been planning on doing it myself this time, it was physically disorienting to suddenly lose half of my overall weight, causing me to lose my balance as I fell backward on the bed with a notable thump while my legs limply slumped to the ground. Despite jostling the large bed with my sudden movement, I could see that W.R.E was still sound asleep in a very deep rest, as vague notions of dreams trickled the edges of his unconsciousness. But I didn't attempt to pry and left him to his rest. Focusing back on myself, flashes of memories run through my eyes as I recall the crawling forms of some of the zombies who had lost their legs at some point throughout their unlife, as well as the truly terrifying variants and mutants who had evolved while that unique state. Some of my closest calls came from those bastards, as they were a few zombies who mutated into truly patient ambush predators. Shaking off the memories of my old life, I focused on my vessel, doing my best to charge the wood with my avatar as I slowly worked to rebuild the legs from scratch. Despite all the mana I've no doubt expended today, along with all the mana I've gained in exchange, I could tell I still had a rather considerable well to draw from, and that I likely wouldn't have to worry about running out anytime soon. As I walked on the act of rebuilding my legs, my mind couldn't help but wonder as I considered what would it take to cause me to run out, or at least run low on mana. How hard would I need to push myself, or how big of a spell would it take for me to run through it all? But even with that in mind, I know for a fact I'm nowhere close to being the most powerful thing around, since all I have is capacity, with nearly none of the knowledge to use it at all effectively. It's like the difference between a flip phone and a smartphone. Sure, they both are able to send texts and make calls, but a smartphone can also stream movies, run an accurate GPS, and so much more. That's not even considering the elves and dwarves who have surpassed the limits of short-lived races, or the other beings out there that surpass most mortal limits. Beings like the Fae, Fiends, or even the dragons. Not that I'll ever go out of my way to try and cross any of them, if I could help it. Hell, as I am now, an errant bottle of acid could ruin me if I wasn't careful enough. Before I knew it, my legs had fully regrown, the realization of that allowing me to focus back on the moment and distract myself from a little doom spiral of worrying doubts. Looking myself over again, the rest of my body had healed itself as well in the meantime, leaving me with spots and streaks of clean-looking wood amidst the gross brownish maroon of dry blood that remained on the upper half of my body. Looking between myself and the tub with a small wooden jar of what I could assume was supposed to be soap, I could already tell I was going to need something more heavy-duty if I wanted to clean off all this blood in any meaningful way. My eyes wandered over to that innocuous-looking rope beside the bed. I suppose if anyone had what I needed, then it would likely be the maids. At the very least, they would know when to get it, perhaps. Moving to stand, I do take a moment to test my brand-new legs by taking a few steps before committing to walking around the bed towards the rope. For some reason, I hesitated while reaching out, not exactly sure if there was anything else I needed to do beyond simply pulling the rope in question. I quickly got over it, though, and gave the rope a firm tug. In the near distance, I could hear what sounded like a bell rung once. With that done, I turned away and made my way over to the bathtub and looked it over. It was a strange little thing, since it wasn't just a wooden tub, if the shelf with some kind of crystal command key mechanism was anything to go by. I didn't get to study the device for all too long when a knock at the door caught my attention. "Great mage, how may I be of service?" a feminine voice called out in a rather pleasant way. It didn't sound like the large orcish woman from before, so it was probably a different maid altogether. I took 2 steps towards the door before I realized that I currently looked like a filthy stunt dummy from the sealess slasher flick. Give me a moment, or I'll be right there," I called out, reaching into my storage space and pulling out pants that Miriam had made for me, and using the cut of rope I started with to secure the pants around my waist, before finally allowing the undoing of the suppressing effect that I had placed on my vessel as the illusion of skin finally returned to my wooden body. Finally, making my way over to the door, I unlocked it before opening it up for the maid, though it was only then that I realized my old legs were still sprawled out on the floor, so I quickly closed the door a little before the maid was able to take a full step to come inside. The maid, who turned out to be a human woman with sun-kissed tan skin and pale blue hair, looked fairly surprised by the sudden opening and partial closing of the door, but quickly gathered her composure as she offered me a pleasant smile. "How may I serve you, great mage?" she asked again, while her eyes briefly wandered my chest and stomach, admiring the small glimpse of my sculpted musculature and scars from between the gap of the doors, only for the briefest of moments. I just flashed her a small, rather sheepish smile as I chuckled a little awkwardly. I wasn't sure why I was so embarrassed, but it was likely because the idea that I was trying to hide something as ridiculous as an extra pair of legs just seemed absurd to me, considering everything that had happened today. "Hi, sorry to trouble you, but do you have something to get blood out of wood?" I asked directly enough, figuring that it was the best to be straightforward with her if I wanted to get exactly what I needed. After all, with such a strong focus on might and power, not to mention just the way this world was structured, getting blood out of things was likely a common enough occurrence. The maid looked thoughtful before nodding intently as she smiled again. "Ah, of course, you likely have a lot of blood that needs cleaning from your equipment. Do you need it for wood, or is this any other equipment that needs tending to?" she asked curiously before holding her arms out as if readying herself to take some things from me. "If you'd like, we'd be happy to clean your equipment for you and bring it back to you once we're done," she offered pleasantly enough. I just smiled a bit, deciding to mess with the woman just a little to help get me out of the mood that I was in earlier, as I casually reached around to my left arm, going close to the left shoulder, when I carefully cut off my arm before holding it out in front of me. The dirty maroon wood now clear as day. Well, my sword could use some cleaning, but my main focus is this," I explained casually, as my arm now limply hung before the woman, "and I'd rather clean it myself." I could tell that she was rather surprised by the display, sensing the briefest sensation of her being startled, but she ended up playing it impressively cool, as she flashed a smile before nodding intently. "I see. Well, if that's the case, I'll go gather some cleaning materials for your arm, though I'd still insist on letting us work on your blade. You are our honored guest. It would be the least we could do," she explained, rather dutifully, lifting her arms back up and opening her hands more pointedly. I couldn't help but chuckle a bit, and I was only just a little bit disappointed that I didn't get more of a response out of her like those kids back in the trading yard at the guild. But regardless, I took a moment to reattach my arm, carefully fusing it to the stump that hung off my shoulder. After that, I pulled my blade from storage space and held it out to the maid, placing it in her hands with the unsharpened side facing down. The maid, for her part, seemed rather experienced around blades, handling it well enough as she lowered her head in gratitude for the apparent trust I showed in her by allowing her to take my blade. "I'll be right back with the cleaning supplies for your prosthetic, if you'll excuse me," she said as she turned to leave. I was about to let her off before a thought struck me as I spoke again. "Actually, if you could give me a double whatever you were planning on preparing for me, I've also got a leg that needs cleaning too," I mentioned as I lightly tapped my left calf against the wall frame. At that, the maid did look properly surprised as she considered the revelation that I supposedly cleared out around 100 soldiers while having 2 plain-looking prosthetic limbs. Though she quickly collected herself again and nodded once more. "Yes, great mage, I'll keep that in mind," she offered cheerfully enough, before finally making her way off. Now locking the door once more, I quickly made my way back to the ruined legs and just stashed them away to get them out of sight. With that taken care of, I brought myself to look over the tub once more, studying the mechanism some more and reading the command crystal, as well as some simple-looking dials. From what I could gather, this was here to heat the water. There was a faintly glowing crystal already slotted beside the command key, which likely served as a battery to keep the device running once it was activated. Now this is what I'm talking about. A heated bath is truly a modern luxury that even I hadn't had the privilege of enjoying in the past couple decades of my old life without a lot of effort for what only ended up being a mostly lukewarm bath. It's only a shame I likely still wouldn't be able to properly enjoy it beyond just feeling the water be hot. For now, I just go about filling the tub with water, holding my hand out as I focus on conjuring fresh water. I get the feeling for just how much mana around 200 gallons of water would need. By the time I finished and worked out how to actually turn on the water heater, another knock at the door alerted me that the maid was back with the cleaning supplies in hand. Making my way to the door with more composure than before, I opened it all the way this time and flashed a smile. The maid managed to return my smile quickly enough, though her eyes briefly wandered my body again now that I wasn't hiding behind the door this time. She then held out a wooden jar with a twist-off cap and a brush with a rather coarse-looking bristle. "Here you go, great mage," she stated simply as she passed off the items to me, letting me take the moment to look things over before continuing. "For the best results, scrub the paste onto the wood thoroughly and let it sit for at least 20 minutes. Afterwards, you are going to want to soak it in hot water for half an hour before scrubbing the paste off and rinsing the prosthetic again," she explained dutifully when she offered another smile. "Are you certain you don't want any assistance? I'd be happy to help someone as powerful as you relax and unwind," she offered, and I could tell she wanted to do more than just help me relax. A younger me might have been excited at the proposition, but as I am now, I just couldn't help but offer a polite smile as I started to slowly close the door on her. "No, thank you. I'd rather just have my privacy," I explained simply, before piping up again. "In the meantime, I'm looking forward to seeing how well you tend to my blade." Even after I shut and locked the door, I got the lingering impression that she was hoping to tend to my other blade for whatever reason as she stood outside radiating disappointment for a few moments until she finally turned to leave. "What a strange country," I couldn't help but say to the open air while walking over to the tub and setting the cleaning supplies down. I know might, money, and merit are the most important qualities around here, but is that really enough for a random woman to make such advances on complete strangers? I mean, I'm aware of the notion that harems are commonplace on the continent in general, even amongst nobility in Ferodius's empire, who take on multiple wives. Maybe I'm just stuck in the sensibilities of my old world, but one woman is more than enough for a man like me. Now, finally left to my own devices again, with nobody to interrupt me, I suppressed the illusion of my skin and began scrubbing down. There wasn't much to it, and I did my best to zone out for the next 20 minutes after scrubbing down the upper half of my body with a surprisingly gritty paste. When it finally came time to soak in the tub, the water was already emitting a steady but light stream from the surface, showing that it was as hot as it could safely get. Carefully stepping in and stepping in the bath, I quickly came to realize that I was rather buoyant, so I ended up needing to stretch out and place my hands and feet against the walls of the tub before outright submerging myself. It was an odd sensation. I ended up instinctively trying to hold my breath before eventually realizing I didn't need to do that at all. I just lay there under the water while staring up at the surface. Gradually, the water got cloudier and cloudier as the minutes ticked by and the paste dispersed into the water around me. My thoughts wandered more as I was forced to lay here and wait without being able to do much at all. Eventually, I decided to at least try and practice some magic while under the water, and went about attempting to conjure a flame just to see if I could do it while under the water. The results were interesting to say the least, as I was forced to turn up the output of the mana with each attempt. However, by the end of it, I managed to conjure a small ball of fire and maintained it with only mana as its fuel source. The water bubbled and sizzled visibly, and I could hear it even through the distortion of the water. It reminded me of a blowtorch in its intensity, and I could tell the water had eventually been brought to a boil soon enough. Yet despite the heat, I felt no discomfort. After what I felt was enough time passed, I finally let myself sit up, reaching out for the coarse brush and just thoroughly scrubbing my wood as the water around me became a more opaque and muddy maroon color as the dried blood and paste mixed into the practically boiling water. I didn't waste much time after scrubbing off the paste, quickly draining the tub into my storage space before standing as I experimented with my water magic now, conjuring and maintaining a ball of water as I got it to float in place above my head. After that, it took some focus, but I managed to get it to start raining down on me like a shower. To think my first proper shower in decades with running water would also be in another world. Truly, magic is such a wonderful luxury. By the time I was all finished, the color of my upper body was finally close to that of my lower body, and it looked like I was as clean as I was going to get at this point. Using some water magic once more, I pulled the excess water from my body and stashed it away with the remaining in the tub after turning off the water heating mechanism. It was only as I pulled my pants again, using my proper belt with the loop for my sword, that I suddenly became aware of a set of eyes focused on me. It was Verismori, of course, and he seemed to be curious about something.
"Good morning, Saviorhead. Did you rest well?" I asked, as cheerfully as I could, while still fastening a belt before finally looking over at him. Only what I saw was a brown-skinned, pea-skinned boy who had mostly human features with pitch-black hair and rounded feline ears. Under his long and scraggly-looking hair, which almost covered his eyes, was a piercing green gaze, ripe full of curiosity and wonder as he looked around the room. Behind him was a long feline tail that curled into the sheets behind him. At some point, he had pulled on my poncho, clutching it close to him as he watched me. Verismori didn't verbally respond to me, but his thoughts radiated with curiosity as he wasn't sure what to make of his surroundings. He then began checking himself out, looking over his hands and flexing them while wondering where his claws were. But as he continued to think about his claws, shadows in the shape of claw gauntlets manifested around his arms as he delightfully concluded that he had found his claws again. Slowly, I made my way over to him, watching him just sitting on the bed. I couldn't help but smile as I watched him flex his shadow claws. However, when he noticed me start to approach him, the shadows receded. As he looked at me curiously, and within his thoughts, I could hear him use a word he had heard the children of the Haven use when referring to one of their parents. He called me Dad. It was only then that I remembered a deep-seated regret from so long ago. Seeing Verismori now just made it all come flooding into my mind, like a tidal wave. I regret never giving my parents grandchildren, though at the moment I could do nothing but smile as I sat beside Verismori and gently ruffled his fur. "Hey, look at you. No wonder you were so tired. So this is the path you chose," I mused to him, just grateful that this body of mine was unable to physically show emotions, because I'm sure that I'd be a wreck right now, crying tears of joy at how much my son had grown. Verismori just splashed a toothy grin, his rounded ears wiggling at the hair ruffling, while his heavy feline tail lightly thumped the mattress behind him as it flicked a few times. It seemed he still couldn't talk, but I could tell that wasn't a big deal for him as he leaned into my touch before slowly draping his arms around me. I was surprised by the hug, even though I could tell it was coming as he thought about the things the other kids did with their parents. I didn't leave him hanging for long, draping my arms around him, his smaller frame, as I gave him the hug he was craving. Despite suddenly growing up, he was still so small. It's wild to think that he was able to fight at my side and keep up with me this morning, despite the chaos that surrounded us.
"Just wait till your mother sees you. She's going to be so proud," I mused to him while slowly rubbing his back. Verismori chuffed with delight as his ears continued to waggle with joy, a smile on his face as he gently nuzzled the top of his head against my chest. We sat there for a while, the seconds turning to minutes as Verismori eagerly relished in using his new arms to give me the biggest hug he could manage. I wasn't sure how long we sat there, but suddenly there was a knock at the double doors, and a familiar voice called out, "Boss, it's Chris. I've brought Lugosi and Fraley." End of chapter. Chapter 151. Verismori point of view. "Your son?" Chris asked, more than a little uncertain, as he watched Fraley bring her paws up to Verismori's shoulders, standing on her rear paws and resting her chin against the top of his head, while she audibly rumbled with delight. "Of course, can't you tell? He obviously inherited my good looks," I mused, gently patting Fraley's head while she doted on her brother. Though, now that I said that, I do see some of my own features on him, and I can only say that this was any real certainty thanks to the dream-walking I'd done with Ravire and Rita, and the time I spent walking through the memories of my childhood. He's got my nose, and I'm almost certain he's got my chin as well. Whether that just happened to be a quirk of coincidence, or if Basmori really decided to model himself after me, I don't care. He's my handsome little guy, regardless.
I'm sorry, but how? Wasn't he just your familiar?
Chris asked, looking even more uncertain as he walked closer to us, while looking over Basmori with a healthy amount of curiosity. Basmori glanced up at me as well, wondering how I was going to explain this. He was a little worried, too, since he felt that he was causing me unnecessary trouble. I just smiled a little more and gently poked Basmori's cheek before looking at Chris. Well, I'm not about to explain how I've been travelling with my son and daughter while they look like beasts. Wouldn't that be confusing? I asked, which earned an obligatory nod from Chris. As for why they're like this, well, you're going to have to ask their mother. She handles their trading, and she's rather a Spartan in her methods. I could tell several things confused him as he looked between me and the cubs, and Lugosi had also hopped up onto the bed at this point and comfortably relaxed there.
I'm sorry, Fraley is your daughter, and you have a wife who you had kids with, and what does Spartan mean? He asked, doing his best to maintain his professionalism despite all the new information coming his way, before glancing over at Lugosi curiously. Are you also a person?
Lugosi just put on a wolfish smile as his tail slowly swayed behind him. Maybe. I'm not sure yet. He teased kindly before resting his head along his forepaws. I couldn't help but chuckle at Lugosi's response as I regarded Chris again. I needed to come up with a good story, since I may have been playing along because I was in such a good mood, but this likely wouldn't make sense to most people, so I needed to somehow be convincing. Let's start by answering his question one at a time. Yes, Fraley and Basmori are my children. I do have more, but these two stowed away when I left for my trip, I mentioned, poking both Fraley and Basmori's cheeks as the two siblings shared a small but mischievous grin. This earned a small nod from Chris, who still looked a little confused by the fact that Basmori was now a child instead of a cub, but I continued anyway. As for that wife comment, well, not yet, I mentioned with a bit of a smile. We're still dating, though she is my partner, and I consider her to be my right hand. There is no one else I trust in the world more than I trust her. At that, I glanced at Fraley and Basmori before looking back at Chris. And no, I didn't have kids out of wedlock or anything like that. They're not my flesh and blood. But I've known them their whole lives and consider them to be mine regardless. I could feel that last comment struck a chord with Chris as he considered his own home life and the father who abandoned him and his sister. He just gave me a little nod, finding a seat at the arm of the couch in the sitting area as he intently listened to what else I had to say. In regards to what Spartan means, well, that's just a very specific style of training. However, as the idea comes to mind, I have a realization that I could work with this line of thought now that I'm putting it into words. I couldn't help but let a small smile creep on my lips as I start to bullshit my cubs and Basty's backstories. They came from a reclusive clan of bee-skinned shapeshifters who usually keep to themselves for the most part. Chris's eyes widened with interest and surprise, his fluffy foxtail swishing while his ears perked at the attention. Shapeshifters? Really? I've heard about people with that kind of ability, but I've never met one in person. His mind wandering to various rumour mills that he was aware of, talking about this and that before regarding Basmori carefully. He actually believed that, not to mention there are really shapeshifters out there. I do my best to maintain a more neutral expression and nodding. Yes, and the clan call themselves Romans, and whenever they stay they call their territory Rome, since they're always on the move, never truly staying in one place for all too long. The warriors of their clan are called Spartans, and their training is so difficult that it is usually used as a means to describe how difficult things can be. Chris nodded along, seeming more and more intrigued with the utter bullshit that I was spouting, before looking Basmori and Fraley over curiously. So why have they been acting as cubs this entire time? I understand wanting to keep a low profile, but wouldn't it be more comfortable for your kids to move around as beeskin instead of their shifted forms? At that, I just smiled a bit gently, patting Frady's head as she audibly rumbled and purred with delight. More comfortable, yes. However, they can't shift back until they're able to overcome the curse placed on them by their mother for their training, I explained as I gestured over to Basmori. While fighting by my side this morning, Basmori had a breakthrough and was able to finally break the curse, allowing him to shift back into a beastkin.
Whoa! Oh, curse? That's rough,
he murmured contemplatively, his mind again wandering back to memories of rumour mills and the like, though he does briefly consider a guild member he knew that got cursed by some kind of trap, before shuddering as he tried to block out the memory, before he thought too much about it.
But to curse your own kids, how long have they been like that?
He asked with a rather genuine concern. I smiled a little more, appreciating how worried he was about my string of lies. It's only been a few months. It's done when they come of age, and they have to learn how to harness their mana heart to their fullest in order to break the forced shifting, I said, as I looked to Frady and then back at Basmori again. As of right now, Basmori is the first of his siblings to reach the stage, though I'm sure it's only a matter of time until the others are able to do the same.
Damn, that's rather impressive,
he considered before looking at Basmori, and I could tell that he was experimentally tapping into our shared bond to try and gauge his strength, but his ears twitched with surprise.
By the gods, that little kid is stronger than me, and he managed to keep up with you and fight at your side,
he asked rhetorically before shaking his head.
This world is so unfair at times.
I chuckled a little bit before regarding Chris again. Well, my kid's got an early start. You're only just going down that sort of path. Don't worry, if you really want to get stronger, then just stick with me, and I'll definitely help you along your way. As Chris goes to speak, I suddenly get a flash of memories that weren't my own. Just taking a moment to focus on them, I peer into the last moment to see Greed cornering someone in the woods before plunging a sword into the chest, while maintaining a most cold-blooded eye contact as he watched the life fade from their eyes. Well, I suppose whatever he was doing, he managed to win out in the end. I haven't gotten any messages from the sinners since I set out, so I just have to hope that whatever they're up to, it hasn't needed my direct intervention or advice.
Vito, did you hear what I said?
Chris asked, and it was only then that I realized I was so focused on the memories that came my way that I didn't pay attention to what he was saying. Sorry about that. I just got a message from one of my subordinates, and it was a little overstimulating, I explained while waving a hand rather dismissively. Chris looked at me curiously before tilting his head while his ears flicked in thought.
That reminds me, I noticed some of your other people were also in town. How many people do you have bonds with?
Oh, you're talking about Wither and Blight, right? I asked, though I could tell that he didn't know their names.
Those are their names, really? Seems rather contrary to being healers,
Chris asked skeptically, while tilting his head again, which made his ears slightly flop. I just grinned at that before shrugging a bit. I don't actually know their names. That's just the monikers they go by, and they haven't needed to introduce themselves to me since they started working for me. In the meantime, it hasn't compromised their ability to heal, and I don't mind either way. Chris nodded in understanding. Once I said that, something clicking, fitting into place as he listened.
Ah, I see. So they're also travelling under a false name,
he asked, and I could tell that he was referring to me, and when he said that, Oh, so you figured out Vito isn't my real name. Good on you, I mused, though I suddenly got the impression that Lugosi was feeling vaguely distressed for some reason. Chris just flashed a little grin as his ears waggled from my comment.
Oh, it was nothing difficult. Lugosi over there was just a little too earnest when referring to you. I suppose he isn't used to using your alias.
I just chuckled softly, glancing over to Lugosi and smiling a little more. It's okay, Lugosi. I suppose it isn't that big of a secret since he's working with us now. Though, with that, I looked over at Chris and smirked almost mischievously. That doesn't mean I intend on telling you my real name any time soon. Not that you would even know who I am regardless if you knew it or not. Chris just offered a small shrug before smiling a little as his tail swished slowly behind him.
It doesn't matter to me. You could be a devil for all I care. You've given my sister a second chance at life, and possibly more. For that, my life is yours.
I was a little taken aback by that sudden tangent, but I could tell he meant every word of it, despite his nonchalance.
Well, I'll be mindful to make sure that you live a long and happy one, if that's the case. Both you and your sister deserve that much, I offer with a smile before remembering something and smiling a bit. By the way, the elite of this village are holding a feast in my honor, and to celebrate their survival today. But I'm not sure how big the event is going to be. They are inviting me and all those I consider to be my people to celebrate with them. Chris looked fairly intrigued by the comment, but then he quickly realized something as his ears perked at the attention. Wait, you're saying we're invited to this feast too? I nodded once as I looked Chris over. I'm sure the dress code doesn't really matter much, but I suppose you, your sister, and your team ought to clean up best you can. I believe they also mentioned that they would provide us with rooms to stay in, so be sure to spread the word to the others, I said before smirking a little. Also, be mindful about your friend's sticky fingers. It'll be a bit too obvious if things go missing after spending a night as a guest here. Chris was rather surprised by the idea of enjoying a feast held by elites, his mind first going to his sister, getting to enjoy a meal that they could only dream of, and sleeping in rooms filled with things that they'd likely never afford. Though, at the mention of his team, Chris couldn't help but look vaguely indignant, opening his mouth to reply with some sort of snide comment before taking a moment to think on it. Actually, you might be right about that, he admitted as he scratched the back of his head. Anyways, thanks for bringing Lugosi and Frady over. You should probably head back to the others and let them know what's happening tonight, I mentioned as I walked towards the double doors of my room. Chris nodded dutifully, getting up from the arm of the couch as he followed me to the door. Right, of course, boss, he said simply, and soon made his way out as I locked the door behind him. Now on my own again, I looked over to Lugosi, only to find that he was sound asleep. I could tell that he was rather exhausted after everything that happened today, and once he was laying in the bed, there was little to keep him from dozing off. Now looking over at Basmori, I watched as he suddenly engulfed himself in shadow, shifting back into being a cub as he gently roughhoused with Fraley, rolling her off of his back while he hopped around across the plush bed. Fraley, for her part, just laughed with delight as she rolled across the sheets before bounding after him along the massive bed. Now then, what am I going to do with you? I mused to Basmori. The cub in turn looked up at me curiously, before being tackled by Frady the next moment, since he wasn't paying attention. I couldn't help but chuckle at the scene as I sat on the bed, the cubs quickly wrestling between each other to see who would make it on my lap first. Despite how being the less powerful of the two, Frady managed to slip past Basmori by bouncing off his back before claiming her victory, and settling on my lap as she mischievously lashed her tail behind her. Basmori, for his part, looked vaguely annoyed, before smirking as the shadows engulfed him, shifting back into a beast skin and looking as smug as could be, while sticking his tongue out at her. Watching him change between forms, I wondered how he got so used to easily using his shadowy wings as storage space, as I could see them magically pulling my poncho around his body, before letting the shadows retreat to his back. As Basmori stuck his tongue out at Brady just settled on my lap, scooting around and getting cozy, despite Basmori's taunts. You two are hilarious, I mused softly, rubbing Fraley's back before reaching out and patting Basmori's hair. Well, now that I've told our group that you guys are my kids and not my familiars, I'm going to start presenting you as my kids around here at least.
Can I talk more?
Brady asked curiously as she looked up at me with a charming feline smile. Though at my words, Basmori started to wither a bit as his mind wandered to the kids back at the haven and the idea of wearing proper clothes and eating using his hands instead of just his mouth. I chuckled softly for a moment as I gently patted the top of Frady's head. I don't see why not. At least around here it shouldn't be draw too much attention after making it known. Though I then looked over at Basmori and gently poked his forehead. And yes, you have the right idea. We're going to need to get you some clothes, and you're likely going to have to eat like a person. But don't worry, I'll help you with that for sure. Basmori's rounded ears sagged a little at the prospect of playing at being a person, though he then looked over his hands and flexed his fingers, clenching and unclenching his hands as he made little fists, his thoughts going to Basti as he watched her training to act like a human. That's right, you're just like Basti now. Sure, you still need to train, but you can hold your head up high now that you've managed to follow her path.
I explained enthusiastically, doing my best to really sell the idea of acting like a person now that he's got the ability to shapeshift.
You can make a good person,
Rayleigh added encouragingly, smiling more sincerely with her adorable little feline face. Bazmori still looked a little unsure, but after a minute or so of thought, he simply huffed and nodded, just accepting his fate of having to wear proper clothes. Glad to see that you're on board. Now then, where do we find clothes? I considered aloud while stroking my chin, my eyes wandering over to the cord that dangled from the ceiling. I suppose if you need something, it's best to ask those who would know where to find it. I commented for the cubs while reaching out and gently tugging on the cord as a faint bell sounded off in the distance. End of chapter. Chapter 152, Vidmori Point of View. It didn't take all too long when another knock came at the door, and I could tell there was force behind it, despite how gentle they tried to be. Great Mage, how may I be of service to you? The distinct voice of the orcish maid from before sounded out. Making my way over to the door, I unlocked it before opening it wide and greeting the large woman with a smile. Hello again. I was wondering if you had any tailors in your service. I find myself needing clothes to be made for tonight's feast. The orcish maid looked vaguely surprised by the question before tapping her chin thoughtfully. Well, it's rather short notice, but I believe that we should be able to put together something nice for you with a little difficulty, she explained dutifully before gesturing for me to follow her. Taking a step back, I just flashed another smile while shaking my head. Oh, no, not for me. I need new clothes for my son, I said simply before gesturing to the bed where Bazmori sat with Frady standing behind him, paws resting on his shoulder while she nuzzled at the top of his head with her chin. And if you could bring them here. He's a little shy after all, and isn't ready to leave the room yet. I could sense the pure confusion in the orcish maid's mind as she desperately tried to rack her memories on who was supposed to be in my room. All she could remember was the one cub from before, and, well, there was still one cub, but it looked different. Not to mention there was now a child and a rather large-looking wolf. She opened and closed her mouth a few times, taking a moment to try and find her words, before just defaulting to being agreeable and lowering her head. Very well, Great Mage. I will see what arrangements can be made, she offered dutifully, before standing tall again. Thanks. No, if it's not too much trouble, could you also let Vivian know that I need to speak to her again, if she has the time? Again, if it's not too much trouble, I asked pleasantly as I could. It wouldn't do for me to be too demanding when it comes to the elites of the household, especially when Vivia has me at a disadvantage, even though she doesn't seem to be planning on taking advantage of the fact that she knows that I'm not exactly human. Besides, if she managed to see through me so easily, then who knows what she found out regarding Bazmori while watching him sleep on my shoulders the whole time I was around her. I sensed the orcish maid's vague surprise at my request and how polite I suddenly was about it. But she nodded once more and offered a toothy smile. Of course, Great Mage. I'll see if she has any time to spare while I'm at it, she replied before turning and making her way down the hall again. Going back over to Bazmori, I looked him up and down while thoughtfully stroking my chin. So what kind of clothes should you wear anyway? Nothing complicated, I'd say. At least not for daily wear. Bazmori just quirked a brow curiously at me, his rounded ears perking at my question before he looked down at himself while wearing my poncho. He gently grabbed at the ratty piece of fabric before looking up at me again. I couldn't help but chuckle a little as I gently ruffled his hair. I appreciate you preferring to wear my poncho, and while I do agree it is kind of suits you, you need to wear more, at the very least you should wear some layers or something nicer. In response, Bazmori slowly tilted his head at me again as he brought his arms around the poncho and himself, almost hugging it protectively. Well, besides the fact that it is too big for you, it is also mine, I mused before gently poking his cheek as I sat on the bed next to him. Anyway, if you really want a poncho, we can have one made for you and more to your size. In any case, you're meant to wear other clothes beneath the poncho. It essentially is just a cloak or an overcoat, not an entire outfit. Bazmori huffed as I continued to poke his cheek, vaguely annoyed, but not at my doting in particular, He didn't know enough about clothes to argue against my reasoning, though he was at least mollified by the idea of getting his own poncho.
I want something too,
Fraley mewed out with excitement, lunging up for my arm as her paws clung to my forearm, her forehead rubbing around my wrist and arm as a long feline tail lashed behind her. I smiled as I brought my other hand around, gently picking her up before setting her down on my lap. Well, I'm not sure what sort of clothes you can wear comfortably, but how about a ribbon? I'm sure you've seen those back in Sunspot Keep. We can get one and tie it around into a nice bow around your neck. What do you think? Fraley let out a purring hum as she considered my suggestion, and I could feel her thoughts going back to the girls and children we saw wearing frilly clothes and the occasional dress. Surprisingly enough, her memories lingered on the view of an admittedly tomboyish and muscular-looking adventurer who wore a cute bow and a ponytail before Fraley seemed to be solid on the idea.
Okay, I want a green one,
she said rather resolutely as she shifted around, placing her paws on my chest and gazing into my eyes before nodding to herself.
That green,
she declared with a feline smile. Basmori rounded ears perked up when Fraley started mentioning colours, glancing between the ring around her ear before looking into my eyes and scooting closer to me. Looking over at him, I gently ruffled his hair again. You want something green too? Well, sure. I'd say your poncho should be black, but your undershirt should be a nice green. I considered aloud, which earned a satisfied nod from Basmori. Before we could talk about clothes anymore, a knock sounded at the door, causing all eyes and ears to swivel towards the door. Fraley just hopped off my lap, anticipating my need to stand up, as I made my way over to the door and unlocked it. Opening the door, I am greeted by the sight of 3 new maids along with the blue-haired maid from earlier, holding a cloth-wrapped bundle which I could tell was my blade. Standing at the front of the group was Vivia, as she flashed a grin. Good to see you again, Mage Vito. You're certainly looking in much better shape than before. You clean up well. I just flashed a smile, and I rubbed the back of my head before looking myself over. Yeah, a nice hot soak did wonders after the morning I had. I mused, taking a moment to open the second door, before stepping back and gesturing for her and the maids to come inside. Vivia did so, followed by a small entourage of maids as they all turned to look at me before almost simultaneously noting Basmori, Fraley, and Lugosi. The general sensation I got was that of surprise upon seeing Lugosi just sleeping on the bed. They then noticed Basmori, and generally thought him as cute, if not rather scruffy and wild-looking. Fraley was a notable curiosity to the maids as she stood behind Basmori again, keeping her brother company as his nerves started getting the better of him, resting her paws on his shoulders while nuzzling her chin against the top of his head. So, he's Basmori, the cub that fought at your side and was sleeping on your shoulder all morning, she asked, and I could tell she had used that eyes of hers to study him now that I knew what to look for. He's strong for one so young. That wolf, too, is quite exceptional, she mentioned before regarding Fraley. That cub there is quite something, but still has a ways to go. Thanks, I'm still growing, Fraley piped up cheerfully enough from where she stood. Now that got a reaction from everyone as Vivia glanced at me with genuine surprise. Wait, is she an awakened familiar? I just flashed a grin before shaking my head a little. No, of course not. She's my daughter, I enthused while walking over to the bed and sitting at the edge of it. And Basmori is my son. They're both beast-kin shapeshifters, but only Basmori can freely change between shapes, though even that is a very recent development. Vivia listened to my brief explanation with clear interest, and while she had initially walked in planning on being composed and polite while in front of her staff, her curiosity won out, and she had decided to drop the formality like we had discussed this morning. With a small smile on her face, she turned to look at one of the maids that followed her. Bring me some tea and some snacks, she instructed before glancing over at my kids. Also bring some sweets and those dried beef sticks that Trillia likes to have with his ale. She ordered before making her way to the sitting area and beckoned me to join her. I could tell she also wanted Fraley and Basmori to join our talk, but was polite enough not to outright ask my children to join us, as she unstrapped and sheathed armed sword on her hip and set it on the coffee table. While she did that, 3 of the maids from the entourage took their leave, though the blue-haired maid, both my blade, remained as she quietly glanced between me, my kids, and Vivia. I could tell that she felt somewhat better about herself when she realized that I was likely a married man and also had my kids in my room. Her bruised ego gradually recovered, as it wasn't her looks that caused my seeming disinterest in her. Vivia soon noticed that we weren't quite alone yet, quirking a brow curiously at the maid in question. "I'm assuming you have business here?" she stated, more than asked, wanting to hurry the maid out so that we could talk freely, if only for a little bit. Yes, Madam Vivia. I have the great Mage's blade here, cleaned and freshly sharpened," she stated, as she held up the bundle in both hands. Vivia simply held out her hand, silently demanding that the blade be handed over, at which the maid quickly obliged, as she placed it in Vivia's hand before stepping back. "Thank you, you are dismissed," she said simply, already looking away from the maid as she curiously eyed the bundle that contained my blade, before gently placing it on the coffee table between us. The blue-haired maid dutifully bowed before quickly making her exit, as she shut the double doors behind her. As the heavy thud of the double doors sounded out, Vivia smiled again, as she regarded me before glancing over at my kids. "So, are they actually yours by blood, or?" she asked rather bluntly, as she leaned back against the plush couch and relaxed. I just chuckled a bit before shaking my head. "No, but I was there when they were born and have known them ever since. I consider them mine in every respect," I explained with a smile. "And their mother?" Vivia asked leadingly, clearly interested in what sort of relationship a man made of wood could have. "She's alive and well. She's actually in the capital as we speak, and I have plans to meet up with her once we arrive," I explained candidly, as I mirrored her relaxed position, even though I couldn't actually enjoy the experience. She nodded intently while glancing over at Basmori and Fraley as they waited, though at some point Basmori had shifted back into a cub and was quietly wrestling with Fraley as they rolled across the massive bed. Vivia's eyes practically sparkled with delight upon seeing Basmori as a cub before turning back to me. "So are you basically just on the trip to go visit Mama?" she asked with a playful smile on her lips as she so casually crossed her left leg over her right. I just chuckled softly at that before shaking my head. "Well, yes, but actually no. I had business in the capital and had plans to meet up with her as she had gone ahead," I explained before looking over to my kids with a smile on my face. Little did I know they stowed away with me and didn't reveal themselves until we were a long way away from home.
"Ah, how mischievous,"
Vivia mused with a smile still on her face as she remembered when her twins were younger, though after a moment she looked back at me and tilted her head ever so slightly. "What sort of business do you have in the capital? I take it you're not just an artist, right?" I considered how to answer that for a moment before speaking up. "Well, you said I had the privilege of discretion, did you not?" Vivia's brows raised for a moment before simply sighing a bit and nodded.
"I did, yes,"
she replied with a vague disappointment. I couldn't help but smile at how expressive she was being before speaking up again. "I'm still trying to get a read on you and yours, though depending on how things play out tonight, I'll gladly tell you about my business in the capital." Now that did get her attention again, as she slowly nodded.
"I suppose that's fair enough."
I started sitting up again before leaning forward and resting my elbows on my knees as I watched Vivia more closely. "Is it fair for me to assume that Trellio already knows what I am?" Vivia flashes a little smile before nodding. "Of course, but only him, nobody else. After all, the marriage between equals does not survive the keeping of secrets," she said sincerely enough. "But despite knowing what you are, and it doesn't make him any less impressed with your performance or any less thankful for what you've done for us." She then ran her fingers through her hair before chuckling a bit. "We are of like mind, however, as he immediately realized that you wouldn't be able to properly enjoy the feast that's being held in your honor. But we will certainly make sure to celebrate with extra gusto so everyone else may enjoy it in your stead." I just grinned in response to her words before chuckling as well. "I certainly appreciate the effort." As a brief lull in the conversation came between us, her eyes wandered down to the bundle that contained my blade. After another moment, she pointed at it while looking over at me. "Do you mind if I look over your blade? I would like to see the weapon that helped protect my home," she expressed rather sincerely. "Feel free," I offered as a knock at the door sounded out. Vivia gingerly took up the bundle again before speaking up. "And, she commanded casually as she began unwrapping the blade before holding it in a cloth as she examined it. The mint-green blade caught the light and the crystals which illuminated the room as her eyes methodically appraised the weapon with a clear understanding and interest. As Vivia looked over the blade, the three maids from earlier entered the room and went about setting up a table between us with a couple of trays with a variety of snacks and foodstuffs. Things like strips of some kind of meat, cookies of some sort, slices of fresh fruit, and what looked like some kind of fruit pie with dollops of whipped cream on each pre-cut slice. Just looking over the spread as it is served, I get the vague impression that the maids are looking forward to cleaning up after Vivia and me. It seems that they would get to enjoy whatever leftovers were between us and were already picking out what sort of treats they wanted. As the maids began pouring 4 cups of tea, Vivia spoke up as she looked up from her blade.
This is some very fine work. It's not often that you see a viridisia be used as a primary ore in a blade. It's usually used in small amounts in the hilt or the guard. It's an uncommon ore and rather conductive with mana. Whoever forged this must have been in quite a mana-rich environment, or ran their own mana through the blade throughout the forging process to get this sort of luster, she explained as she gently set the blade down on the table beside her own sword, a cup of tea soon being placed in her hands once they were free. I nodded along, even though I was not exactly sure about the particulars of the smithing or even the ores of this world. Still, it was disheartening for me that I wasn't even using my blade to its full potential. All I know is that it is a very well-made blade that has been put through the rigors of open battle and survived the experience. Well, it was her first real commission, though I gave her the creative freedom to do whatever it was that she wanted, and use whatever materials I had available, I explained with a proud smile. From what I know, she worked on it alongside my son. He helped maintain the flames when he could, but she handled the entire smithing process. She's also the one who made my daggers, arrows, and throwing knives, not to mention she's still in the process of making me a spear. However, she's taking her time with that one. While we spoke, and once the food and tea were all set up, one of the maids went over to the bed and invited Fraley and Basmori to join us in the sitting area. Basmori looked admittedly hesitant, but followed after Fraley once she hopped off the bed and made her way over to the coffee table, hopping up onto it before laying down and curiously looking over the spread as her nose twitched with each little sniff. Basmori, for his part, just sat next to me, at first attempting to loaf before looking up at me and sitting the way I did. It's just lucky that the poncho was so big on him, as he wasn't particularly mindful of how the fabric settled around him. But he somehow managed to remain decent the entire time. Once he settled, a maid carefully offered him a cup of tea, though he just looked at her, wide-eyed with curiosity, not sure how to handle himself. I stepped in, gently taking it from the maid, before cooling it down with a little ice magic. With a smile, I showed Basmori how to hold the cup, and what he was supposed to do with it, to drink from it. Vivia smiled warmly as she watched me and Basmori interact, before staring curiously, looking over Fraley as she gently used a claw to grab a strip of meat before starting to eat it. So your son is skilled with fire and has an interest in smithing? She asked before then going through the conversation in her head and quirking a brow. And you said it was her first real commission. Who was the smith that forged your blade, and how old is she? Having handed the now cooled tea back to Basmori, I watched as he decided to just quietly lap at the tea, using his still rather feline tongue instead of outright sipping at the drink. I could tell he wasn't sure what to make of it, but found it interesting, since it was different from water. No. Basmori here isn't particularly interested in smithing and all that. No, he's following his mother's warrior path as a Spartan, I explained before leaning back onto the couch once I was sure Basmori couldn't drop his cup. No, it was my other son, Heftio, who has a fascination with all things fire. He's even learning from one of the cooks in our community whenever he's not helping around the forge, I said, while plucking up a piece of fruit that looked remarkably like a cantaloupe, and offered it to Fraley. The cub sniffed the fruit before taking an experimental nibble. As for the smith who forged my blade, her name is Tricia, and she's 17 years old. You could say I'm her patron, as I provided her with the workspace and equipment to perform her trade. More and more questions seemed to pop up in Vivia's mind as she set her cup of tea down and took a piece of fruit for herself. Wait, so how many children do you have? She asked before taking a bite of what looked like a blue strawberry. Well, I personally have no blood-related children, I say outright before using my free hand to gently pat the top of Basmori's head. But their mother had 4 children. They're actually quadruplets, I mentioned with a smile. At that, Vivia and all the maids seemed to wince at the revelation.
Vivia's free hand going down to her stomach as she considered her children. Poor thing, I thought having twins was rough. She soon shook the thought from her mind as she took up her tea all over again and moved on from the subject. Though to think that the woman who was responsible for this blade like yours was around the same age as my own children. Is she available for commissions? She asked curiously before pressing forward with that line of thought. I've been looking for a suitable smith to prepare a matching pair of blades for my children, but haven't found anyone to my liking. She then flashed a smile before gesturing to my blade. For her to have so much talent despite her youth, I would love for my kids to associate with her and hopefully become regulars of hers in the years to come. My eyes widened at that. I could tell Tricia was good, but to think this elite woman would want to commission her after only one look at my blade. I'll have to ask her, I say simply enough with a smile on my face. Well, I may be her patron. It is up to her if she wants to take on the work. Vivia nodded in understanding, sipping her tea before setting it back down as she uncrossed her legs. Understandable, though I look forward to hearing her answer. Before the conversation could go any further, I sit up a bit and gesture over to Basmori. Excuse me for interrupting the conversation, but can we get Basmori here some clothes? As we weren't expecting him to have these breakthrough today, I don't exactly have anything for him to wear. Vivia's eyes widened as she suddenly remembered the whole reason I asked her to visit. Her cheeks flushed in vague embarrassment as she offered a smile. Of course, I nearly forgot, she admitted honestly, as she looked over Basmori before tilting her head from side to side. If it's all right with you, we could resize some of Larkus's childhood clothes to get something ready for tonight. It shouldn't be an issue to modify his old pants to accommodate Basmori's tail, though if you like, we can also prepare some more changes of clothing for you to take so that he can have some variety going forward, she offered. That sounds good. What do you think? I asked Basmori while turning to look at him. Basmori, for his part, was still quietly lapping at his tea, his chin damp with saliva and tea, when he licked his lips thoughtfully before nodding.
I want something too,
Rayleigh piped up, her face just covered with fruit juices where she enjoyed a second piece of cantaloupe-looking fruit, all on her own.
A ribbon, a green ribbon,
she explained enthusiastically, before hopping from the table and onto my lap, when she then stood on her hind legs. With her one front paw on my chest to keep herself upright, she then began eagerly patting my cheek with her other paw. That green, she expressed rather resolutely before nuzzling her messy face against my cheek. I couldn't help but smile, gently patting Fraley's head and accepting her affections as I looked at Vivia. If it's not too much trouble, Fraley here has her heart set on a bow that matches my eyes. This earned some ahs and sounds of adoration as they watched Fraley's display. Vivia nodded after a moment and flashed a cheerful smile. I'm sure that we can find one that matches before tonight. Don't you worry, sweetie, she cooed affectionately to Fraley before leaning back in her seat. Now then, Basmori, if we could borrow you for a moment, we'll take your measurements real quick, one of the maids said as she held out her hand to him to help him out of his seat. Basmori shot me an uncertain glance, though I just offered him a little nod. Taking a moment to gather himself, he took the woman's hand as she helped him off the couch, while also setting his tea down on the table. I did mentally suggest that he use his shadows to cover his middle region, and while he wasn't sure why that was important, he did as I asked, as his shadowy wings flared out through his poncho before trailing down to his body and covering himself. As the maids got to work, I came to notice that the women Vivia surrounded herself with were around her age, and appeared to be mothers themselves, so they handled themselves remarkably well around me and Basmori, being professional the entire time, even as his poncho came off so they could take his measurements. They were in fact more impressed with the magical control he displayed than anything else, as his poncho soon came back on, and he rejoined my side. Fraley, for her part, was just lounging on my lap as she casually groomed her face and ears. Once the maids were done going over the numbers, they dismissed themselves, leaving me alone with Vivia and my kids, as she sat up and looked me over. Tell me about their mother. I'd love to hear about the woman you consider to be your most trusted partner. How'd you meet? And what sort of warrior is a Spartan? I just smiled as I obliged to questions, and soon enough the minutes were ticking by as I came up with a story of half-truths, telling her how Basti stumbled across me on her way to die while I was isolated in my training, and how I nursed her to health after she'd given birth. Before long, I was telling her a parody of a Roman and Spartan culture and history as I described them as a tribe of wandering shape-shifting warriors. All the while, Vivia listened with rapt attention as the kids helped themselves to the snacks on the table. End of chapter. Chapter 153, Vitmori Point of View. Before I knew it, what felt like a couple of hours had passed while the kids had decided to take a nap at some point. Vasmori having shifted back into a cup, and the two of them borrowing each of my legs as their pillows. At some point we had finally moved on from talking about Romans and Spartans, as well as the half-truths of my time with Basti and watching the cubs grow up. All this talk of kids and family got Vivian nostalgic enough to tell me of her husband and kids, along with some of little funny stories of her twins' misadventures while growing up, occasionally mentioning Puma as a close friend of the twins and a love interest to Larkus. She often talked about how the two were close and affectionate, but had yet to make anything official, though she also said how it was only a matter of time before something changed between them. When a knock sounded at the door, I was suddenly all too aware of the orange glow of the evening sun that intermingled with the illumination of the crystal lights in the room. As Vivia looked to the door, I could sense that she had a similar realization as she smiled at me. "Looks like time got ahead of us," she mused before looking at the door once more. "Enter," she commanded, while setting down her empty cup of tea back on the table. The maids soon filed in with a few bundles of clothing in their arms, eager smiles all around, as I get the impression that they're eager to dress up Vasmori to see how he looks in proper clothes. Waking the sleeping cub, I eventually managed to get him aware enough to shift back into looking like a beast kid, Vasmori yawning noisily in response while rubbing at his eyes. Despite being rather drowsy, Vasmori surprisingly still had the wherewithal to use his shadows to cover his mid-region, not bothering with my poncho this time, since he could see the maids standing around with the clothes they prepared for him. Watching them dress Vasmori was interesting in itself, since I could tell the maids were used to helping others get dressed, but at the same time, Vasmori failed to grasp even the simplest hints and suggestions when it came to putting the clothes on, since he had no real experience in actually wearing clothes in any way. Regardless, they got him dressed soon enough, and with some light brushing of his hair and tail, I'd say that Vasmori cleans up real well. From looking like the wild child he was, while wearing a raggedy poncho, to now looking properly dapper, if not rather spiffy, I'd say. The maids managed to dress Vasmori up into some slate-grey breeches that had a special gap to accommodate his tail. The sky-blue button-down shirt was rather loose and frilly sleeves, and topped off with a plain black short-sleeved doublet that only goes down to the middle of his upper arm. To finish up his new look, he also had a pair of black leather boots slid onto his feet, though he wore them without socks, since that appeared to be the line of discomfort that he was unwilling to cross. One maid, who looked to be a ratkin, even took the time to brush Vasmori's hair, managing to tame the scruffy and wild look that he had shifted with into something surprisingly presentable as he was left with the neat centre part, his long hair shaping up to be some neat bangs that framed his freckled little face. The hair along the back of his head was also carefully tied up neatly into a short little ponytail. All in all, he looked like a kid off to the Ren Fair to me, dressed in what looked to be a strange and somewhat flashy clothes compared to what I'm used to, even if the colour palette was rather reserved, save for the sky-blue dress shirt. I could tell Vasmori wasn't sure what to make of the clothes he now wore, though it wasn't uncomfortable for the most part, just strange and unusual if I had to put words to what he thought of them. Once he was all dressed up, the maids stood around admiring the handsome little man. One even procured a polished silver mirror so that Vasmori could look at himself over, which he did with great interest. From what I could tell, he was more interested in his face and looks, which made sense, I suppose, since he's likely never seen his reflection before, let alone one of his new face. "What do you think?" I asked, coming up to stand beside him before taking a knee as I looked into the mirror with him. Now that we were side by side, I could see even more resemblance between the two of us. He really looked like he could be my son. Vasmori just glanced between me and himself, though he couldn't help but just smile as he leaned in, gently touching his cheek with mine, as he just admired himself in the mirror, his free hand coming up and gently messing with his bangs. "Yeah, I think you look good. We'll get you more cozy clothes later, but for something they just had on hand, I think you make it work," I enthused while pulling away and gently patting the top of his head. At my reassurance and his head pat, his rounded ears waggled with clear delight as his tail curled and swayed behind him. The maids and Vivia both looked on with interest. Motherly smiles abound as they watched Basmori revel in his new looks, now that he didn't feel like he looked all too weird. It was then that Fraley hopped up from the couch, lunging as she landed on my back while her claws dug into my armored coat to keep herself stable.
"Did I find my ribbon? The green one, remember?"
she asked rather eagerly, though I could sense a small hint of jealousy that Basmori got all the interesting-looking things when she hadn't gotten anything yet. I just chuckled softly at her expense, reaching up and affectionately stroking her chin while touching my cheek to hers. Now, you're asking the wrong person here, and don't forget to be polite," I mentioned while pulling my hand away and looking at one of the maids. Fraley followed my gaze as her feline tail lashed behind me in clear anticipation.
Did you find my ribbon? One that's green like Papa's eyes?"
she asked in a much more gentle manner than before. It was at that moment that I realized that I would have been a real pushover if I had a daughter under my normal circumstances. If I didn't know for a fact that I didn't have any organs due to being made of wood, I could have sworn that my heart just fluttered at being referred to as Papa. The maid smiled warmly as she nodded her head.
"Yes, Miss Fraley, we found one that's as close as can be to your Papa's eyes," she said while gesturing to another maid as the woman stepped over and presented a roll of ribbon, unfurling a little for Fraley to inspect. Fraley looked at the ribbon intently, sniffing at the fabric, before humming softly as she looked closely into one of my eyes, and then looking back at the ribbon and studied it again. After a rather long 30 seconds, Fraley finally nodded with clear satisfaction. "I like it. Make it a nice big bow, please,"
she asked with polite enthusiasm as she impatiently kneaded her claws into my shoulder.
"Of course,"
the maid enthused as they procured a pair of well-made scissors and snipped a cut of ribbon. In the next moment, the ribbon was securely tied around her throat, the bow itself now resting along the right side of her neck as Fraley audibly rumbled with a content purr. After Fraley got to admire herself in the silver mirror as well, there was another knock at the door, causing various ears to perk as Vivia looked at the door and spoke up. "Enter," she commanded ever so casually. At that, the double doors opened, as what I could assume was a butler stepped inside, a dog-kin man dressed in fine livery that was black with greys, which had accents that were deep blue in the same shade as Vivia's gambeson. "Madame Vivia, the feast has started to get underway. Master Trelio has asked me to come and make sure that you and the great mage are aware of this." Vivia nodded some more before looking over at me, a smile now on her lips.
"Well then, shall we go?"
she asked as she stood, taking up her sword and strapping it to her hip, before gingerly taking up my blade and offering it to me. Standing, I made sure to return her smile as Fraley continued to cling to my shoulder, taking my blade from Vivia before sliding it into place on the loop of my belt. "Sounds good to me," I mused cheerfully enough, as I then held my hand to Basmori, taking his hand in mine, before looking over to my bed. "Come along, Lugosi," I called out, while mentally prodding him awake. The massive wolf let out a noisy yawn as a tail swayed, hopping off the bed and following after me as I followed Vivia out with my children. Chris' point of view. After returning from visiting with Vito, Chris found himself working alongside the adventurers and his team to clean up the inn as well as the surrounding village. There were a lot of little things to be done, such as moving away ruined furniture or clearing up general rubble from the streets and plaza. From what he gathered, it seemed that Vito managed to do a great deal of mage cleanup on his own, so there was less to contend with all around, as it was merely a matter of people putting their lives back together. As the hours go and the sun begins painting the horizon into a beautiful array of purple and orange, Chris watched as some villagers were lighting torches around the village plaza, while the guards and soldiers went around and gathered all the ruined and scrapped wood furniture into a massive pile in the center of the plaza, before setting it alight into a grand bonfire. As soon as the bonfire roared to life, the villagers began to cheer and go full swing into proper celebration, as alcohol, meat, and sweets were brought out from various households and set out on large tables, which were carried into the plaza from the castle itself. Music was struck up from somewhere in the group as the stringed and percussion instruments were played with great vigor and enthusiasm, and it wasn't long before adults and children alike were dancing, chatting, or even singing, as the plaza was illuminated by a mix of crystal lanterns and flame torches. Looking to Sarah, who stood by his side, he couldn't help but smile a little bit at the scene playing out before him.
It's almost hard to believe that the village is nearly razed to the ground and looted for all it's worth. Yet there they are, enjoying life to its fullest.
He mused with a smile, watching Wren play some sort of game with the children of this village, keeping pace with them without any noticeable effort on her part. Sarah returned his smile, hooking her arm around his and bringing herself nice and close to him. Well, as far as I gathered, they all thought they would die today. To those foreign soldiers, yet despite the overwhelming odds, they only lost 7 people today. Even I'd say there was something to celebrate about, she mentioned before resting her cheek on his shoulder while watching the proceedings. Chris's tail started to slowly sway and curl behind him as his smile lingered for a while longer.
All I have to say is that it's a good thing that the boss took a liking to us. After seeing what he did that day and hearing about what he did today, I'd say we made ourselves a powerful employer, and, perhaps even a partner.
He enthused to Sarah, even though for Wren and himself he was more of a patron than anything. Not that the others knew anything about that. Sarah nodded slowly, her cheek gently rubbing against his shoulder as she let out a slow exhale.
No kidding. But I still can't help but wonder what sort of work he's expecting from us. He's been keeping his cards really close to his chest, and I haven't been able to get a good read on him.
Chris chuckled at that comment as he glanced down at Sarah.
You, don't know the half of it.
Boss Vito's got an entire deck he's playing with, and we've been lucky to see just a few cards that we've peeked at. Sarah just hummed thoughtfully as they then watched Wither and Blight be crowded by a gaggle of families attempting to force gifts of food and goods onto them as thanks for their help in healing all the injured. And even though Chris couldn't see their faces, he got the vague impression that they were slightly overwhelmed by the attention, not that they hated it. As the celebrations went on, maids and butlers started filing out from the castle bailey, carrying large trays just filled to the brim with all kinds of fancy and even ornate-looking foods. There was even an entire platter filled with what Chris could only describe as a bouquet of colorful-looking fruits, though soon that was followed by soldiers carrying large kegs of some kind of alcohol that was no doubt leagues better than what was already being served. It wasn't long before Wren was running up to him. Yes, she was actually running, with some sort of puff pastry that had some kind of meat filling, and holding it up to him.
Chris, you have to try this,
she said rather excitedly, as her ears waggled so much they looked like they might fly right off.
What is it?
Chris asked with a cheerful smile, taking up the fancy-looking food and looking it over while Sarah pulled away to watch her siblings with cheerful interest.
I have no idea, but it tastes so good,
she said while procuring another and taking a big bite. Chris took a bite as well. His own ears started to twitch and sift around as he did his best to savor the flavor of the food. The meat was incredibly tender and moist, yet it somehow didn't ruin the texture of the puff pastry that was wrapped around it. Despite having experience with a good amount of food, he couldn't recognize the meat that he was eating, and didn't dare to hazard a guess as to how expensive the cut of animal or even the monster that this meat could have come from. He was about to comment on the food itself when he noticed what was essentially an honor guard of soldiers escorting Vito and his kids, along with a half-elf, a human woman, and a beaver-kin mage.
Looks like the boss is finally joining the party,
Chris commented with a smile as he popped the rest of the meat and pastry into his mouth.
Hey, who's that kid with him? I don't recognize him,
Wren asked, her ears perked with intent curiosity, while tilting her head at the view.
Ah, that's right, that's his son, Bazmori,
he mentioned with an amused look on his face, relishing the confused expressions of Sarah and Wren as they glanced between him and the child at Vito's side. End of story. Chapter 154. Vidmori Point of View. To be surrounded by such humble opulence was interesting to be sure. I could tell that the feast was a somewhat rushed affair. Yet the air of joy and exhilaration of the villagers and soldiers, who were just grateful to be alive and well elevated to overall good feelings of celebration to noticeable degrees. Lugosi was content to stand by my side, having managed to get enough rest throughout the day that he was now nice and alert as he took in the sights and smells of the party around us. Brady was almost overwhelmed by the possibilities before her, between all the new and interesting-looking people, tantalizing foods, and even the music in the air. She didn't know what she wanted to do or where she wanted to go. So she opted just to take in everything from my shoulders until something really called to her. Bazmori, for his part, was just reluctant about the whole thing. Having originally been riding a good mood about his new clothes and looks, I could tell that he was just wanting to take to my shadows and just hide out in the comfort of the darkness with all the activity around us. However, I could also feel him reasoning that he needs to be out and about more now that he's been publicly displayed as my son, and now that he was a beastkin, he couldn't just hide away whenever he wanted. That little train of thought earned him a head pat, as I couldn't help but smile at how quickly he was becoming more and more aware of himself and the others around him. After the honor guard of soldiers initially dispersed, Trelio and Vivia stepped away to mingle and talk to notable heads of the community and various other villages, showing how comfortable they were around their own people and how their people were comfortable around them despite the sheer difference in status. There was, of course, a thin veneer of professionalism in the way they carried themselves amongst each other, but the good cheer of celebration sought to whittle even that away. I found myself walking amongst the villagers as they partied, and despite being the celebrated hero of the feast, it was like most people hardly even noticed me. Not that I was actively seeking out their attention. I didn't mind, after all. Even back in my old life, I often preferred hanging out along the edge of celebrations, watching over things instead of being right in the thick of it. Usually, at least. I watched as a young man was hitting on a soldier around his age and surprisingly not striking out, despite being physically smaller in most respects, when I suddenly felt eyes focusing on me. Slowly turning to look at the approach of the owner, I spotted Wren as she walked up on her own, looking between myself and Frady and Basmori before flashing a smile. "Well, hello there, Wren. Is there something you need?" I asked pleasantly as I turned my body to face her, giving my full attention while my kids looked her over with interest.
"Hello there, Mr. Vito. I was just wondering if Frady and Basmori would like to come and play," she asked, offering a smile as she looked between my kids before looking back at me. "We other kids are organizing a big game of hide-and-seek, and I thought they might want to play, too." She enthused cheerfully, and I could clearly tell that today she's likely had the most fun she's ever had in such a long time, and sincerely wanted to share in that fun. At the mention of hide-and-seek, I could tell that both Basmori and Frady were intrigued by the prospect, as the ears perked up and tails slowly swished and swayed behind them. I could tell that they've watched the kids of Haven play, and even Frady's gotten the chance to join in at times before. "Well, what do you guys think?" I asked, letting them make their own choice, as I gently scratched Frady's throat before looking down at Basmori while he continued to hold my hand in his. "I want to play,"
Frady said enthusiastically, as she began slowly climbing down my front before hopping off my chest and landing beside Wren. Looking at Basmori, I could sense his hesitance. He was worried that he would come off as weird or just strange in general, now that he was pretending to be a person. He's had very little experience around kids the age he's pretending himself to be, let alone he's around kids in general. Before I could try and reassure him, it was Wren who spoke up first with a surprisingly reassuring smile on her face. "Don't worry about something like that. I'm not used to playing with kids either, but it's been going all right so far for me," she mentioned as her ears slowly waggled. "You could tell what he was thinking?" I asked curiously, and while I wasn't particularly surprised that she got something through the empathic bond, I was surprised by how quickly she was learning about her abilities through our bond, since she'd only had them for about a day now. Wren looked somewhat bashful, but flashed a smile as she nodded. "Not everything. I can kind of get a fake feelings and impressions, but his anxiety is rather palpable," she explained rather dutifully. I could tell that she was telling the truth. At the very least, she didn't seem to catch the worry that Basmori was pretending to be a person, and felt the anxiety that he had about being around other kids. "Interesting. That's likely due to the familial bond you two share through me. But still, I wasn't expecting you would be able to tap into that so quickly. You really do have a talent for this sort of thing," I said as I reached out and gently patted Wren's head with my gloved hand before I could stop myself. It was only moments after I realized that this might be inappropriate, as we're practically strangers despite our recent bond. Slowly, I pulled away, flexing my hand before offering an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I only just realized that might not have been appropriate. I hope you will forgive me." Wren's cheeks were flushed as she looked down at her feet, though I could tell it was really only out of slight embarrassment. From what I could sense, it felt like she just wasn't used to the act from others beyond her brother patting her head. Her hand slowly reached up to her head as she touched where I'd patted her before, just shaking her head a little. It's fine. Don't worry about it, she said softly, before managing to look back up at me, not entirely sure what to make of the head pat, but at the very least I could tell that she didn't hate it. Looking at Basmore, I could tell that he was pleased to have someone else around him who could understand him despite being unable to speak. After some more hesitation, he glanced up at me for another few moments before releasing my hand with a smile as he walked over with Wren and offered her a small smile. Wren smiled cheerfully enough as she took Basmore's hand. "Great, this will be so much fun," she enthused as she ran off with him and Fraley, disappearing into a crowd soon enough as I was now left to my own devices. Lugosi dutifully remained by my side, just content to observe and people-watch with me as we came across Cecil and the Beaverkin mage, Aspen, talking about the battle that took place and generally discussing their shared affinities in water. I did sense Cecil wondering where I was, but I didn't feel the need to make myself known at this point. Moving on from them, we spotted Lostrel and Riley conversing rather amicably. Despite the differing personalities, it seemed like they were good friends outside of work, but nothing more as far as I could tell. While looking from Chris to his team, I spotted Zax hitting it off with a young dwarf of some kind. I couldn't tell if they were a man or a woman, what with the facial hair and the round build, but they both seemed to be quite content in each other's presence. It was only then that I started to notice that a lot of younger people were pairing off as the party went on, and slipping away from festivities altogether, as I spotted Chris being led away by a rather eager-looking Sarah. As the night went on, I felt a set of eyes properly locking onto me as their owner made their approach. Turning to look, I spotted a rather buzzed-looking Vivia making her way over. I could tell that despite how inebriated she was still aware of herself and surprisingly coordinated as she flashed a rather warm and flushed smile. "I still find it quite a shame that you can't properly enjoy the festivities like this rest of us. Though I am glad to see that you've at least decided to stick around for the fun, even if you can't partake in particular." I just chuckled at her comments before flashing a warm smile of my own. I was never one for parties anyway, but I have the most fun seeing others enjoying themselves. They've certainly earned the right to unwind and let loose after nearly losing their lives today, not to mention celebrating the lives of those who were lost in defense of this place. Vivia nodded a little too much in agreement before taking a swig of what appeared to be some kind of purple-tinted mead. "They certainly have," she murmured agreeably before standing a little taller, doing her best to steady herself as she watched the plaza with me. It was quite a few moments before she looked up at me again. "So what do you make of us?" she asked before looking out at the plaza again. "You said that you were going to wait and see how tonight plays out before you tell us about your business, and I'm interested in hearing about what you make of us," she asked with a rather sincere curiosity, before taking a smaller sip of her mead, now just nursing her drink. I just smiled a bit, reaching down and gently running my fingers through Lugosi's thick coat, the wolf in question happily leaning into the touch as his tail slowly wagged. "Well, your people certainly love you all. I can tell their appreciation for your leadership, and the lifestyle carries much further than food and drink that you've given them today," I mentioned, before looking over at her. "I'll be happy to talk with you in the morning about my business in the capital. Once you sober up, of course," I mused with a grin as I looked back out at the plaza. Vivia scoffs in a good-natured way before chuckling a bit. "I'll be fine. That Trelio might be a different story," she mused as she took another sip of her mead. "Half-elves aren't exactly known for their livers. Let's just say that I'm usually the one dealing with the local dwarves," she mentioned cheerfully while nudging my arm with her elbow. I couldn't help but chuckle at that before slowly nodding my head. "I see. Well, I'll be looking forward to our meeting then," I said simply before going back to the people watching. Though as the minutes ticked by from then on, I noticed that a lot of kids were being sent home as the night party continued on. Even Vivia noticed as she glanced up at me while nursing her drink. "It looks like the little ones will be turning in soon. Will you be staying up with us?" she asked curiously. Those then that she had a realization of her own as she watched me. "Now that I think about it, can you even sleep?" she considered while taking another sip. At that, I just slowly shook my head, a small smile still on my face as I glanced back at her before looking back to the plaza. "I haven't needed to sleep for a very long time, and oh, how I miss it," I mentioned before sighing for no other reason than just to sigh. "In regards to whether or not I'll be staying for the party, well, I gotta make sure my kids get to sleep. After that, I'm not sure. I usually try to find some work to keep myself busy. Maybe I'll train. Vivia nodded slowly as she considered her words before looking over at me with a small smile. Well, if you're looking to pass time, you're free to use our library, she offered before taking yet another sip. There are all sorts of tomes, history, fiction, glossaries of all kind. I'm sure you'll find something to suit your fancy. I think I'd like that. It's been a long while since I've read a good book, I said before smiling more sincerely, while slowly nodding my head. I appreciate it. Thanks. Vivia just shook her head at that as she brought a mug to her lips. It's the least I could do, Vito. Have a good night, she enthused warmly as she started to walk away, the trio of kids soon making their approach, only a couple minutes after Vivia left my side. Hey guys, everything all right? I asked, offering them smiles as Rayleigh immediately began to climb up my leg so that she could lay across my shoulders. Wren just offered a cheerful smile as she looked up at me, while still holding hands with Basmori.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun, but everyone else is going to bed now, she explained, while her tail swished behind her with clear delight. With that said, she started to say, while scratching her cheek with a free hand, do you know where I'll be staying tonight?
Yeah, you'll be staying there with the rest of us, I said simply while pointing up at the castle, an amused grin on my face as I watched the confused uncertainty grow on her face.
Wait, what? Really? I get to stay in the castle?
She asked, her ears perking in her excitement as her tail swayed even more. Yeah, the elites of this village said that my people are welcome to stay in their home, and you are one of my people. I mused with a smile, just happy to feel the joy and excitement that was radiating off of her. Let's get going, I say, while waving her along as I turned to start walking towards the stone bridge. It is time to bring this day to a close. End of story. Chapter 155. Vitmori Point of View. With the kids put to bed and Lugosi opting to go patrol the forests surrounding the village to keep himself busy, I was left to my own devices all over again, and soon found myself in the castle's library. It was a single room with shelves that lined two walls from the floor to the ceiling on my right and left, with a pair of large windows and thick-looking curtains on the opposing wall from where I walked in. There was a rolling ladder set up along each wall of books for ease of access to the highest shelves, and in the middle of the room was a single long table that had 6 chairs for those who wished to read in the room, as far as I could tell. Back towards the far wall between the windows, there was a well-padded and frankly comfortable-looking lounge chair for those who really wanted to be comfortable while reading. But since I can't even enjoy such comforts, I quickly moved on from it and began looking over the books on the shelves. All in all, the library was fairly small compared to the libraries of my world, even considering the small-town public libraries I've stopped through over the years. However, at the end of the day, I suppose it really isn't fair to compare what I know to be a standard library to what was in this room. I had to find a comparison. This room was more like a personal study of a particularly affluent lawyer or something, one that liked to show off with all the tomes of law and glossaries with their walls of shelves that had the occasional overpriced knick-knack or small sculpture. Despite its size, I could see myself spending a few weeks reading everything here if I wasn't already preoccupied with making my way to the capital. I missed reading. Sure, I've collected and read a few books here and there these last few years, but it's been decades since I had time to sit down and just read for the fun of it, on a day off or something. Now that I was here, I wasn't sure where to even begin. After all, each and every single one of these books is a veritable treasure trove of untapped knowledge, never before seen in my world. Even if the knowledge is mundane or basic, these pages, the very words on them, never have been seen by anyone from my world. Well, I could probably speed read through a few of them throughout the night. That isn't the proper way to enjoy a book. So I have a look through all these books and pick just one to commit my time to. Not bothering to try to turn on the crystal lights in the room, I conjured a simple ball of white light and had it follow me by hovering over my shoulder as I started looking through the books, plucking them at random and giving the first few pages a cursory glance to see what they were about. There were all kinds of interesting-looking books. There were fictional stories about romances or tales of heroes, tomes of history on familiars and particular notes in the country, a glossary on technical terms in regards to alchemy, a tome on alchemy, and, a deep dive on dungeons. I read aloud while stepping away from the shelf with a book in hand before looking through the first few pages, until a line caught my eye. A modern reflection on the study of the mysterious beings that are known as dungeon calls, a bountiful resource for civilization, which is paid for in the blood of innocence. Well, I've been told about the broad strokes in regards to what dungeons are and how they're boons to society as a whole. I still don't exactly know how they work. Well, how I work, now that I consider it. Since at the end of the day I'm a dungeon core, no matter how much I try to pretend I'm still a human being. Maybe I'll look into actually setting up a proper dungeon if the benefits outweigh the costs, especially now that I have 2 proper spawners of my own unique beasts running around. Taking the book over to the long table and sitting down, I open it up and start going through the pages of information as the seconds turn to hours, trickling by like grains of sand. With the morning sun cresting through the curtains, I can't help but really reflect on all this new information, as what I've found between these pages has proven to be a rather illuminating, well, not just the info from this book, as the memories of Rita's 2 semesters of dungeon studies during her time at the academy bubbled up to the forefront of my own thoughts while I'd been reading. I'm just lucky that she's rather a studious girl, though I wonder if I should touch base with some of her teachers in the academy. As far as I can remember, she had a good relationship with a couple of them at least, before she got swept up into being enslaved by the pink-haired scum's family. Anyway, I'm getting off track. From what I learned, at least from the perspective of scholars and officials who manage and oversee dungeon affairs from the outside, dungeons benefit from their release of vital energies of those who delve into them, not just the use of magical mana from those with mana hearts, though that certainly helps, but even from the unenhanced delvers who come into the dungeon's territory. In fact, those who don't have mana hearts have a better chance of actually igniting one while in a dungeon's territory, because of that expenditure of vital energies while fighting and training. And of course, those with mana hearts could further train and develop what they already have while in dungeons. The commonly accepted metaphor presented by those of the academy is that delvers are like dripping wet sponges, while the dungeons are bowls of water. Delvers as a whole are just filled with energy that they bring into the dungeon from the outside. The more they fight and the more energy they expend, the more energy they release into the dungeon itself. Basically, just squeezing the wet sponge while it is submerged. But what happens to the sponge while it is still submerged? Well, it soaks up water again, though it is new and different water. Just like how they fueled the dungeon in turn fuels the delver, so that they can bring back even more energy the next time to expend it all over again. So based on what I can interpret between Rita's studies and what this book is telling me, is that the relationship between cooperative and competitive dungeons to those who delve them is akin to kind of symbiosis. The dungeon cultivates the land that makes up its territories to entice delvers to seek out whatever riches or bounties are within them, and the delvers expend energy and mana that fuel the dungeon's growth and allow them to put up even more of a challenge and offer even more riches to then lure more delvers to return. So that's well and good, but what does that mean for me, given that I figured out how to pull natural mana from the air itself and can thus introduce fresh mana into my own territory? Is this how Lichtrin did it? I mean, I'm not sure how long it took her to get a core as big as she did, but I know that based on the dates on the map crystals she had, and the grave of the birdkin who was in the photo in her room, that she was at least 2, maybe 3 centuries old. Of course, I can't be so naive as to think that Lichtrin never killed anyone, but she had a thriving town, and that was the equivalent of a capital city within her territory. Surely, all that activity in a dungeon likely fueled her to the extent that she was able to grow to be as big and as powerful as she ended up being before her core got cracked. Now that I think about it, if the fort town of Sunspot Keep is 1,000 years old, does that mean that the hegemony capital, which was built next to a dungeon, is also over 1,000 years old? How massive could a dungeon that managed to live that long get? Is it as intelligent as a person by now, or what's going on with it mentally? I wonder how it'll react to me being close to its territory, or if it'll even care at all. My speculations aside, an interesting piece of information that I came across was that all known dungeons have killed someone before, even the friendly and peaceful cooperative ones. It is in fact the first kill that shapes the dungeon into what it'll be, as the sudden influx of both vital energies and experience of killing changes them. While I had seen this play out through Orwell's memories, I don't think I realized at the time that it was because they killed someone that the Blue Corps ended up becoming a cooperative dungeon with low-threat battles. The only really messed up part of this all is that for the majority of cooperative dungeons, the first kills ended up being children who accidentally wandered into their territories, at least according to both the book and Rita's lessons at the Academy. The Academy and the book both theorized that the act of killing a child, while the dungeon core itself was still in an ascent stage, traumatized the simple mind of the dungeon, and thus they tended to go towards more peaceful and less threatening endeavors. In regards to competitive and belligerent dungeons, the record showed that their first kills tended to be teenagers and adults, though the academics hadn't been able to find a correlation between the deaths of children, teens, and adults, or the type of dungeon a core will develop into. Though, with that all in mind, I think I know why the nascent cores that happen to kill children tend to become cooperative. It has to do with memories. I wondered why I always absorbed the memories of those I killed. At first I thought it might have to do with one of those skill things I might have because of my titles or something. But what if that was just something inherent with me being a dungeon? I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? Outside of whatever limited guidance the cores may get from beings that place them in the world, if they even get that, how else would they get to learn and grow to be more competent at being a dungeon? Hell, even I learned the general idea of how magic worked and a few of the world's languages when I initially killed Revia, Rionum, and the bandits that were working for her. Though, with all that in mind, why aren't there more hyper-intelligent cores out there? If the Descent dungeon cores are getting condensed copies of the minds of the people sent right on to their undeveloped minds, why aren't they becoming copies of those people, or some kind of amalgamation of multiple people's personalities? Maybe it's due to there being a fundamental difference in the way that a dungeon core's mind works when compared to that of a person. Like how you can teach a dog to associate words and phrases with certain items and actions, but the dog itself cannot formulate actual speech or converse with the person in any meaningful way. At the very least, that may be the case for dungeons that are still young. But what about dungeons that have already aged past their first couple centuries? Well, considering the only experience I have with dungeons is myself, a dead otherworlder, and a comatose cooperative core, can't really give an all-too-educated guess. As I flip through the pages of the book to reread some sections about the behavior of competitive cores putting treasures behind boss-grade scions, my attention is finally pulled from the book itself as the doors to the library are opened up, and a maid I don't recognize steps inside with a small smile on her face before offering a small curtsy and a show of respect. "Good morning, Great Mage. I'm terribly sorry if I'm interrupting, but would you care to join everyone for breakfast?" she asked while standing upright again. "Right. I noticed the sun was coming up earlier, but to think I really spent the whole night studying it. It was nice to be alone with my usual thoughts for the first time in a long time without throwing myself into some sort of project." Seeing the maid patiently waiting for my answer, I just offer a small smile while standing as I shut the book. "Sure, breakfast sounds nice right about now," I mused in a cheerful way, crossing through the small library and approaching the shelves again, making sure the book was returned to the spot I took it from. I soon followed the maid out, eager to greet the new day. End of chapter. Chapter 156. Vidmori Point of View. Entering the dining hall, I find a rather ornate-looking room lined with plush carpets that go down the length of the room on each side of the table. There were impressive-looking banners that stretched from the ceilings to the floor that depicted what I could safely assume was a family's crest, considering how often I'd seen it around the place. The table looked fit to sit at least 20 people, and it nearly did just that as I looked over everyone who was attending this meal. At the head of the table was Trelio, who looked admittedly rather haggard with what I could only assume was a fairly serious hangover, if Vivia's comments last night were anything to go by. However, the same could be said for their kids, Vitra and Larkus, as they also looked fairly pale compared to when I saw them last night. Vivia, for her part, looked fairly all right, and at least compared to the rest of her family. As the maid led me through the dining hall to the seat at Larkus's immediate left, I made sure to visibly check in with the others who were enjoying the meal this morning. The meal itself looked to be scrambled eggs, sausage, sliced fruit, something that was remarkably like hash browns, and some kind of toast made from a loaf of brown, grain-rich bread. All in all, it was a generous and well-made looking spread that probably wasn't that far off from what the people of the village were used to eating if I was gauging everyone's reaction correctly. Staying on the right-hand side of the table from Tredia, and to Vivi's immediate left, was Toby, the two women conversing about something or another. Further down the line, the twins sat together, with Pulma sitting between them, and at the far end was a mage Aspen, who sat across from Cecil as they seemingly continued their conversation from last night about their experiences in the magic, while Aspen sincerely did his best to offer advice and guidance to the younger mage. On the left-hand side of the table, Basmori sat next to my seat, while eagerly digging into the food before him, though he was admittedly rather clumsy and a little messy as he got used to using utensils that were set before him, while more often than not using hands to pick up and eat the food. Frady was served at the table as well, eating from a rather ornate-looking bowl as she was served eggs with sausage, though the sausage was already chopped up into smaller pieces so that she could more easily eat from the bowl. With that said, she was also served a small plate of sliced fruit, which was also helped herself to with equal vigor. Behind the two of them sat Lugosi as he stayed close to the siblings, while eating from a rather large and still ornate-looking bowl that was filled with sausage, other cuts of meat, and hard-boiled eggs. On a second glance, I noticed that Lugosi's coat looked a lot nicer than I remembered. In fact, he looked like he recently got a bath and a rather thorough brushing. Around his neck was a silver chain with the rough-cut but polished green emerald the size of my thumb hanging off the chain. I'll have to see what all that is in a moment. To Frady's right sat Wren, the fox-kin girl, looking particularly bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, as she eagerly savoured the hearty meal while admiring her surroundings. Further down the line, where Chris and his team, along with the adventurers as they seemingly conversed amongst each other, and the elite teens who sat across from them. Among the thieves and adventurers, it seems the only one that didn't get any action last night was Cecil, though likely it was due to him seeking out academic pursuits instead of physical ones. Between Rance and Lily, I could tell they were both of rather good spirits, though at a glance I could see that Rance was sporting some new hickeys around the neck, along with what looked like a bite mark on his shoulder that peeked out from beneath his tunic. In regards to Chris and Sarah, well, Chris had some similar-looking hickeys around his neck, and seemed in better condition than he was expecting after what happened the night before, though it was Sarah who seemed the most pleased, if not a little confused, about last night's events, as she wondered why her lower back was so much more sore than usual. Looking over to Zax, well, the poor guy just looked worn and sore all over, his arms and legs still feeling rather shaky from last night, as it seems he got much more than he was bargaining for with that young dwarf he lent the party with. Finally, at the very end of the table sat Lostrel and Riley, the two of them conversing between themselves as they did their very best both not to draw attention or cause any trouble, as they were keenly aware of just how unusual it was for them to be dining at the same room as the rank 2 elites, and didn't have the good fortune to be ignorant like the younger members of our caravan. I did wonder where Wither and Blight ended up staying, considering that I'm not seeing them around here. I highly doubt they managed to get into any sort of trouble, so it's not like I have much to actually worry about. Patting Lugosi's head as I passed, I took a moment to dote on both Basmori and Fraley before taking my seat between Basmori and Larkus. The half-elf man managed to force a smile on his face despite the persistent headache that insisted on plaguing him. "Good morning, Mage Vito. I trust you had an enjoyable night in the library," he asked sincerely enough before sipping at what looked to be a mug of tea. I just offered a smile as I scooted my seat. "Yes, you've got quite the collection. I wasn't even sure where to start at first when I began looking over your inventory," I mentioned kindly. Though before I could say anything else, another maid approached and regarded me with a polite smile. "Great Mage, are you ready for your meal?" she asked with a professional curiosity. I could feel Trelio moving to say something to the maid about me not needing to eat, but he opted to hold back and watch how I handled it for myself. I just flashed the maid a little smile before shaking my head. No, thank you. I had more than my fill last night, and I don't really need to eat all that much to begin with," I explained, though considering that everyone else was eating and I was invited to join them at breakfast, I suppose I should get something. "Though, with that said, "I would like some coffee with a little bit of cream," I asked, though I was surprised to sense her confusion as she looked at me with an uncertain air about her. I wasn't just her either. Glancing around, I noticed that most of the people here didn't know what I was talking about, though they had a word for it in their language, so it's not like they didn't have it in this world. Tooley knew what I was talking about, though it was actually Chris who piped up, much to my surprise as well as Wren's. "Coffee is a rare and exotic drink around these parts. It comes from the far north in the Darazan hotlands, at least on this continent. The plants are hard to grow and difficult to maintain when compared to tea, and have a strong bitter taste that most people aren't accustomed to," he explained before glancing over at me. "They wouldn't have something like that here, boss, though they might have some in the capital if you're looking," he mentioned with a smile, as Wren continued to give Chris a rather incredulous, surprised look about him being this knowledgeable about things that even she didn't know about. He just offered us an amused smirk. "What? I make it a point to know about luxury goods," he mused kindly before going back to his meal. "Ah, that's a shame," I say while stroking my chin before looking over to the maid. "Then I'll take some black tea if you don't mind. I don't have a preference in regards to the blend. I don't exactly know if they have specific names in this world, and I don't want to stand out even more than I already have, trying to comb through the memories I've absorbed, trying to remember any. However, if they don't have a coffee culture in this country, or even in this part of the continent, then what do they call coffee tables?" Regardless, the maid lowered her head respectfully before standing tall again. "Yes, great mage, I'll be right back," she said politely, as she then turned on her heel and left the dining hall. "So, you have had a lot of experience drinking this coffee stuff?" Vivia asked curiously, her meaning clear to me as she considered the fact that I'm very much a fancy wooden golem as far as she knew. I just smiled a little more, leaning back into my seat while I waited. "I used to drink it quite often while I grew up. It was so readily available to me back then that I hadn't realized that it was meant to be a rare good," I explained away before shrugging a bit. "It's been a long time since I've had it, though. I suppose I just really missed the smell of it." At that, Trelio and Vivian nodded intently, sufficiently satisfied by that explanation, before Trelio decided to pipe up. "Oh, just so you know, Defender Lugosi there managed to capture 2 scouts from that foreign army at some point last night. It seems that they were trying to see what happened to their forces, given that they never returned yesterday," he explained, sounding rather pleased by the development before continuing. "They're currently chained up in our cells, but we'll deal with them in time," Trelio said, as if to reassure me. I glanced over to the particularly well-groomed Spitterwolf and his new silver chain with a green jewel, earning a proud-looking wolfish grin from him as he looked up from his bowl before digging back into the food. "Oh, really? Well, I would expect nothing less from him. He's the leader of his pack back home, and his job normally is to protect it with the other wolves," I say before leaning back and resting my arms on the table. "Though, is there a reason you're referring to him as his title? Lugosi isn't really one for formalities." Trelio chuckled heartily at that, before nodding in understanding. "He said as much. Though you and yours have done so much for this town, especially healers, Wither and Blight, it would be wrong of me not to at least be respectful enough to dress you all by suitable titles. Admittedly, Lugosi wasn't comfortable with being called Mr. or Master Lugosi, and insisted that if you were to refer to him by a title, then Defender would be preferable," he dutifully explained while sounding painfully sincere. A glance over at Vivia and a shake of her head in response was enough for me to know that Trelio isn't one to drop pretenses like she was, so I opted to not argue much and offered a smile. "Well, if you insist, I won't try to convince you to do otherwise," I mused kindly. "So, what can you tell us about this coffee? Is it any good?" Vivia asked curiously, just making conversation while everyone else ate and generally had their own ongoing conversations. I couldn't help but flash a grin as I leaned back in my seat. "Is coffee any good? Well, I suppose it's a matter of preference. I personally preferred tea when I was younger, but over the years I found that nothing could beat a good cup of coffee after a rough night or on an especially early morning," I mused before deciding to talk more about coffee, sharing what I knew about the different ways to prepare and brew it, or the many ways that it could be used in cooking, especially with pastries. As we spoke, the maid eventually brought out my tea and set it out quietly in front of me, before dismissing herself all over again. I took a moment to look over the tea, collecting the mug as if the muted warmth radiated into my wood. Bringing the tea to my nose, I slowly inhaled a rather floral scent before slowly tipping the piping hot liquid into my mouth. I didn't taste much of anything, which I expected, of course, but it was still no less disappointing as I stashed the mouthful of tea away in my storage. Trelio and Vivia watched on with interest, wondering where the tea was going since I had expressly told Vivia that I didn't have a stomach. Breakfast went on without a hitch, as we eventually moved on from coffee, with Tulmi leading the conversation and discussing with Vivia and Trelio about plans moving forward in regards to the reconstruction of the village, as well as possible initiative in training up more guards and a possible militia from the village numbers. While they may not be overtly effective combatants, the training may help instill confidence in the villagers after yesterday's events and work towards restoring a sense of normalcy in the near future. As the plates were being collected, Larkus decided to pipe up with a smile while looking significantly better than he had been at the beginning of the meal.
"Hey, would you all be interested in sparring?"
he asked while looking over the line of teenagers across from him, a small grin of anticipation forming on his lips as even Puma and Vitra looked intrigued by the suggestion.
"We don't often get a chance to spar with our peers our age, so it might be fun,"
he enthused with a charming amount of hopeful confidence. It was then that Rance and Chris shared a glance between them, being the respective leaders of their groups, before the two looked at me next. I just smiled while taking a sip of my mug of tea before offering a little shrug. "I don't see why not. Just try not to overexert yourself. I still have some business to attend to. But the standing plan for today is to still depart for the next town over, and then the capital." The two leaders amongst the peers shared a nod as Rance pipes up for the guards. "Sure. We're actually on our way to the capital to test our Sapphire rank. It'll be interesting to see how we hold up to some Tier 2 and Tier 3 elites," he mused with a confident grin, which the elite teens eagerly reciprocated. Chris sighed a bit and nodded.
"Well, my team isn't really geared for open combat, but any experience in the learning experience, we'd be glad to take part in the sparring as well,"
Chris explained with a more subdued smile.
"The more the merrier,"
Puma added simply as the elites moved to stand, soon followed by the rest of the teens. "I should probably make sure that things don't get too carried away," Tulbi mentioned, with an amused look on her face before pointing at Aspen and gesturing for him to follow. "And you're coming along, in case anyone gets hurt."
"Now, of course, Miss Tulbi," Aspen replied deferentially to the higher-ranked elite, standing as he followed the crowd of teens. Though I did see Ren follow the group as well, accompanied by Curious Basmori and Freddy, who were thus accompanied by Lugosi. With nothing else to do here, Riley and Lostrel also dismissed themselves, leaving me with just Trelio and Vivia, as I regarded them with a more serious expression on my face. "Well then, I suppose it's time to talk business, shouldn't we? I have a feeling you're going to want to know just why someone like me is going to the capital, right?" Trelio shared a look with Vivia, before looking at me and offering a slow nod. "Of course, Mage Vito," he said soberly, having caught the shift in my mood rather easily, as he then glanced around at the servants, who were still cleaning when he started to stand. "And let's take this to my office." End of chapter. Chapter 157. Vitmori Point of View. We ended up going back to the meeting room that I had met Trelio in yesterday, though we approached a pair of double doors which were in the room, and from there we entered what appeared to be Trelio's office. It was a rather ornate-looking room that smells vaguely of oil and iron amongst other things. Of course, I quickly noticed all the weapons and armor that decorated the room, either by hanging them on the wall or on simple frames that displayed the weapons or armor. There was enough in this room to outfit at least 4, maybe 5 individuals in a pinch, and maybe that was the point of the collection here. Trelio took his place at the desk, sitting at a rather cozy-looking padded chair, while Vivia made herself comfortable sitting on the front of his desk, mainly settling on the left-hand side of it. "So, Mage Vito, what brings you, being as powerful as you, to our country's capital?" Trelio asked while curiously looking me over. I took my own seat on one of the 2 chairs, which were set out in front of his desk. They were nicely made, though it's not like I could actually enjoy them. "Well, before we go into that, tell me what you know of Lady Diasora and her family," I say as I gauged their reactions. They were a little confused when I mentioned them, the husband and wife sharing a look as Trelio considered his words.
Well, I don't have the pleasure of knowing Lady Diasora myself. I do know of her father. He is a maverick Gulliver, and he is a rank 3 elite. His family doesn't have any notable might to their name, but they do have the benefit of generational wealth along with the ties to the Bank of Time. He's a bankroller of sorts who dips his coin into all sorts of endeavors and business ventures, giving him a wide network of lower-ranked elites and other people who owe their success and influence to him. The only reason his family isn't of a higher rank is simply due to not having much might to their name at all. Only their money and the merit of their influence is helping them develop this country in their own ways, Trelio explained thoughtfully, his brows furrowed in consideration as he racked his mind for anything else of note, and coming up empty at the moment. It was then that Vivia picked up the slack as she tapped her chin in thought. Now that I think about it, Lady Diasora and her entourage crossed through the town almost 2 months ago to get to Sunspot Keep. She mentioned something about a business deal of sorts and talking about getting some new toys or something. She explained while shaking her head dismissively. I can hardly believe that my own children are the same age as her. Such a childish girl, Vivia mentioned before shrugging a bit. I suppose the guards must have been watching over her and her attendant, especially since they managed to escape with their lives and came back through town around a week ago, after losing all their goods and people. That's actually on me, I mentioned while leaning back in my seat, pretending to get comfortable in the plush cushion. Wait, what's on you? Trelio asked with a sufficiently confused expression on his face. I am the one who attacked her caravan. Well, my subordinates attacked her, I explained with a small wave of my hand. Though the only one who got killed was that catkin, Dahlia. Everyone else is alive and well back home. I watched as the duo shared a look, not exactly sure what to make of my claims. Though it was Vivia who spoke up next as she regarded me. Wait a minute. You said Dahlia is dead? She asked, sounding properly incredulous by that comment. But I just saw her last week with Lady Diasora. So how can that be? At that, I just offered a bit of a smile. I told you about Basti, Basmori's mother, didn't I mentioned leadingly. That caused Trelio to glance over at Vivia as she nodded slowly. Yes, she's a beast-kin shapeshifter, right? I nodded back to her. Yes, and she's exceedingly skilled at it, and at using shadow magic, I explained, as a look of realization started to cross Trelio and Vivia's faces. With her abilities as a shapeshifter and her skills in shadow magic, she was able to convincingly change her appearance and voice match to that of Dahlia's. A little bit of memory magic, and she's also got the general behavior, mannerisms, and of course memories of Dahlia. Thus, she's able to convincingly take her place. That is unnerving, Trelio commented after taking a moment to digest all of that. As much as you have done for us, Mage Vito, I must ask you to why you've done all of this. Are you willing to share that as well? Before I answer that, what do you know of the slave trade going on between the faction within the theocracy and the hegemony? Not to mention the enslavement of the hegemony's own people. The what? Trelio and Vivia said at once, with varying amounts of confusion and disbelief. At that, I couldn't help but smile as I sat up in my seat. I knew there was a reason for my good feeling about you two. Your ignorance in this only further proves to me that I can trust you all with this, I mentioned kindly. Trelio and Vivia shared another look before Trelio regarded me once more. I'm honored to have your trust, Mage Vito, but please, continue. Tell us about the slave trade you speak of. Nodding slowly, I went about leaning back in my seat all over again. Yes, though, seeing as you have gained my trust, I suppose I can also tell you a little more about myself, I mentioned before gesturing to myself. My real name is Vitmori, and I am the druid who is now in charge of Lichtrin's Folly. This earned a look of surprise from the two elites, but they didn't interrupt, intent on listening to what I had to say. I went on to tell the story mixed with truths and lies, changing the timeline of events compared to what actually happened. As far as they know, I've been at my mountain for at least a year now. I've told them about a blue dragon core in my care, and how I've lived a quiet life with Basti and our kids, as well as mentioning Ururu, Frisbee, Jack, Pratimus, Dianeba, and Lugosi, for now as intelligent beasts who help me protect and manage my territory. From there I talked about a sting operation I came across, and how I mistook Revire and Rhiannon for bandits before I realized she was an elf I recognized, and worked with her to ambush a caravan from the theocracy. I told them about Haven, and how I helped the people settle on the land that I've been watching over. even mentioned that the blacksmith who made my sword was amongst them. I spoke of the sinners and how they decided to defect from the theocracy and work with me to take down what they called apostates within the church, and also what little they knew of the buyers from the hegemony. I then talked about Rita, Lanzik, Jazz, and Mina, touching on how they were people from the hegemony who were enslaved in one way or another, though ultimately the means of their enslavement ended up being tied into dealings with the Bank of Time. So our plan was set in motion. Basti would return with Dirosa while posing as Dahlia, and I would follow soon after on my own. We would figure out who was involved in this whole mess, and hopefully rescue the enslaved beastkin from the hegemony while we were at it. I then looked between the two elites before speaking up again, and I intend on killing any who was involved in this. As is your right, dictated by the laws of our country, Trelio said firmly, while nodding along at my words. You may be an outsider, but you've already established yourself as a powerful figure amongst our people. You certainly have the backing of my house, that's for sure. He mused with a toothy grin, though it wasn't a charming or cheerful grin. From his expression alone, I could see a tempered rage just seething through his teeth, like an animal baring his fangs with fury. Vivia nodded along, her own rage blistering like an ice storm as she stared off into the middle distance. I can't believe I let that old bitch sleep under my roof, she muttered before sighing a bit. But yes, Trelio is right. You have our support, Vidmari. How can we help you? Trelio pitched in, leaning forward on his desk as he propped himself up on his elbows, while his fingers interlocked with each other. Well, I need information, not to mention the means to open doors and make more connections. I already have a link to the Thieves Guild thanks to Chris and his team, but I need more ties through proper channels. Do you think you can help me with that? Trelio and Vivia shared a contemplative look before Vivia decided to speak up again. You know what? There's actually a summit for the elite next week, so there will likely be more notable figures in the capital than usual. I believe I could help you properly navigate the various social circles and cliques. That would be pretty useful, especially if there's going to be more elites in one place than usual. Who knows what sort of trouble that much activity could bring? Yes, that would be extremely helpful, I say, before considering something else. That reminds me, are you going to be reporting the information I gave you about the foreign raiders, or do you intend on handling it yourself? Vivia nodded with satisfaction before looking at Trelio curiously as he spoke up. As much as I would love to have the glory of wiping them out myself, considering the forces you spoke of as well as how fortified their base is, well, I'll need to petition others for their aid. More than likely we'll each be equipping our children and sending them with our personal forces, so they might have a chance to bring our families the merit and glory of taking down our foreign soldiers and liberating the villages they have been taking. So you're sending your children to fight this battle? I asked. I can't help but sound taken aback by this notion. After all, I was still putting my own life on the line well into my old age back in my world. Sure, the young would have to get involved in the battles to come, and sheltering them would do no good in their development as survivors in the world we lived in. Trelio just offered a sympathetic smile before leaning back in his seat. I understand how that may seem to an outsider, but it is not like we'll be sending them in unprepared, he explained as his eyes began to wander the arms and armor that filled his office. My children have been trained to fight since even before they developed their manor hearts, and since developing them they have honed their abilities as far as they can through natural means, while consuming the best herbs, ingredients, and potions that money can buy, he said with a proud look in his face, before sitting back up and leaning forward on his desk. And while they do have experience fighting people and monsters, what they don't have is any real merits to their name. It's not often a major threat like this comes to our lands to present us with an easy means of raising our names. So many battle-focused families like ours will definitely rise to the challenge. Many of our children will likely die, though that is ultimately the price of being an elite. It is our duty, as the exceptional, to rise up and fight for those amongst us who aren't. Those who survive will have earned their place amongst us as our peers rather than as dependent on our care, Vivia explained a little more soberly, as her hand absently touched the scar that crossed along her artificial eye. Aside from that, we'll be able to see more defined hierarchy amongst the next generation as they deal with these foreign soldiers, leaders, and those who support the truly elite among the exceptional. From what Vervier just said, I couldn't help but be reminded of the concept of noblesse oblige. Perhaps they aren't nobility in the sense of those in Ferodius' empire, or even in the theocracy, but the honor of duty to their people that they seemed determined to carry out despite the privilege of their station they earned is rather admirable. I knew far too many people who grew stagnant with their influence once they managed to cut out a stable slice of their apocalypse for themselves. These men and women decided to live like kings and queens of their territory and ignore all those beyond their borders. But I suppose that was the way of the apocalypse. I see. I suppose if that is how it is done here, then it is not my place to judge what works, I offered simply before looking between them. So, how are we going to move forward? Chris' point of view. The twins and Pulma were truly sights to behold. The way they fought alongside each other showed just how many years of training they put into themselves to get as good as they are now. Chris watched as the twins and Puma faced off against everyone else in what ended up being a sparring match turned into a free-for-all brawl. Larkus and Vitra both wielded wooden swords and shields, flanking Puma, who wielded a wooden greatsword, which she swung around with incredible ease. Puma would slash out with what seemed like reckless abandon, crashing her wooden blade into Rance's shield and sending him stumbling before pressing her advantage to get him down on the ground. However, when Lily and Sarah aimed with their bow and crossbow, the twins were quick to step forward and block their shots before getting out of Puma's way and turning their attention back to Zaxxon himself. Chris couldn't help thinking that if they were fighting seriously, his team would have likely been wiped out rather quickly before soon being followed by the adventurers. With that in mind, it's not like they were even fighting at full force. This was all basic sparring without fully utilizing their mana hearts or any other abilities that he's only heard about. As the sparring match went on, he would occasionally glance at the other end of the training yard, watching as Cecil and Aspen traded blasts of magic, working on Cecil's casting speed, as well as the force of his magic, while experimenting with either end of the spectrum and trying to find out a good balance or something. Whatever they were doing, it seemed Ren had been paying rapt attention. A sudden swing of Larkus's wooden blade towards Chris's face brought him back to the moment, as he managed to bring up his wooden mace to block the strike. The heavy clack of wooden wood made his arm shake, though he managed to disengage Larkus before retaliating with a hard swing of the mace down on Larkus's wooden shield, which caused the young half-elf to grin with eager delight. "Pay attention! You have nothing in the battle if you lose your focus!" Larkus mused before bashing his shield into Chris's chest, sending the foxkin stumbling to the ground before being forced to retreat when Sarah threw wooden daggers at Larkus to keep him from pressing his advantage. As he rolled to his feet, a feline yell and a blight flash of momentarily caught his attention as he spotted Tulby fending off Lugosi, Rayleigh, and Basmori. The wolf took on the role of the main attacker, at making Tulby keep her full attention on him, while Fraley did her best to distract and disorient the veteran adventurer with bursts of light that flashed from a feline body. He didn't spot Basmori at first, but suddenly he watched as the beastskin boy launched out of a shadow and lashed out at Tulby, landing a solid punch on the woman's shoulder with a gauntlet that looked to be made of shadow, though after making contact, Basmori shifted back into a cub while pushing off Tulmi and dashing away before she could properly strike back. Having wasted those 3 seconds not paying attention to his own fight playing out, he was once again caught by surprise as Puma changed targets without warning, sliding past Rance and turning her focus on Chris with a playful smirk on her feline face as she swung her wooden greatsword in a right diagonal slash. Purely on instinct, Chris just narrowly dodges her swing as he rolls to the left before hopping back to his feet and backpedaling as Puma presses after him. Having been separated from the group, Chris was very much on the back foot, as he kept bobbing and dodging Puma's swipes and slashes, while Larkus and Vitra easily controlled the crowd and kept his team and the adventurers from giving him any support. Surprising even himself, Chris managed to at least keep up with Puma for a little while, blocking 3 mighty swings one after the other, before finally being completely disarmed as Puma's followed up with one more swing, only to stop short at his neck, while his wooden mace clattered noisily along the stone floor. Puma flashed an amused smirk, drawing the wooden blade back as her ears flicked for no apparent reason. "That's what you get for letting your attention wander too much," she teased while stepping back. Chris could still hear his heart pounding in his ears as he panted heavily, not having realized that his breath got caught in his throat during Puma's last swing. It was at that moment He realized that she'd killed before and likely would have cut him down in that moment if this wasn't more a sparring match. With him having been defeated, the sparring match had come to an end, and the teens took a moment to unwind, rehydrate, and wipe down sweat as needed so that they could get ready to do this all over again. His eyes wandered over to the young elites as he greedily downed some water from a cup provided by one of the attending maids. Even though they were the same age as him, they were already so strong and skilled in ways he likely couldn't even consider a week ago. Now that he had his own man of heart, he couldn't help but wonder just how much work he was going to need to put into himself if he wanted to reach even a fraction of their strength. As the teens started to regroup and get ready for the next round of sparring, what sounded like a wooden whistle trilled out into the air. Chris's ears turned to the sound before his eyes could as he looked over, spotting Vito and the mayor and his wife. His boss brought his fingers to his wooden lips and vaguely amused look on his face before he regarded the mayor. "If my children and the guests could gather around me, we have some things to discuss," the mayor said with a more stern and stoic expression on his face as he regarded everyone there. End of chapter. Chapter 158. Chris' point of view. Vito's caravan has really grown into something of note. The group as a whole didn't leave until well into the afternoon, since the local elite decided to tag along. Thus, preparations needed to be arranged as luggage was packed, servants were selected to join, and a small squad of soldiers was tasked as escorts to follow along with the caravan as added security. The current plan was that the caravan would travel as far as they could before setting up camp for the night, and then the next day they would just cross through the next village without stopping for long, and setting up camp one more time on the road to the capital. From there, they would likely arrive in the capital before lunch, if all goes well, at least. Of the elites joining the caravan, the mayor, his wife, and their children decided to all come along due to some sort of meeting in the capital. Puma was also allowed to join the group, though Tulmi decided to stay behind to figuratively and literally hold the fort in the Lukfan family's place, with Aspen serving as her support. Beyond the elite entourage, Chris was vaguely surprised to see that they'd also be transporting some prisoners to the capital. It was the 2 foreign scouts that he had heard about during breakfast. Supposedly, they'll be brought before the Council of Elites or something, to be interrogated in front of everyone using undetermined means. Whatever was going to happen to them, Chris had a good feeling it wasn't going to be pleasant at all. So all in all, aside from the 2 carts they had started with, one more carriage for the elites will be added to the line, followed by a carriage for the servants, along with a chuck wagon with food and supplies for the trip, a small cart with a cage full of prisoners, and last but not least, the 8 soldiers on warbling swifts, who will ride along with the caravan. Chris, for his part, was in the cart he had been in before with the adventurers. Zax was the one driving today, while Riley rode with Lostrel in the following cart, letting him drive as she scribbled something down in some kind of journal. Sarah was currently using Chris's tail as a pillow, napping away the first leg of the journey, while Ren was playing a game of chess against Cecil, using that enchanted board. Though he could tell that the game wasn't really the focus, as Cecil kept getting distracted by explaining some sort of fundamentals about magic, and Ren was more than happy to listen to him ramble. Chris himself could barely understand the conversation altogether, though if Ren was getting something out of all of that, then more power to her. Looking around the cart, he noticed Rance and Lily were also sleeping the afternoon away, the duo sitting mostly upright while leaning into each other as they slowly swayed while the caravan rolled along. Chris wasn't all too sure where Basmori was. Even Frady was somewhere else, as far as he could tell, though Lugosi was out amongst the warbler-riding soldiers as he decided to help out with searching the area while the group travelled. Looking back down along the line of carts and carriages, Chris spotted Wither sitting with the servants with a new plague doctor who showed up at some point in the day. From what Boss Vito had mentioned, the new one was a woman called Festa. Meanwhile, Blight had remained back in Lukfan's Rest with another new plague doctor, a man named Demise. Chris wasn't sure where they had come from, but he had learned that the boss had many more people working for him than he initially realized. To think that the Thieves' Guild had nothing on him when they tried to look him up the other day. All that power and that many subordinates all over the place. Just where did he come from? Speaking of the boss, the last Chris saw of him, he had gotten into the back of the cart Lostrel and Riley were driving, saying something about needing to meditate and asking not to be disturbed unless something serious happens. Regardless, with these many people around the caravan, there really wasn't all that much for Chris to do, so he opted to take a page out of Sarah's plans for the day and leaned back against the cart's wall, just shutting his eyes as he listened to Cecil and Wren talk and slowly coasting off to sleep. Vidmore point of view. In a blink, I find myself back in my core chamber, the warm green glow of the core filling the room as I feel my senses practically explode with information of all the activity within my bubble. It was easy to forget just how much information I was able to easily process in general as a dungeon core when compared to the limited senses of my avatar. Feeding things out all over again, I began roaming my bubble of influence and checking in on things where I could. Moving down the smithy first, it was actually empty, much to my surprise. The forge itself still radiated heat, but as far as I can tell, it looks like nobody's been here for a few hours at least. Poking around a little more, I did spot a long and wrapped-up bundle that looked to be a spear. However, given that Tricia wasn't here, it wouldn't be right for me to just take the spear without giving her a chance to show it off to me. Leaving the smithy behind, I poked around the training room briefly to find that it was also empty, which made sense, I suppose. The sinners had already left before I did, and Dread was set on training with the Spitter Wolves while I was on my way out. Heading further down my mountain, I made my way into the 4 greenhouse rooms, and they were just bustling with activity, as a dozen or so borats slithered around the place, tending to the crops as they methodically checked each and every growing sprout or flowering vines and bushes. There weren't much by the way of weeds, or even pests, considering the rather isolated nature of the greenhouse, but they still managed to find things to do. I even spotted a few of borats just meditating among the crops, imitating Ururu as I sat in coils while biting their tails, circulating their mana through their small bodies before sending that mana into the soil and crops around them. I didn't spot Frisbee anywhere in the greenhouse rooms, though I suppose she could be just busy elsewhere. Leaving the borats to their gardening, I headed further down my rather unused mountain and made my way into the Spitter Wolf den. In the entry chamber, I spotted the shooting range from before, though the layout of the targets had been rearranged since then. A few wolves were milling about here and there, seemingly resting or relaxing, while others were bringing in kills in the form of rodents like the rabbits or those oversized blue mantises. While I knew that wolves didn't need to eat to survive, quite a few of them felt the need to eat to fuel up because, they're not showing signs yet, but most of the female wolves are pregnant. The wolves themselves seemed to be aware of the pregnancies amongst their number. I suppose between their inborn instincts as well as their heightened awareness from their near sapience, they're bound to notice the changes in their own bodies as well as the others around them. Surprisingly enough, only around half of the females are pregnant, and this seems to be a conscious decision amongst them as they plan for a future and control their own population without any real outside guidance. Looking around, I spotted Garm amongst the wolves, who had been resting, and I could tell she was also pregnant, and had gotten physically bigger and stronger than when I'd last seen her. She wasn't quite as big as Lugosi, but she was a close second and distinctly bigger than the rest of the Spitter Wolves. With my avatar as a guide for height, Lugosi, while on all fours, would reach up to just below my elbows. The Spitter Wolves in general only reached up to around my hips for the most part, though now Garm seems to be somewhere in the middle. Now distinct enough to stand out amongst her subordinates, while still being somewhat smaller than Lugosi himself. I could tell that most of the activity around the den had already been discussed earlier in the day, and the general air around the den showed that there wasn't much to be concerned about. However, I do wonder how long ago the wolves as a pack had gotten busy, since at very least I didn't see any signs of that they were trying for pups before I'd left. Then again, I'd been pretty busy doing my own thing for the most part, and I wasn't actively paying attention to the wolves and their activities. Regardless, I let sleeping wolves lie and allowed Garm to maintain her rest while I made my way below my mountain. Going past the smithy and workshop, I ended up at the recreation of my old home and spotted Isak and Jolie training in the ring I'd created in the middle of the road. The training in question looked brutal, at least at first glance. Isak just stood there in the middle of the ring, stripped off his armor and only wearing his pants as he held his arms outstretched to the point that they were level with his shoulders. While standing there, Jolie would lash out at him with 2 whips made entirely of water that repeatedly struck him as the water cracked and swooshed around him. She made sure not to strike the same place twice, distributing the apparent beating rather evenly across the young man's body. As I looked closer, I could see that the water whips were being repelled as they made contact with Isak's body, a thin and almost vague magical barrier helping to protect him against the attacks that Jolie was bringing down against him. This must be that stone skin, or perhaps bark skin defense that Rionim had taught me about. The training itself went on for another 20 minutes while I helped myself to studying how Jolie and Isak used their mana, watching how it flowed around their bodies as they used it to manifest the water whips and defend against said whips. With the training over and done with for the time being, Isak immediately settled down on the ground, sitting with his legs crossed and lowering his head to start meditating and recovering his now exhausted mana heart. At the same time, Jolie was hopping the stone fencing to leave the training ring and make her way to the building they had been working out of. It was at that point I decided to make myself known, mentally reaching out and poking Jolie to at least try and warn her that she wasn't alone while I conjured a small ball of green light. "Hey there, Jolie. That was some intense-looking training just now for Isak. Is that how you were trained?" I asked pleasantly enough. I was trained using relatively rough methods when I was even younger than Isak and implemented a similar training regimen for those I was in charge of. I was curious if this was perhaps the norm in this world, or if this was something special. Jolie, for her part, still jumped at the sudden appearance of my voice in her mind as she instinctively looked over her shoulder before spotting the green ball of light and sighed to herself before offering me a smile.
"No, hey, V.R.E, I didn't know you were around,"
she mentioned at first before taking a moment to consider what I had asked her.
"And yeah, that's pretty much how I was trained, though usually a second trainer is attacking from behind to help hone the apprentices' spatial awareness. That way they can learn to react to attacks they can't see coming," she explained rather dutifully with a small smile on her face. Making her way into the small building, she approached a small collection of bags and crates in the corner of the main room and began digging through them before procuring a bag of what looked like simple trail mix and a dense-looking piece of bread. On the other end of the room was a single drake that slept rather soundly, with the 3 eggs nestled safely between their wings and body, along with a generous amount of dried grass and some blankets that made up the veritable nesting area they had set up. "So what brings you by? Weren't you in the middle of travelling to the hegemony capital? How's it going?"
she asked pleasantly enough, while eagerly fishing for information beyond the mountain and this cave. "I'd say it's going pretty well. I've managed to ingratiate myself with some of the local elite, and they've decided to help me out with my investigation. I'm currently pretending to meditate in the back of a cart and decided to just check in on things around here," I explained, as I had my ball of light follow her back to the stone building, as she grabbed a couple water skins before going to rejoin Isak.
"You're travelling with the whole caravan. How would you manage that?"
she asked while setting the foodstuffs down on the stone bench that was along the sidewalk. "Oh, I earn favour for the mining guild master in Sunsmart Keep, though I'd rather not go into that just yet, since there was something I wanted to do first," I mentioned simply as my ball of light flits away from her, heading further up the road as I looked for the centre of the massive room. It was around then that Isak had decided to pipe up, having watched Jolie hold on one-sided conversation before seeing my ball of light go around the stone neighbourhood.
"V.R.E's back. Did something happen?"
he asked while speaking in a somewhat normal voice, apparently no longer needing to whisper as he got to his feet.
"I'm not sure,"
Jolie said as she passed him a chunk of hard bread while grabbing a palmful of trail mix. The duo watched on as I poured out some stone onto the middle of the room and began to shape a thick stone obelisk that was about 10 feet tall, suitably simple yet ominous.
"Now what's he doing?"
Isak asked as he looked at Jolie before taking a bite of the hard bread and easily chewing on it, despite the audible crunching that was sounding out.
"How am I supposed to know?"
Jolie replied with a glance before looking over to the ball of light as she approached the obelisk.
"Hey, V.R.E, what are you up to?"
I couldn't help but smile to myself as I polished the faces of the obelisk with my magic, making sure the edges are nice and pristine before reaching out to the 2 of them and speaking up. "I'm making a spawner.
I had an idea while I was reading a book about dungeons yesterday, and wanted to see if I was right."
"You can just make a spawner, just like that?"
Jolie asked with a surprised incredulousness about her as she looked at Obelisk over again with new appreciation, though Isaac wasn't sure what to make of anything as he approached.
"Well, I don't know how easy it is for a regular dungeon, but I had help from Revire and Rita in learning how they worked after we dream-walked Orwes,"
I explained, while drawing out the necessary runes.
"Is that a big deal?"
Isaac asked, while tapping his knuckle against the stone obelisk. Jodie had to actually think on that as she brought her hand to her chin while watching the runes be etched into the stone.
"Well, I'm not sure. An adolescent dungeon generally has a couple of main spawners where their scions emerge from, with few minor spawners around their territory, for distributing monsters more easily. I'm no expert, but I do have some experience with shattering spawners. They look more like natural formations, usually growing out of a wall or from the ground. Then again, the only experience I've had with spawners are the murderous meat grinders. Maybe they look different with different kinds of dungeons," she considered while walking around the obelisk spawner. "What are you going to do with this spawner, Vitmori? Are you going to make a new kind of monster or something?"
"Not exactly, no. I'm actually unable to do that just yet, since I only just spawned something new just over a week ago. There's apparently a cooldown period or a prerequisite I need to meet before I can do that again," I mentioned as I etched out the last of the runes.
Jody wasn't sure what to say in the face of that, though Isak piped up as he looked at my ball of light.
"So, what are you doing?"
"Oh, well, I read how murderous dungeons tend to have an excessive amount of undead in their surface, and are likely using the bodies of those who tried to crack them. Well, if other dungeons can use undead so readily, then the undead can likely respawn, right?"
I asked almost rhetorically as I double-checked the rune work.
"Based on the past experience, yeah, that sounds about right,"
Jolie readily responded with a slow nod.
"Well, if that's the case, then if I tune my zombies to a spawner, they should be able to respawn too,"
I said before pulling out a black-skinned leaper from my storage, startling Jodie as she suddenly took a few steps back while her hand quickly fell to the hilt of her blade. Though seeing as the leaper didn't do anything or even acknowledge her, she made an attempt to relax while watching it closely. I silently commanded the leaper to run their mana through the obelisk while I did the same, activating the spawner as a glowing crack formed on the obelisk.
"And there we go," I say,
unable to contain my own excitement at their success.
"Well, now it is time for the test,"
I consider for a moment while looking at the leaper before turning my attention to Jodie.
"Jolie, do you mind killing my zombie? I need to make sure this works," I explained before looking at the leaper. "Sorry about this."
The leaper just gave a little shrug before looking at Jodie with an expressionless face. All while, Jodie just looked more than a little uncertain about this.
"Are you sure very well then,"
she said as she drew her blade, stepping up to the leaper while holding her blade at the ready. In the next moment, Jolie slashed out at the leaper, cleanly taking off its head as it dropped like a sack of bricks, its head landing with a squishy dump thump on the stone beside it. I could feel the shift in the air as the mana travelled up to my core before being redistributed back down into the spawner. The respawn didn't happen right away, though while we watched and waited, I noticed the leaper's corpse start to fade into nothing, almost disintegrating into dust until all that was left were the blood stains. Jodie, for her part, didn't look all that surprised by the event, so I suppose that was meant to happen. After another few minutes or so, my clawed hand suddenly reached out as a leaper grabbed at the edge of the crack before pulling itself out, still wearing the rune clothes that it had before and looking no worse for wear.
"Interesting. So it retains the equipment it had on as well,"
I commented to Jolie and Isak, for no other reason than to give a mental voice to my observations.
"Fascinating,"
Jolie finally said, as she looked over the leaper curiously.
"You really just made a spawner just like that. Well, congrats on success, Vitmori. Was there anything else that you were wanting to do while you were here?"
she asked while looking over at my ball of light.
"Well, aside from tuning the rest of my zombies, not much else,"
I said while I started pulling out the other zombies I'd freshly made since last night.
"The rest?"
Isak asked after a moment, though he soon found himself going quiet as he watched the horde of 152 zombies slowly pour out of thin air. End of chapter. Chapter 159, Vidmore Point of View. Once all the zombies attuned to the spawner, I had them disperse into the surrounding buildings so that they wouldn't be clustered together into an organized horde in the middle of the street. As they did that, I brought my ball of light back around to Isaac and Jody as an idea came to mind. Do you two have any plans for today, or are you going to be doing anything in particular? Isaac glanced over at Jody, who looked thoughtful for a moment before shrugging. Not particularly, no. Is there something that you need from us? Well, I kind of have a theory I want to try out, and it might be uncomfortable for you to be in here while I do so, I explained while still trying to mentally consider how I was about to do what I was about to do. Uncomfortable? How? Jody asked, her curiosity piqued as she glanced over at the zombies as they shuffled about. The sound of metal boots and armor shifting and clanking about from all the zombie soldiers was rather distinct amongst all the activity. To put it simply, I'm going to have all my zombies fight amongst each other to see what happens. As I said that, both Isaac and Jody looked a little confused by that statement, so I just continued to explain. These zombies of mine are modeled after monsters from my home world, and so far they seem to mostly function the same way, though admittedly they're more controlled and careful under my guidance, rather than the feral instincts that drove them back in my world. While zombies were already dangerous under normal circumstances, there were a high number of mutant variants that sprung up in areas with dense population of zombies, and I'm going to try and recreate that here. Jody nodded along as she listened to my voice in her mind before slowly tilting ahead. So you're going to have a tournament or something? I don't see anything wrong with that, she considered with a shrug. I'm afraid it won't be anything as civil as that, I mentioned, as I looked towards the zombies as they filled the various buildings. The way the mutant zombies became mutated was through, cannibalism. The more of their fellow zombies they consumed, the more they began to change and evolve. It's not like it was a fast process, usually, but there were often large pockets of secluded zombies that went without being influenced or culled by humans that lived through the apocalypse for long periods of time. And it was in those pockets where the mutants were formed. I could see the look of realization seemingly dawn on Jody's face as she came to an understanding of what was about to happen. Isaac soon followed as he anxiously looked at the buildings around us that were now filled with zombies. Your intuition is frightening, Vidmore, Jody finally said as she also looked at the surrounding buildings. I'm not sure if you knew this already, but the process you just described is often how mutant mana beasts surface. They battle and consume other beasts or those with mana hearts and grow in power themselves. Really? I didn't know that, I confessed. Did my world have some kind of magic after all? Or is it some kind of sick cosmic coincidence that the zombie virus then happened to behave in a similar way as mana for those infected by the virus in question? I'll have to think about that later. For now, I've got to focus on the task at hand. Anyways, it's likely going to get messy, so if you don't want to see all that, you should spend some time elsewhere, I say as I turn my attention back to Isaac and Jody. Isaac took one step to leave before Jody grabbed his shoulder. Some ideas crossed her mind. If it's all the same to you, we're going to stay and watch, she said simply. We are? Isaac asked while looking frankly perturbed at the prospect. Jody just flashed a smirk as she released his shoulder. Think about it as a form of exposure training, she mused as she crossed her arms. This'll be something that you have that other apprentices won't. Just like them, you've likely never been in a real fight, especially against the undead. You haven't smelled rotten blood, heard the ungodly sounds and howls of the undead, and crunching of the bones breaking, and the squelching, ripping sounds of tearing flesh, she explained as she stepped back and leaned up against the obelisk. With your heightened senses, you're going to hear all of this and more, especially if you're going to be meditating in the midst of it all. Isaac still wasn't sure about this, but ultimately he steeled himself for experience to come and sighed a bit. All right. How are we doing this? At that, Jody wasn't too sure as she looked back at my ball of light. Well, if you two intend on staying and watching, or listening as it were, then go ahead and enter the training ring. I'll make sure to instruct everyone that the ring, as well as the building with the drake, is off limits during the fight. I offered as while sending a ball of light over to the ring in question to emphasize what I was saying. After a moment to consider things, Jody just bobbed her head in satisfaction. All right, sounds good to me, she said simply, as she led Isak back to the training ring and smoothly hopped the stone fence before sitting in the middle of the ring with her legs crossed. Isak followed and sat in the same way before closing his eyes. Once they were settled, I went ahead and started going around the various buildings and guiding my mana reserves into each of the zombies. It was a quick and dirty process that felt more like funneling water down their throats instead of letting them properly absorb or process it. I'm hoping that the zombies who prove to be the better fighters will take and absorb the mana from those they killed and mutate in response. When it was all said and done, I could feel that I used a notable chunk of mana from my reserves to charge everyone up, but I consider it to be a worthwhile expense if everything plays out the way I'm hoping for. Hear me, my horde of undead! You shall battle amongst yourselves until one is left standing, and you will do this 4 times. If you get taken down and respawn, I want you to stand off to the side until a winner emerges, and then you can take your places again before starting the next battle. The one who emerges as the most powerful amongst you all after these 4 battles will earn a name and will be designated as the leader of my horde. With the stakes now in place and the boundaries set, I could feel their collective minds hum from the anticipation of gaining that prestige, as well as the rush of all the excess mana that was coursing through their bodies. The air seemed to shift as the horde collectively went still, waiting for the moment I gave the command to begin the battle. Despite how many bodies filled the false neighborhood, it was so quiet that you could probably hear a pin drop. After waiting for another 3 seconds, I finally spoke out to the horde just a single word: "Devour!" As if a string suddenly snapped, all hell broke loose as the roars and cries of various zombified races amongst my horde called out. The muscle mutant made a grand showing first as he smashed through a stone wall of one of the buildings, diving out from the 5th floor and slamming a zombie it had in its grasp into the ground before raising it above its head and ripping it straight down the middle as the weaker zombies in it sprayed out like an overstuffed teddy bear. The muscle mutant didn't get to revel in the kill for long as a black-skinned leaper, followed by another zombie who seemed to have stronger legs, leaped onto the muscle mutant and began ripping into its back and neck with its ferocious claws. Though the muscle mutant didn't just let that happen without a fight, as it began smashing its body against the stone walls of the nearest building, or ripping off other mutants from its body. Many similarly savage brawls quickly broke out as the plain grey stone was soon painted with the darkened reddish-black blood of the zombies. I couldn't help but wince a bit as the fights vaguely reminded me of the day we had to abandon the Bouquet settlement. The memories of my old life bubbling up as I turned my focus away and brought my perspective back down to Jody and Isak. Enjoy your training. I'll come back and check on the results of all of this later. With that, I left the training room and decided to return to my core chamber. Mentally shaking off the glimpses of my own memories, I turned my attention over to my core and just looked it over as I considered all the mana I'd been expending. The rings within still swirled with obvious strength and vigor, though when I last looked at it, there had been numerous glimmering lights within that reminded me of a starry night with clear skies. Looking it over now, there were just a few faint twinkles here and there, and some more little lights gradually starting to reform within my core. It sure would be convenient to have some kind of meter to tell me exactly how much mana I have left, or how much I've been using when I do things. But, at the end of the day, it would be just that, a convenience. As far as I can tell, I've nearly expended almost all of my stores of excess mana. I could probably still cast a number of powerful spells at the expense of drawing upon the mana that formed the rings in my core, but now I just have to wonder how long it'll take to build up my mana stores again, or perhaps how much vital energy it'll take. Setting those thoughts aside for now, I reached out through my bonds and called on Jack, asking him to come to my core chamber. Despite the clear surprise at suddenly being contacted, he diligently made his way over within minutes of us landing in my chamber as he carefully touched down on the stone walkway. "Boss, welcome back. How goes your travels?" he asked, cheerfully enough, with a bit of a whistle, while absently giving his wings a little flap. "They're going well, Jack. I'm only a couple days away from the capital now, and quite a lot has happened, though I am more interested in hearing what has been happening in my absence.
Anything interesting? Jack whistled thoughtfully before bobbing his head up and down. A few things, boss, he offered, before sauntering closer to my pedestal. The villagers of Haven have put up the goods you brought to use, making thicker clothes and jackets amongst other things. Some of them are still hunting and gathering as before, but now a few of the adults and most of the kids are learning trades from those who are skilled enough to teach, thanks to all the extra food you brought. That's good to hear. What else is going on? Well, the spitter wolves are pregnant, he mentioned with a bird of cheerful whistle. We can expect a fresh batch of pups in the near future, which is always nice. However, I can't help but wonder how different they'll be when compared to their folks. I mean, if I've changed things this much for your influence alone, how much will they be affected growing up under your influence, boss? Jack considered, as he regarded himself, his thoughts going back to when he was a simple sparrow that was less than half as big as he was now, as a small raptor. That was a good point. I mean, based on current examples, Bazmori is already a beastkin with only a few months with my direct influence. Then again, based on that book about dungeons I read, Bazmori and the other cubs are basically scions. The same goes for Jack and all those I've named. Considering Bazmori in particular, he has actually killed and got a direct share of several people's vital energies, which no doubt accelerated his growth. Jack has killed before too, but he's only killed other animals and bugs. The changes in his body are proof enough that he's been growing considerably, but not on the level of those who've taken the lives of people like Basti and Bazmori. Hell, Ururu only developed as much as he did because he took down Frisbee, who had been a scion in her own right, along with her entire brood. I'm not sure, Jack, but I can't wait to see how things turn out, I mused cheerfully enough. New life was always exciting after all, and I was eager to see how they turned out. By the way, Jack, what would you say about me running a dungeon? This caught Jack's attention as he looked up at my core, tilting his head side to side in thought before simply shrugging his wings. I'm not sure what to say, boss. Sounds neat, I suppose. Do you know anything about running a dungeon, perhaps? I asked Jack. Perhaps he had some sort of insight I didn't. Jack just fluttered his wings a bit before shaking his head. Sorry, boss, but I don't know how this stuff works. Have you asked Frisbee yet? He asked before shaking his head. Wait, her memories are spotty as it is, so she likely wouldn't know anything either. He considered before perking up again. I've been talking with Orwis. She's told me stories about her life as a scion, but that was just day-to-day stuff, boss. I don't think she knows anything about actually running a dungeon either. Me said while deflating slightly. So, the only ones who would know how to run a dungeon would be the dungeons themselves, wouldn't they? Don't worry about it, Jack. You've given me a good direction to look into, I offered reassuringly. He looked placated by that and nodded a little before looking back up at my core again. If you say so, boss, he said simply, and gave his wings a little flap. Oh, before I forget, Revaya left for home about 3 days ago. She took Rionum and Rita with her. She said something about laying an ancient elf to rest and making a report to her elders, but not to worry, since she'll be back soon enough. Ah, good. I was wondering when she was going to make the trip. Thanks for letting me know. With that, Jack bobs his head, while casually hopping around the stone steps around my core pedestal, not bothering to actually walking around with one clawed foot after the other. So what have you been up to anyway? How are the kiddos holding up? They are holding up well. Lugosi, too. I think he just got his first bath this morning, I mused, happy enough to talk about them as I started going over the broad strokes of everything that's happened since I left. Jack was more than happy to listen and asked occasional questions, but before I knew it, an hour or so had passed when I felt something shift below my mountain. I think that's my cue to wrap things up here, Jack. Ah, sure thing, boss. It was nice talking to you again. Jack mused with a cheerful flutter of his wings. When do you think he'll be back again, boss? Britimus and Grimm have lots to talk about, though I'm sure the others would love to hear from you as well. I couldn't help but smile to myself at Jack's words before coming up with an answer. I'm not sure. Maybe a few days from now. I'm still on the road as we speak, and I got to find out what Basti has been up to while she's been on her own. Very well, boss. I look forward to hearing from you again soon, Jack said with a charming whistle before offering my core a flourishing bow and taking off. Now, on my own for a moment, I made my way back down the mountain and looked around the false neighborhood to find the scene of a fierce battle that had no casualties. I saw the usual signs of mutant combat, but then there was some unexpected types of damage here and there. There were scorch marks from fire and possibly lightning,
patches of frost that seemed to persist and not thaw, and even pools of acid that seemed bigger than the usual bile pools I had seen in my old world. Bringing my perspective down to Jolie and Isaac, who were in the middle of discussing what they'd seen, I conjured a ball of light before speaking to them.
So, what do you make of my zombies?
Jodie turned to regard my ball of light, uncertain excitement in her mind as she offered me a bit of a smile. I think they're terrifying, Vidmore, and I, for one, would love to train against them, she enthused as her smile turned to an amused smirk. I think they're perfect to train our experienced Drake Wardens and our apprentices against stronger opponents, as well as readying them to face the undead of psychotic and murderous dungeons.
Really? You think so?
I wasn't expecting that train of thought, that's for sure, but Jolie was clearly excited by the prospect. Oh, for sure, Vidmore, especially since I have a feeling that you wouldn't let them kill us if we fought them. We would get all the real hands-on training and experience with minimal risk of death, and the threat of injury likely still on the table. I'm sure that you would also benefit from our training in your territory if you allowed us, she explained, showing off what little she knew of the relationship between dungeons and their delvers. A training dungeon, I think that's something that I could get behind. I've spent my whole life being trained, training myself and others, after all. It's something that I know how to do for sure.
You've given me something to think about, Jodie. I'll consider your suggestion. Just, give me some time.
Jolie nodded intently as she looked up at my ball of light again. Sounds good to me, Vidmore. Thank you for hearing me out, she enthused before looking to Isaac and beckoning him to follow her as she hopped the stone fencing for the training ring and led him away. With the conversation settled for the moment, I turned my perspective back to my horde and started looking them over. The changes were quite evident, despite how little time had passed since I began my experiment. While the vast majority of zombies still looked relatively normal, if not a little bulkier with signs of mutation starting to develop, it was the latter minority that had more obvious changes. Around 41 of the 150 had developed clear mutations. The original muscle mutant had grown even larger and was surrounded by a band of 9 other muscle mutants who varied in size, but were all around smaller than the original. The black-skinned leaper looked even more impressive than before, with refined musculature and fiercer-looking claws. They were followed by another 11 leapers of varying races. The original splitter had been surpassed by another one that had both its arms and even a more swollen belly than the original. They were followed by 9 who followed its path of mutations. All those other mutant zombies paled in comparison to the remaining group of mutants that had developed throughout the battles I had set before the Horde. They showed minimal physical changes overall. Their veins and eyes actually glowed a faint green with all the excess matter they had managed to absorb from the rest of the Horde. Their bodies were not used to the capacity they managed to take in, but their undead nature seemingly made it easy to ignore the pain and damage they likely would suffer if they were normal people. Perhaps these were the signs of the mana doping practices I'd heard about. Whatever it was, the group of 21 mana mutants had properly ignited mana hearts and a single ring around their hearts, instead of just mana hearts of varying strengths the rest of the Horde had. Amongst the new mutants, one stood out from the rest. They had a second ring already formed around their heart, albeit a thin and weak one, but it was a second ring for sure. The individual looked like they used to be a human woman, an unremarkable soldier from a foreign army who somehow managed to come out on top when put to the test. Even though they probably didn't need me to make myself visible to them, I decided to bring my ball of light before the mutant zombie and spoke out to her.
You who have fought in battles against your fellow peers have proven to have the ability and power to stand out above the rest. For your achievement, I shall grant you a name as promised. The zombie woman looked up at me, her glowing green eyes studying the ball of light with an intense fervor. I name you Z, and grant you the title of... I'm about to say leader, but then that comment the younger-sounding goddess had made came to mind. Something about being more creative, not just sharing my titles with my subordinates. Horde Commander! From now on you shall be Horde Commander Z, I declared to them as another measure of mana begins flowing from my core and into them. Z's body begins to tremble from the dose of mana coursing through them, and I of course helped guide it through as their second ring became more dense and stable.
their veins no longer glowing from the strain of the mana in their body. Now that she had a name, she seemed more aware of herself as she blinked and focused on me, a raspy growl of a voice croaking out as she saluted with the fist clanking against her armored chest. "Thank you, great W.R.E. I shall fulfill this role you have bestowed upon me to the best of my ability. I will make you proud to have granted me the name Z," she declared with a reverent fervor. Interesting, her name comes through phonetically rather than the single letter that I had intended. I had half the mind to tell her that just refer to me as boss like everyone else, but considering how well that had worked for the Dread, I decided to let the matter rest for now. "I look forward to seeing you in action, Z. For now, gather your horde and train." With that, Z smacked her fist against her armored chest again, as the rest of the unique mutants did the same before starting to disperse and go amongst the rest of the horde. I wonder what I should call Z's variant of zombie. If the healer zombies are plague doctors, maybe I'll call Z and her mana warrior zombies plague knights. Names aside, I think it's about time I returned to the caravan to see what's been going on while I was away. End of chapter. Chapter 160, Vidmori Point of View. The next 2 days were long yet brief with how little there was to do as the hours dragged on. Ultimately, there wasn't much for me to directly handle with the caravan having grown to the size it was now. Sure, I could help out here and there when it came to setting up the camp, what with making some stone walls and huts. But beyond that, all I let myself do was watch over the others and study that emitter I took from the foreign raiders from within my inventory space. Beyond that, I got plenty of people watching done while I was at it, watching how the elites and their entourage carried themselves around each other. The first night at camp, I watched the elite teens training with their guards with a strange and almost nervous ferocity. Of course, they already know they'll soon be sent off for a small-scale war, where they'll likely be the ones planning and making the plays for their troops. Their parents did their best to offer guidance and advice regarding the things that the twins and Puma might encounter in the days and hours leading up to the battle, as well as during the heat of battle in question. But even with all of that, ultimately there was nothing could be done to prepare these kids further for the fights to come than what had already been taught to them in their entire lives before this point. On the other end of the camp were the adventurers and Chris's thieves. They were doing some training of their own. It was admittedly less intense than the elite's training, but Chris and his team were learning the fundamentals, while Rance and his team wanted to ensure that they were ready for whatever the promotion exam threw at them. Even Basmori and Frady were learning more about combat with Lugosi, showing them how to chase and stalk prey as a team or a pack, while supplementing the meals of the group with fresh meat from their kills. By the next day, we were on the road again, and making great time as we rode through the next village on our path. He wasn't nearly as impressive as Luke Van's Rest, though, from what I gathered. It's mainly because it's a sort of minor satellite village to another fort town to the north, unaffiliated to Luke Van's territory, and without as many resources placed into the village's infrastructure. I again kept mostly to myself as I dedicated my time to deciphering how the runes and the emitter worked with each other and created a barrier, only to then try and figure out how to trim those runes down to etch onto my avatar somewhere to try and make some sort of personal defense barrier for myself, like that of the barkskin and stoneskin defense most other Manor Heart users can manifest. I didn't make much progress on that endeavor, though I have feelings that is likely due to my lack of understanding as to how these runes work in general, or perhaps my unorthodox implementation of them. I did try to review Rita and revise memories for their studies of runes, but there was just so much, and I didn't even know what I was looking for to make this sort of thing work. The elite kids were training yet again with the guards, though the adventurers opted to take things easy tonight by helping around the camp and doing some kind of memorization work or studying after everything was settled. They spoke about tactics against certain monsters, what to do when you think you're being hunted, general practices on handling bandits, and how to identify fake potions amongst other things. Chris had gathered his team and sat somewhat isolated from the rest of the group after dinner as they discussed their game plan for when they got to the capital. though they spoke in some sort of odd slang or cant that I could only follow by listening to Chris's thoughts. I'm leaving them to it for now, since it isn't my business yet, though I will eventually need to use them to make contact with the Thieves Guild, depending on how things play out once we're in the capital. With the rising sun on the third morning of our journey from Lukvan's Rest, we packed up camp once more and headed out all over again. This time, I decided to ride on Lugosi for the final stretch of the journey, along with Frady and Basmori, who rode on my shoulders and my lap respectively. Time passed, as usual, as we rode through the woods, which seemed to bustle with more activity than the last couple of days. We caught glimpses of young men and women, even children, roaming the forests, as they seemed to hunt or gather materials, whatever they may be. As the hours trickled on, and the roads filled with even more activity from people coming and going from the capital, an all too familiar yet strangely foreign scent tickled my wooden nose. It was salt water. The exact combination of smells was unique and unfamiliar to me, but the overall smell was that of the ocean. Even in another world, the ocean still smells like the ocean. I don't know why that brings a sense of comfort to me, but it does. Exiting from the tree line, my eyes are filled with an impressive-looking landscape that fills the nearby horizon. There were easily 30 to 40 different massive fields of dirt that looked to have been recently harvested in the last few weeks. Every few fields have an accompanying set of buildings that look to be anywhere from residential homes to possible barns and warehouses. The fields themselves stretched for miles on every end, though as we rode along I could see the sentry towers that littered the open spaces between the fields. From these towers came flying creatures with their riders or the occasional birdkin who flew around on their own power. Each of them wore tabards amongst the other things, seemingly marking them as being part of the same order, or perhaps as some of the city guard or watch. After another hour of riding through rural farmland, we finally came across another change of scenery, as I spot the capital city of the hegemony of the blue sun. Massive walls that were around 4 or 5 floors tall surrounded the main city, outside of which appeared to be a sprawling suburban environment with a mix of residential, commercial, and entertainment districts, with even more fairly tall sentry towers that provided a healthy amount of air traffic that patrolled the area. It was only just now that I was starting to understand why Cecil and Rance considered Sunspot Keep a little fort town. The capital city was leagues bigger than Sunspot Keep. I had estimated around 900 to 1,200 people lived around that frontier keep, with only 200 to 300 living around Lukvan's Rest. But this place, I could see 20, maybe 30,000 people living here easily. Riding closer to the outskirts of the suburban-style sprawl of residential and commercial buildings and what amounted to a main street, we filed in with the day-to-day traffic of people and carriages doing whatever it was they were doing. The more I looked, the more I spotted higher-end and nicer carriages that were being followed by caravans. They were likely other elites who were coming to the capital for that council meeting Vivia mentioned. Turning my attention back to the city proper, I could see 6 different towers that stood tall over the ancient walls. 5 of these towers looked to be small skyscrapers, standing around what I would guess to be 6 to 8 floors tall. However, the tower that stood out to me was the one that looked to be the center of it all. It easily cleared the rest, taller than thicker than general, as it seemed to be built with a different style altogether compared to the other towers. At the very top, there looked to be a very distinct red glow that vaguely pulsed in a strangely familiar way. Before long, the traffic ahead of us appeared to slow down once we got closer to the wall. Up ahead was a checkpoint station like the one back in Sunspot Keep, though this one seemed to be a lot more involved and official-looking, with a variety of concrete fortifications, complete with 2 sentry towers connected by a stone bridge that allowed guards to look down at the carriages and carts as they passed. The checkpoint in question also appeared to be twice as big in general, twice as many guards running around the place, likely to handle the much larger amount of traffic that was passing through this place compared to the frontier fort. With the traffic having slowed down, I rode Lugosi further along our caravan before coming up beside the Lukvan carriage and rapping my knuckles along one of the walls. A moment passed until the shutters opened, and Trelio was leaning out of the carriage window and offering me a smile once he realized it was me. "Now, Vito, what's going on?" he asked pleasantly enough, before leaning his arm against the carriage window and making himself rather comfortable. I returned the smile, doing my best to match his energy as I reached up to gently dote on Fraley, her body slightly shifting while her head darted around, taking all the activity around us. "I had a few questions if you're willing to humour me," I say while using my other hand to point out the 6 different towers before bringing my hand down to Basmori's back as he grows vaguely anxious about the number of people around us. "I don't think I've seen towers like those. What do you know about them?" Trelio knew exactly what I was talking about, though he made a little show of leaning further out of the carriage to peek out the tips of the towers that we could barely see, given how close we were to the walls now. "Ah, yes, those 5 smaller towers are where the Tier 1 elites reside with their families," he started to explain, while leaning back in his seat. "Each tower makes a separate sector that those elite families manage. The entire capital city is divided into 6 distinct districts, with the Tier 1s decided to broad strokes of what goes on within the territories. So all 5 of the top 5 elites live in the capital. I would have thought they would have spread out around the country to exercise their influence over wider swaths of territory." Trelio chuckles a little bit as he scratches his cheeks in thought. "Well, that's what the rest of the elites are for. Given how competitive our society is in general, we're given free rein to manage our territories how we see fit, and take territory from other elites when we feel that we could do a better job handling them, as long as we don't cross certain lines that violate living rights of the common folk who are under our protection and guidance. Yeah, of course, if those amongst us violate these rights, then it is our duty to take them out ourselves." I nodded slowly at his words before glancing at the very wall as we gradually moved closer to it. The tower was no longer in my sight. "Ah, I see. You mentioned there were 6 districts, but only 5 Tier 1 elites. What's the 6th district?" "That's the dungeon district, of course. It has rights and is powerful enough to hold its own position regarding the city's affairs," Trelio dutifully explained. "It has a name, too, and a voice who speaks for it. Though what it's called, I can't seem to remember." "Its name is Crimziel," Ritra piped up helpfully as she leaned into view before looking at her father. "You shouldn't forget details like that, Father. You might offend somebody if you do," she said before looking over at me. "Anyhow, if you plan on delving into the dungeon, I recommend you visit the Dungeoneers Guild to ensure that you don't cross any lines of the Corps and its folk." Trelio just chuckled sheepishly as she offered a small shrug, and I got the distinct impression that he hasn't had much dealings with dungeons, or at the very least the capital dungeon. "Regardless, Crimziel has more than earned their place in our country, given that they've been here since the start of it all." "I see. That's fairly interesting. I don't think I've heard of that sort of relationship between dungeons and their countries. Is it common everywhere?" Trelio went to open his mouth before looking thoughtful and then regarding Vitra as she decided to pipe up again. "It's pretty different for sure, but from what I know, well, most cooperative and even competitive dungeons generally get a measure of respect due to how much they usually bring to the table." "I see. Well, thank you for enlightening me," I mused with a kind smile as we neared even closer to the checkpoint. "It is my pleasure, Vito." With that said, Vitra leaned away from the carriage window. Looking back to Trelio, he decided to change the subject as he looked me over curiously. "What are your plans once we're inside?" I tilted my head a little from side to side as I glanced between Basmori and Fraley for a moment, and then looked back to Trelio. "I'm going to find myself a nice inn to operate out of, and make contact with my right hand to see what she's learned while she's been here." Trelio nodded slowly before offering a smile. "I suppose I can't convince you to stay with us, no?" I simply shook my head before offering a kind smile in return. "You already know about what I intend to do here. I'd rather not paint a target on you and yours by spending too much time around you. I already have my people to be concerned about." Trelio sighed softly, but nodded once more. "Just don't forget that you can count on us if you need us, Vito." With that, he glanced out to the checkpoint as our turn came up before leaning back. One of the Luke Van guards approached the checkpoint while on their warbler, providing the necessary documents as the city guards reviewed everything before guiding our caravan through the checkpoint to begin their inspections. It ultimately didn't take all too long to get things down, and we were soon waved along through the gates and came into a rather grand plaza, with people from all sorts of walks going about their lives, just like they did every day before now. The caravan soon stopped in what looked like a public parking lot, with armed city guards standing nearby to watch over the carriages and carts in question. Climbing off Lugosi, I went to the caravan as some people started getting down. The servants and soldiers remained where they were, while Chris and his team, followed by the adventurers, got down and began stretching until Rance approached me and held out his hand.
"Well, Mr. Beetle, it was really nice traveling with you. Thank you for letting us tag along."
I offered a small smile before taking up the young man's hand and giving him a firm shake.
"It was nice having you along. Good luck with your promotion exam."
Rance nodded and pulled away as Cecil walked up, staff in hand, as the short mage looked up at me.
"I'll make sure to take good care of the staff. I'm sure one day I'll be able to be more than my equipment, like you. But until then, I'll do my best with what's given to me,"
he explained excitedly before going to join Rance. Lily was the next to step up, looking up at me before offering a simple nod. She doesn't bother with words, but I could tell she thought of me as a good sort of man. Without much fanfare, the adventurers said their goodbyes to the others, though Cecil left Wren with a few sheets of parchment before heading off into the bustling crowds. Chris made his way over next as he looked up at me.
"All right, boss. We're going to make contact with our associates. How can we find you when we're done?"
At that, I didn't bother verbally responding while offering him a smile.
"Reach out to me with your thoughts. Focus on our bond, and you can reach me no matter how far apart we are."
Chris looked vaguely startled before flashing a toothy smirk as his ears twitched with amused delight.
"Understood, boss. See you soon,"
he says with two-fingered salute before turning to rejoin his team, taking Wren's hand in his own and pulling up their hoods as they disappeared into the crowd. Lostrel and Riley made their approach next, as Riley spoke up dutifully.
"We're going to check in with the Merchants Guild here and get you the shop that Guildmaster Tilson rented for you. Afterwards, we'll be checking out the Ocean's Mists Inn. Please look for us when you're ready."
"Understood. I shouldn't be too busy for too long,"
I said simply, as the duo nodded before returning to the carriages that we started with and driving them back out onto the road. Finally, Trelio and Vivia walked up as Trelio reached out and patted my shoulder while offering me his other hand.
"Take care of yourself, Futo. If you need anything, you can come and find us at the Sun's Court Crossing. That's where our city estate is located."
Vivia spoke up at that.
"It is on the north end of the capital, in one of the gated communities. We'll let the guard captain in charge of the security there know to expect you,"
she explained before reaching out and tapping the badge that I was wearing on my armored coat's collar with a vaguely mischievous smile.
"As long as you have that, you shouldn't encounter much trouble when asking for us."
"Of course,"
I commented, as I shared her mischievous smile before looking between them again.
"I'll see you at the summit if I don't see you before then."
With that, Trellia released my hand and pulled away as the two returned to the caravan, which began to leave once Wither and Vesta dismounted from the servant's carriage and joined me at my side. Left on my own all over again, I couldn't help but feel a sense of eager anticipation filling the pit of my non-existent stomach as I looked from side to side while pulling my slate and unlocking it.
"All right, boys and girls, time to meet up with Basti and see how she's been doing."
End of chapter. Chapter 161. Vitmori Point of View. I don't know if it's just me, but walking the capital city streets feels nostalgic and alien altogether. The people walking the streets were unique only in that they were far more varied than the last few places we visited. I could see soldiers, guards, mercenaries, and adventurers on the same walkways as day laborers, musicians, sailors, clerics, bankers, mages, and buskers. They all intermingle rather seamlessly in the big melting pot of varying backgrounds and ways of life. As we walked, I couldn't help but allow my eyes to wander between the people and the various storefronts. The sights felt eerily familiar, yet different outright, when it came to the fundamental understanding of what things are. The overall infrastructure was already vastly superior to what I saw back in Sunspot Keep and Luke Van's Rest. There were crystal street lamps on every corner, with more lamps placed equidistant to each other, filling up the space between each corner, no doubt providing a thorough amount of illumination once the sun goes down. We occasionally passed what looked to be sewer grates, where the sidewalks met the road, along with manhole covers that were placed at the mouths of alleyways instead of in the middle of the streets. These were signs that they definitely had a sewer system, which would be necessary for the city's population. But how advanced is it? Is it just for waste disposal, or do they have a sewage treatment somewhere? Beyond that, there were lines of wires almost haphazardly strewn about in a sort of organized chaos above our heads. The wires in questions came from every building and led to what looked like crude utility posts. Were they power lines? Maybe even land lines? I couldn't wait to find out for myself, even if I could look through Dahlia's memories for the answers now if I wanted to. On another note, I won't get to do much free running around here, not if the rooftop guards have anything to say about it. Above our heads, on the third or even fourth floors of some buildings, were guards that were posted just out of sight and watching the flow of traffic as people went about their daily lives. There weren't that many all round, as I'd only noticed 3 in 20 minutes after they happened to glance at me as I walked past their position. I wondered whether they just happened to be more observant than most to be able to spot me, or if I was just more noticeable than usual. I'll need to actually test those skill things my titles grant me if I want to use them going forward more reliably. Not that I needed them before to get around undetected when I wanted to. Before long, we drew closer to the place Basti asked we meet up at. She had initially just sent me a text describing the place, but then she reached out to me mentally and shared what she was seeing before pulling away again. I was surprised, to say the least, at how much I had missed feeling the sensation of her mind and presence around me. Coming up to a crossroads, we crossed the streets and approached what appeared to be a gated botanical garden with ornate brick and iron fencing that stretched out to both ends of the street and rounded the corners. With a glance around, I could sense that there was some kind of magical barrier or threshold going along the fence line, so there was likely something more protecting this place than a simple brick and iron fence. Just inside the currently open gate was what appeared to be a welcoming table, or maybe a host station underneath an awning where 2 blindfolded women sat with surprisingly welcoming smiles.
"Welcome to Sazala's Tranquility Cafe. Do you have a reservation?"
A Donkin with mostly human features asked, with the usual customer service voice. Despite her black blindfold, I could still sense her eyes on me, so it was a see-through and part of the uniform for this place. "No, but there is a party for Basti. She should be expecting us." The Donkin bobbed her head intently before standing as she walked around the station and waved us along.
"Of course, sir. If you'll follow me,"
she said before ushering us along. In the center of the garden cafe was the 3-story building. I could see the chimney smoke steadily rising from the corner of the building, with what looked to be a mix of guards and servers coming and going from the buildings as they took the many different paths which led to the various corners and ends of the garden. Leading us down one of these paths, we were soon surrounded by a relatively dense yet seemingly careful manicured array of brush and foliage that was filled with a mix of unfamiliar and strangely familiar flora, until we finally arrived at the somewhat isolated gazebo in the small clearing. Sitting at one side of the round table, covered with a generous spread of treats and meats, was a woman I did not recognize, at least at first. She was a menacing and gorgeous, a woman with looks that could kill, and who looked like she could kill me. She sat with a composed confidence, her long back tail curled around from the back of her seat and into her lap, as she took a generous bite of the small deli meat on the piece of bread. She wore a short-sleeved mint-green tunic that fit loosely on her despite the considerable musculature of her arms, which subtly flexed with the apparent physical power contained within as she turned to look at our approach and set down what she was eating. As our eyes met, a rush of familiarity overcame me as I recognized the woman for who she was. It was Basti. Before I knew it, a smile formed on my wooden lips as I stepped away from the group to close the distance. Basti's eyes perked with evident delight when she saw me, a toothy grin taking place on her face, as she was soon working to swallow down what she had in her mouth before getting to her feet. her long tail lashing with anticipation as we met halfway. We both just kind of stood there. My words escaped me while Basti had too much to say and wasn't sure where to start. The Dogkin host broke our silence as she piped up while offering a polite bow of her head. "We hope you enjoy your stay at the Tranquility Cafe. Please ring the bell if you need our services." With that, she turned on her heel and headed back down the way we came. With the Dogkin gone, Fraley rushed forward, excitedly calling for Basti as she quickly scaled my back before hopping off my shoulder and onto Basti, who caught Fraley and cradled her to her chest.
Mama, Mama, I missed you so much, Mama,
she gushed while almost aggressively nuzzling the top of her head against Basti's throat and chin, while meowing as she was too excited for proper words. Basti eagerly reciprocated her daughter's affections, an audible rumble emanating from her as she nuzzled her chin against Fraley, all while the white cub steadily made her way up and around Basti's shoulder to lay against her. Looking around, Basti seemingly vanished into thin air for whatever reason, though with the minute I was given to gather my thoughts, I was finally able to find my words. "You look great. I see you've come into your own while you were out and about. How have you been?" Basti's ears swiveled before my voice when she then turned her head to look at me, a small smile still present on her lips, and one hand continued to dote and Fraley, scritching her throat and massaging one of her ears.
"I've been busy,"
she says simply, with a smile still pursed on her lips.
"Since leaving your side, I've learned much and seen a lot more. I've experienced the wonderful kindness of strangers and learned to be wary when things seem too easy."
She mused, clearly reminiscing on her travels and experiences.
"Oh, and food. I've tried so many different kinds of food,"
she expressed excitedly as her ears waggled at the mere thought of foods she'd eaten.
"I don't think that I could go back to plain raw meat after everything I've tasted."
That way she smiled, the sound of her voice and the look in her eye. If I didn't already know I don't have a heart in this avatar of mine, I would have sworn that it skipped a beat just now. I haven't felt this way in such a long time. I never thought that I'd feel like this ever again. As I watched Basti talk with Lugosi and Fraley about some of the foods they'd tried the last couple of weeks, I couldn't help but remember all over again that I'd promised her a date once we had met in the capital. I can still hardly fathom the idea of going out on a date now that I'm faced with the genuine prospect of it, especially at my age. The last time I went out on a date was over half of my lifetime ago. I had slaughtered 15 zombies and spent 4 days cleaning and setting up sound traps and tripwires, among other things, to secure an old skating ring for a dinner and a movie. But here, in this world, with my lack of experience in things, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I must have been too far into my own head, as before I knew it, Basti was standing right in front of me, a look of concerned curiosity playing out on her face as her brows scrunched together while examining me. A large hand that I could only imagine was no doubt pleasantly soft and gentle was cradling my wooden cheek.
"But Maury, are you okay?"
she asked, meeting my gaze while I refocused on the moment. She was so tall, nearly as tall as me, though. Maybe a couple of inches shorter. With that in mind, her ears do make up the difference. It isn't all too often that I get to look someone directly in the eyes without needing to tilt my head down in any way. Though, I suppose, since coming to this world, I've had to look up on more than one occasion. But even that isn't a common occurrence. "I'm fine, just, there's a lot on my mind," I answered slowly, while offering her a smile and gently patting her forearm to try and ease her mind. I could tell that she wasn't sure what to make of my response, but she decided not to pursue the topic and bobbed her head.
"If you say so, Maury. Though," she then flashed a toothy smirk as she pulled away. "Before anything else, there's someone here I need to speak to,"
she said simply before making her way over to Wither. The plague doctor looked up at her with a vaguely confused head tilt as she stepped past him and took a knee before plunging her hand into his shadow and pulling out Basmori by his scruff as he moraled with surprise.
"Now, what are you doing here, my little shadow?"
Basti mused affectionately as she brought him to her chest and lovingly tickled his chin, still quite happy to see him despite the circumstances. Basmori's ears just sagged nervously, and I could tell he wasn't sure if he was actually in trouble or not before murmuring out a morale in response, saying that he didn't follow her he'd followed me. At that, Basti couldn't help but chuckle as she lifted him off her chest and looked him in the eye.
"I suppose you have me there, little one,"
she admitted while bringing him close again, cradling him before looking back at me with that loving smile still on her lips.
"Let's take a seat. We have lots to talk about."
"Yes, let's." With that, I made my way to the table, sitting down to where Basti had been before, pretending to get comfortable. Both Fraley and Basmori decided to take their own seats as well. Fraley standing on a chair with her paws on the table, though Basmori shifted into a beastkin, much to Basti's surprise, as she couldn't help but flash a toothy grin.
"Well, look at you. Your shoe have grown, my little shadow."
Basmori flashed a proud little smile, though he was a little sheepish at the fact that he only managed to pull on his pants this time during his shift and proceeded to pull on his shirt before putting it on and buttoning it up when he found his place beside Fraley. Lugosi, for his part, just walked up and sat on the ground beside the table, being tall enough to eat from it comfortably. The plague doctors took their own places, looking over the spread and opting to remove their masks while serving themselves a cup of tea and plating food for Lugosi as per his requests. After a few moments had passed, and once everyone seemed pretty settled down, I turned my attention to Basti, admiring the splashes of black that colored her skin like some kind of vitiligo. "So, I take it you have the day off from being Dahlia." At that comment, Basti couldn't help but chuckle with her utter amusement as she plucked up the piece of bread with the meat on it that she had been eating earlier.
"I've had a lot of days off lately, yes,"
she mused while taking a bite, savoring the food before continuing as she swallowed.
"Diarosa is a nervous wreck after the extended stay in isolation while she was our prisoner. And since then, she frequently has had night terrors and can't bring herself to leave the manor."
"Really? Was she truly that traumatized?" I know she was rat despite being a grown woman, but I would have thought that she would have had a sturdier stomach, considering the things that she's done to Mina and the others. Basti just flashed her teeth in mischievously toothy grin.
"Well, it probably didn't help that the shadows seemed to move frequently at night, not to mention the whispers,"
she explained as she then offered a simple shrug before taking yet another bite of her food.
"I only needed to do it for a few days before she started jumping at shadows all on her own."
"Ha ha ha! That's hysterical!" I mused cheerfully enough as I took a cup of tea, bringing it to my nose and sniffed at it. It smelled vaguely tart or perhaps fruity, though I couldn't place it myself. Basti seemed delighted by my comment as she finished the meat and the bread, washing it down with her tea before setting the cup down.
"Then there's Maverick. He's been too busy dealing with all the burned bridges and other fires that keep sprouting up because each trade deals with the theocracy fell through. It seems some of the affiliates are none too pleased about the fact, and he's been having to throw money around to keep things from falling apart even more." She took the time to get a slice of some other kind of bread before spreading a spoonful of purple preserves over it. "Who he's talking to and where exactly the money is going, I'm still not too sure about, due to his affiliates being excessively secretive. Dahlia was more Diarosa's associate than Maverick's, so there was very little for me to get involved with regarding his immediate affairs."
Then it sounds like the sinners are doing their jobs properly and managing to return to their old posts without being caught. I considered, while smelling the tea again, doing my best to relish what few sensations I could enjoy with my relatively weak sense of smell. Greed had to kill someone, but none of them have reached out to me for anything, so I can only assume that they were doing all right on their own. After another moment, I decided to set the monk down before regarding Basti curiously. "So, if you haven't needed to do much as Dahlia, I take it you've been spending your free time as Basti. What have you been up to?" Basti's ears flicked and waggled with evident delight as she considered the things she'd done the last few weeks.
"Well, I've done a bit of exploring and tried lots of foods and drinks. Oh, and I've done a lot of fighting," she expressed excitedly as she raised a clenched fist. "Fighting? Well, she hasn't killed anyone here, so maybe bar fights or something." "What sort of fights have you been getting in?" I asked, while leaning forward and propping my elbows on the table as I settled in to give her my full attention. Her tail curled and lashed behind her cheerfully as she smiled. "I've mainly been fighting in the daily tournaments,
but I found a few underground circuits with more brutal fights, and got signed up for those too. I usually batter myself, and I've been making good coin," she said, as she suddenly flared out one of her shadowy wings, reaching in and pulling out a rather weighty-looking pouch that she set down with a distinct clattering of coins coming from within it. "People have tried mugging me for my money, too, but I showed them the error of their ways when it came to that," she mentioned with a pleased waggle of her ears. I couldn't help but share in her smile as I glanced between her and the bag of coin in front of her. "It looks like you've certainly done well for yourself. I was honestly worried about how you would take to earnestly being a person. I am happy to see that those worries were unfounded." Basti smiled as she idly poked at the pouch with a finger while her tail flicked and swayed behind her. "I was nervous at being out on my own again, but just the thought that you would soon be joining my side before long helped spur me on, keeping me strong, and now that you're here, we can get started with the right foot with our plans," she exclaimed rather energetically at the end with a light fist thump on the table. I nodded along at her words with a smile that still happily stuck on my lips. "Speaking of plans, I have a lot of stuff that I need to fill you in on. I made a few friends and spun quite a few stories. But don't worry, you'll only need to remember the broad strokes." Basti smirked as her ears flicked at my words, now leaning in on the table with me as she propped her chin on her fist. "Oh, really? Do tell." End of chapter. Chapter 162. Chris' Point of View. As they walked through the busy capital streets, Chris's ears swiveled beneath his hood. He thought he knew what busy looked like, but Sunspot Keep had nothing on this place, and the crowds that seemed to fill the sidewalks and streets around him. Checking in on his team, he watched Zax take up the rear of the group and kept a keen eye on the team's pockets as they all walked. They were unknown to this place after all, and until they made contact with the local guild, they were likely fair game for any would-be fisherman. For her part, Sarah was already scanning the crowds, a mischievous smile creeping on her lips. Chris could practically see her eyes gleaming with avarice at the big city coin jingling around her. With the usual swish of his tail, he lightly smacked Sarah's hand before glancing at her from under his hood and shooting her a silent warning, before looking ahead again, while ignoring her vague disappointment. Just as they were targets for their fellow thieves and rogues until they properly presented themselves to the guild, they were also unable to engage in guild activities until they made their introductions to the local members, lest they step on toes or trespass on another's fishing grounds, amongst other things. As they continued to walk, the sound of rustling papers caught Chris's attention away from the rest of the city's hustle and bustle. Following his ears, he watched Ren almost blindly walk in the middle of his team while reading through the papers that she'd received from the short mage. "Hey, what do you have there?" Ren jumped with surprise, and he got the impression that she hadn't realized how focused she was in her reading. She murmured as she looked up at Chris and flashed a sheepish smile while her tail swayed with evident delight and anticipation. "It's magic stuff," she said simply before offering the papers to him while picking up the pace to walk at his side. Taking up the various sheets of paper, he casually flipped through the contents, his eyes scanning the writing for anything that made sense to him, which was frighteningly little. "I see. What's it about?" he asked while handing the papers back to her. "Well, they're spells," she said as she flipped through the pages. "Cecil says that I need to figure out how to decipher his code and translate the instructions into something I can use. Then I can work on moving the mana around and out of my body to cast them. Though, with that said, I also need to get a spell focus if I want to be effective with actual casting with the small amount of mana that I have within my mana heart." Chris nodded along, doing his best to understand this magic talk. From what he knew, he would also need to figure out how to move mana around his body more effectively to use what he has in his mana heart for anything beyond basic enhanced vitality and the reduced need to eat and sleep. "So, what sort of spells are they?" he asked as he looked over the paper in her hands to try and understand what was written there, but with little success. He said they were known as shield and magic missile. Now, he also gave me instructions for a cantrip known as prestigitation, which is supposed to help me practice with all the intangible elements of magic. Wren said before scratching her cheek and looking up at Chris again.
Earth magic is especially tricky for novices who don't have an affinity with it,
she commented before looking back to the papers.
Through practicing with prestidigitation, I'll be able to figure out what elements I'm best suited to use, and then I should be able to develop more combat-based magic on what I learned from it in Magic Missile.
Chris couldn't help but glance at his team while wondering if they were getting any of this. He was met with Sarah's thoroughly furrowed brows and Zax's glazed-over expression, as he seemed to have decided not to follow the conversation at all. Chris hummed for a moment as he considered what he understood.
Isn't there an easier way to figure out what your strong suits are? Trial and error, all well and good, but wouldn't it be best to develop your strengths early on instead of dipping your finger into everything?
Chris watched Wren's ears droop beneath her hood before tilting her head from side to side while her tail came up to a stop.
I mean, yeah, it would be, but I don't want to trouble you with that,
she said softly. Distinct disappointment was just dripping off from her voice.
Cecil says using magic as a tool that measures affinities is really expensive. Obsidian-ranked adventurers can have it done at a steep discount, and students at the Magic Academy can do it for free as part of their curriculum.
Chris couldn't help but cringe at the mention of money, his hand twitching to reach for his coin pouch, but stopping himself so he didn't give away its hiding spot.
I see. Well, don't worry about it, okay?
He said while reaching out to pat Wren's upper back.
I'm sure that between whatever our boss Rito has in store for us and the business opportunities we come across here in the capital, we have plenty of coin coming in, more so than we got back home. Sure,
Wren offers hesitantly before smiling a little more.
But in the meantime, I'll do my best to work with what I have already.
Chris pulled away, his mind wandering to other things she's mentioned she needed for casting magic. A spell focus. He didn't know enough about magic users to understand what was fully entailed, but he knew it was likely that special stick or staff that mages tended to carry around. With a soft exhale through his nose and a flick of his ears, he turned his focus back to the moment while reaching into his hood and pulled out an innocuous piece of paper he got from his home guild. The slip of paper had a basic map drawn with a couple of symbols, numbers, and abbreviations that were meant to be street names. Chris had reviewed the information on the paper this morning, but now that he was walking the streets, he wanted to make sure they were still heading the right way.
"All way good?"
Zax piped up while peering over Chris's shoulder for a moment.
Yeah, we're on the right track. The entrance should be up ahead in the alleyway. We're supposed to say that we're in for an appointment and present the package we got.
Chris explained quietly, double-checking the slip of paper before tucking it away again. With a grunt of understanding from Zax, the team proceeded forward until they came to an alleyway in question. Yet, when they arrived, there was no point of contact or anything for them to approach. It was like just a normal alleyway.
Are we getting punked, or did you read the map wrong?
Sarah asked with a growing agitation, her back pressed against the wall as she maintained watch, her head swiveling on each end of the alleyway, while the others poked around. Chris already had a slip of paper in hand, looking it over again, as his eyes repeatedly darted from his surroundings back down to the paper.
It doesn't make any sense. The layout of this alleyway perfectly matches the map. According to this, I should be standing right on top of the entrance,
he says, while thumping his foot against the stone floor to emphasize his point, the stone in question sounding like the rest of the alleyway around them.
Maybe you're missing something,
Wren offered thoughtfully as she approached Chris.
May I see the map?
Yeah, go for it, Chris said before holding the slip of paper down to her and watching her brows furrow with thought. Wren appeared to thoroughly study the piece of paper in her hands as she looked between it and the surroundings before offering the paper back up to Chris and pointing at some numbers next to an abbreviation.
Can you figure out what these lead to? I recognize all the other letters as street names in the path we took to get here from the capital gates, but we haven't encountered whatever these numbers lead to.
Chris couldn't help but blink a few times at the realization, and he looked over the slip of paper again.
You're right. I figured since we found the marked location already, we might have just skipped an unnecessary step.
He's considered before looking back at the way they came.
Let's head back out onto the street.
Now back among the crowd, Chris led his team down the street connected to the alleyway that they were just in, studying the buildings in question. He spotted the numbers on their windowsills and realized that the numbers on his map were the address of their destination. Continuing further down the road, he came across a cobbler set up beside the entryway of an alley that they had been at earlier.
This must be the place,
Chris said aloud, more for himself than for his team, as he pushed the door open, holding it for Wren until Jack stepped closer and held it for Sarah. The trio dispersed and spread out amongst the shop while Wren grabbed at Chris's cloak and stayed by his side. At the counter, a bubbly and vibrant-looking young human woman with bright blonde hair piped up with a pleasant smile on her face. "Welcome to Marlborough's Cobbler House. We handle everything from sandals to shoelaces. How may we help you today?" Of course, Chris was not expecting such a colourful figure to be manning what was essentially a guild entrance, but he did his best to take it in stride as he walked up to the counter with Wren in tow. "Hello. We have an appointment," he said probingly before reaching into his satchel and placing the still-sealed package on the counter. The young woman maintained a smile as she looked the package over, glancing around at Chris's team and Wren before pushing the package back towards Chris. "Of course, this way," she said while moving towards the back of the shop. After glancing at his team and nodding to each other, Chris collected the package and tucked it away again before following the young woman. They were quickly led through an actual cobbler's workshop, where an older-looking gnome was stabbing a thick needle into a piece of leather, seemingly ignorant of the strangers in his workshop. At the same time, they made their way to a door that should lead to an alleyway, by Chris's reckoning. However, instead of going through the door right away, the young woman grabs a crystal sconce on the wall, twisting the light fixture until it is upside down, before grabbing it like a lever and lifting it straight up. Both Chris and Wren's ears perked at once as they heard things shifting around at their feet. After mere seconds, the movement began, and everything suddenly went still. The young woman looked clearly amused as she gestured to the door. "Head straight down, take the left passageway, and wait into the room from the third door on your right. The guildmaster would like to meet you all." Chris was about to thank the young woman for her guidance, but his words got caught in his throat, and he couldn't help but stare wide-eyed from under his hood. The guildmaster, as in the main boss, the one in charge of all of us. He had been under the impression that he would meet a branch manager, or maybe just a handler, who would be their general liaison to overall guild affairs and business. But the guildmaster? The woman maintained the ever-pleasant smile as her eyes narrowed like a predator gazing upon prey. "The one and only, at least for our country," she mused with a head tilt before gesturing to the door again. "The sooner you get going, the sooner I can notify them of your arrival." "Right, of course." Glancing at his team, Chris reached for the door in the alleyway and pulled it open, revealing an enclosed stone staircase leading down into a fairly well-lit corridor. Leading his team down the stairs, they came into a small lobby with a cozy-looking sitting area where a few rogues were casually conversing about this and that. They spared Chris and his team a glance, but immediately returned to their business. Making their way to the left corridor, they passed by a number of other corridors leading away to who knows where, until they finally came across the third door on the third right and stepped inside. They found a small, cozy-looking waiting room painted in shades of earthy browns and furnished with grey couches that lined the walls. Chris took a seat, patting with a tired huff as he pulled his hood back, freeing his ears as they wiggled and adjusted themselves now that they weren't restrained by the fabric. Wren took her place beside Chris, still looking around the little room with curious uncertainty after pulling her own hood back. For his part, Zach just flopped onto one of the couches, getting nice and comfortable despite the circumstances, while Sarah sat on the couch's armrest beside Chris and began almost immediately toying with one of his ears by poking it and making them flick around with a twitch. The team sat in relative silence for a few minutes until Wren decided to pipe up while looking at Chris. So is it a big deal that you'll be meeting the guildmaster?" Sarah just scoffed while suddenly leaning on over Chris's shoulders and the back of the couch, looking down into Wren's eyes with an amused look on her face. "Is it a big deal? I'd say that it's an understatement of the decade. The guildmaster is the leader of the Thieves' Guild as a whole. Sure, smaller factions within the guild operate on their own terms, but the guildmaster has the final say on any major order." Chris nodded slowly, leaning his back against Sarah's flat stomach, while looking at Wren. "Well, I don't exactly know how it works in other countries. Our guildmaster holds a place in the Undercouncil, a collection of guildmasters who have hold over most organized crime in this country." Wren could only nod along as she did her best to absorb all the information coming her way. "You okay? They sound very important.
What other guilds are part of this under-council?
Before they could respond, Zax released a soft snore, clearly showing how relaxed he was in the face of what was about to happen. Chris couldn't help but let out a sigh as an amused smile came across his face. After taking a moment to collect his thoughts, he regarded Wren again. Well, there are quite a few guilds. There are the poisoners, the counterfeiters, the assassins, information brokers, and the smugglers, he explained while counting them out on his fingers, before raising a finger to his other hand. And, of course, the thieves, he added as he let his hands fall back into his lap.
That's quite a lot. I didn't expect your line of work to have such a, diverse workforce,
Wren admitted as she glanced around the cozy waiting room. Sarah piped up at that as she began absently stroking Chris's hair.
Yeah, and while we often cooperate between the various guilds when it comes to the jobs we perform, we keep everything separate and broken into even smaller factions within the guilds to ensure that if any of us get caught, for whatever reason, we don't bring down the rest of the guilds with us. Oh, so you run a decentralized system?
Wren piped up enthusiastically. Chris and Sarah shared a glance, not having realized there was an actual word for how their guilds were set up.
Yeah, I suppose,
Chris offered with a vaguely thoughtful look on his face as he scratched his cheek. Suddenly, Chris's ears perked at the door opening. He turned to follow his ears, spotting a particularly short, cloaked figure whose face was entirely shrouded by shadow despite the thorough illumination of the waiting room.
The guild master will see you now, if you will follow me.
Right, let's get going then,
Chris said as he waited for Sarah to get off of him before standing and getting Zax to his feet. They followed the cloaked little man to wherever the guild master was. End of chapter. Chapter 163. Chris' point of view. Chris and his team were led along a winding path through a seemingly messy array of corridors with multiple left and right turns in a row, which, if Chris's mental map were anything to go by, would have made them walk in the same corridors more than once. After a near silent 7 minutes of walking, the hooded figure approached a rather ornate-looking carved wooden door that looked distinctly out of place in the stone corridors they had been walking through until now.
The guild master awaits,
the short hooded figure said simply, before turning and walking down another corridor. Not sure what else he could say or do, Chris watched after their guide as they disappeared around a corner, before looking to the door in front of them. After another moment of hesitation, he reached for the door handle and pushed the door open. While his eyes had thoroughly adjusted to the cool light of the crystals that illuminated the underground passages, he couldn't help but instinctively wince at the afternoon sunlight that filled the room he led his team into. Stepping further into the room, he was greeted by what appeared to be a rather cozy, if not almost mundane, office space on the second or third floor if the rooftops outside were anything to note. A bookish older human woman sat patiently at a large desk covered from end to end with papers and books strewn about in an almost haphazard way. She had pale skin that looked rarely touched by direct sunlight, vibrant blue eyes that seemed somehow inviting yet sharp like carved ice, and long silvery white hair that was neatly kept together with a simple black silk ribbon. The woman in question flashed an amused smile as she brushed some hair from her face with an ink-stained hand before speaking up. "Not quite what you were expecting," she mused, sitting up and leaning back in her seat. "Well, don't be shy. Take a seat." Chris didn't realize he had been staring until Sarah pushed him forward out of the doorway. Wren and Zax soon followed, with Zax shutting the door behind them. There were only 2 other chairs in the guildmaster's office, so Chris settled down in one as Sarah sat on the arm of his chair, while Wren sat in the other chair, while Zax just leaned forward on the back of it as his eyes curiously scanned the shelves of their books and knickknacks. After a somewhat uncomfortable silence settled in the room for a good minute or so, the guildmaster finally spoke up as she leaned forward on a desk, resting her forearms against the desk and interlocking her fingers together. "So, Chris, Sarah, Zax and, Wren," she said as she listed out everyone in front of her, while giving them an appraising gaze. "I am glad to see that you have made it safely to our fair city, especially considering the events that occurred in Luke Van's rest." Chris still wasn't exactly sure what to say. glancing over at Sarah for a moment before finally finding his words and responding,
Well, the situation was actually resolved by the time we arrived at Lukvan's Rest, so we weren't in any real danger, if I'm being honest,
he said with a silent nod of agreement from the others.
Right, of course. Because the sudden siege of a foreign army was a matter of being merely resolved in a somewhat timely fashion,
she deadpanned before leaning back against her seat, resting her hands in her lap as she mustered a withering stare at Chris and his team.
What exactly have you brought into my city, and how can we get him to leave in a timely fashion?
Don't know, Chris admitted, as his ears flattened against his curly orange hair.
Vito hired us for some job, but he's kept us in the dark about the details. He, made it hard to say no, and we're not exactly in a place where we can back out of our agreement to work for him at this point.
To say the Guildmaster didn't look pleased was an understatement. She began studying Chris more intently, with a soft huff before sitting a little straighter.
I need you to understand just how precarious our situation is right now. The whole reason you and your team are even meeting with me directly, rather than some handler, is simply due to the fact that you have a semblance of an association with that eccentric that you've been traveling with.
Chris bobbed his head at that comment. What little he knew about Vito marked him as an extremely dangerous man to all those who were against him, but also a great boon for those he aligned himself with.
I have no illusions that we've been granted this audience with you for any other reason than the fact that we just so happen to be acquainted with Vito.
What little he knew of the Guildmaster made them out to be an especially secretive sort who only make direct contact with a very select few. So, for some thieving pickpocket from a frontier foretown like him to suddenly be meeting with the Guildmaster is nothing short of unlikely. The Guildmaster made a vaguely amused face as she nodded slowly.
I'm glad that you at least are aware of that much. Now, back to the main topic at hand. Vito,
she said simply before gazing into Chris's eyes.
I know you said that he's kept you all in the dark, but what can you tell me about him and his plans here?
Chris glanced over at Wren before looking between Sarah and Zax. Of course, he had commitments to the Thieves' Guild, but he now had to be mindful of his pact with Vito and the familial bond he and Wren share with the man. Having given himself a few necessary moments to gather his thoughts, he turned back to Guildmaster before sitting a little straighter in his seat.
Vito is here to meet with his partner, the mother of his children, for a date.
The Guildmaster blanched at that, leaning into her desk again as she rested her elbows against it.
That's it? Seriously?
Chris bobbed his head intently.
He also plans on running a shop and playing at being some sort of art merchant,
he said, his ears flicking in contemplation.
I mean, he obviously has some underlying motive that brought him here, but that's all he's talked about during our travels.
The Guildmaster hummed in thought before plucking a seemingly random folder amidst the mess of papers spread across her desk.
A shop, you say?
She mentioned before flipping through the papers within.
So that explains why that Tilson fellow had that building rented under his name.
Chris perked up as he noticed the folder in the Guildmaster's hand before tilting his head ever so slightly.
Wait, you actually have a file on Vito? When I last made a request for information brokers, they turned up nothing about him.
The Guildmaster looked up from the folder before considering it again.
Well, that's because everything we have on him is less than a few weeks old. We have absolutely nothing on this particular fellow besides what he has done since arriving in our country,
she explained before flipping back to the beginning of what was evidently a sparse collection of reports.
By looking at who he is currently associated with, we were able to find his trail and learned more about him. Though, even as she said that, she did shrug a bit. Admittedly, the brokers, investigators, had to work with more hearsay than usual. But that's the risk we have to contend with when it comes to an unknown eccentric.
Chris couldn't help but sit a little straighter as the Guildmaster spoke. Sure, he had seen the displays of Vito's magic, and even the aftermath of the morning siege of Lukvan's Rest, and Vito had enough power to somehow give both him and Wren a manor heart. But is that enough to make even the Under-Council nervous about his presence here?
I can understand being cautious. Hell, I'm the one who initially submitted the report about him after he suddenly killed my team's last contractor. But is Vito a noteworthy enough figure to be stressed about? That's the question now, isn't it?
The Guildmaster said as she set the folder down before turning it towards Chris and his team. Sarah was the first to react, plucking up the folder and peering at the contents while Zax came over and followed along from over her shoulder,
Tracing his path from the moment he entered Sunspot's Keep and then left with that caravan was the easy part. But what he did and the outcomes of his actions are what we need to look at, and that's not even considering the events at Lukvan's Rest.
So, what did he do?
Wren piped up curiously, scooting closer to the edge of her seat while looking the Guildmaster in the eyes. The Guildmaster mustered a small smile as she looked Wren over before leaning back in her seat.
Well, besides going around and spending enough gold to feed and clothe a small army for a week, or perhaps even a smaller strike team for a month or two, he visited the Forge Master of a mining guild known to be on its deathbed due to a foul growth, and a few days ago, said Forge Master was seen walking the streets with his family looking thin, if not rather healthy.
Chris spared a glance at Wren and the Guildmaster. If Vito was powerful enough to change Wren's life, then it shouldn't be a stretch that the man knew how to cure the foul growth as well. The Guildmaster carried on talking as she began organizing a section on her cluttered desk.
The following night, Vito was spotted walking to the foundry with Tilson, and then next morning the mining guild was able to fulfill their outstanding orders for Wolfram. Based on that information, it would seem that Vito either has an expansive mana capacity or an extraordinary affinity for fire magic, amongst his other abilities.
Chris nodded as he considered the massive pillar of flames that he'd witnessed on his way to Lukvan's Rest.
I actually had the opportunity to eavesdrop while Vito was discussing magic with steel-ranked mage escorting the caravan. Vito had said that his mentor had often compared him to dragons when it came to his mastery of flames. The mage had also mentioned that Vito had 3 rings around his mana heart. If the guilds now had info on Vito, then it was better to paint him as a clearly powerful figure with his more accurate information, even if Chris didn't have much more to tell. The Guildmaster looked clearly surprised by Chris's words, plucking up a fountain pen and a fresh sheet of paper. Like a dragon? 3 rings?
She echoed while scribbling the words down.
That would put him in par with the headmaster of the academy in terms of raw power.
She sighed softly, setting the fountain pen down and massaging her forehead with a freshly ink-stained hand, which left a smudge on her right eyebrow.
All that, and he's a necromancer with unique, highly aggressive undead that he can basically store in his back pocket thanks to his impressive command of spatial magic.
It was then that Wren decided to pipe up, a concerned look on her face as she scooted back onto her seat and seemingly get uncomfortable.
Miss Guildmaster, I don't mean to interrupt, but I think you need a new pen.
The Guildmaster blinked at Wren's comment before looking at her hand, noting the still damp ink as it seemingly dawned on her what may have just happened, and she sighed.
It seems you're right, little Wren. I'll just have to add it to the list,
she says while leaning back in her seat as well. Sarah snapped the folder shut, apparently done with reading its contents, as she looked to the Guildmaster before studying the messy desk between them.
It seems like there's a lot going on in the capital. Is Vito's arrival the only thing troubling you, or is there something else that we should be getting clued into?
The Guildmaster twisted her lips into consideration before nodding slowly.
Aside from making sure nobody gets overzealous in their efforts with a sudden uptick of elites coming into the town, thanks to a meeting a couple of weeks from now. We're also in the middle of an internal audit, since we've had reports from the Information Guild's beggar faction that a number of their younger members have gone missing. On top of that, a few,
she starts to say, while glancing at Wren for a moment before looking back at the others,
companions of the night have also gone missing from the entertainment districts in a couple of sectors.
Chris's ears perked at the notion of people going missing as he sat straighter.
How many have gone missing? How long has this been happening? The last few weeks, as far as we can tell. They didn't start reporting the missing members until after several days had passed, considering that they could have just been hiding. But once the first reports started coming in, more started to follow with a total of 19 reported disappearances. Currently, none of the other guilds or their factions have claimed credit for these missing individuals. So it is likely we're dealing with an outside group, but we can't be sure,
she admitted as she rubbed her chin thoughtfully.
With that said, I don't have the resources to commit to keeping a close eye on the eccentric that you're traveling with. Hence our meeting,
she said while gesturing at Chris and his team before pulling out a couple of scrolls and setting it out on the desk.
Here are a couple of maps. One is for guild resources and hideouts in the area, and the other marks the part of the town that you're allowed to operate in. On a hunch, I had it centered around that shop Tilsum had arranged for Vito."
Chris took up the scrolls, unfurling them, checking the contents for a moment, and passing them off to Zax and Sarah. The guildmaster then procured a palm-sized medallion on a chain with a small blue sapphire embedded in the middle, and set it in front of Chris. The medallion itself appeared to be made of silver, with what appeared to be a coin purse wrapped in vines imprinted on it. Chris asked before the guildmaster could explain, plucking the medallion from the desktop to look it over.
"It's my token," she said while gesturing to the medallion in his hand. "For all intents and purposes, you lot are just another bunch of normal thieves, nobody special or important." She mused with a smirk. "But with that token, you'll be able to call upon my door in the underground corridors if I'm in my office. You'll also be able to use it to meet with any of the faction leads or even the other guild masters in the Undercouncil. I'm sure that I don't need to stress just how much authority that token can wield, so don't go flashing it everywhere, understand? Use it when you need to report any kind of important information to me in regards to the eccentric Vito, or if it somehow pertains to our missing fellow rogues."
Chris felt a little apprehensive about having such an item in his possession, but after a moment he simply nodded before meeting the guildmaster's gaze.
"I understand. Was there anything else?"
he asked while pulling the medallion on and tucking it under his armor and clothes. The guildmaster just hummed for a moment before smirking again.
"If you see me in the streets, no, you didn't,"
she mused while gesturing to the door.
"May your fingers be light and coin be plentiful."
"Thank you, guildmaster," Chris replied respectfully, before standing and waving Ren along with Sarah and Zax falling behind him. Approaching the door, he felt something in the air vaguely shift as he twisted the knob and pulled it open. In the next moment, Chris and his team were suddenly greeted by a hustle and bustle of the afternoon crowd on the busy capital streets when the guildmaster's door shut behind them. Chris couldn't help but instinctively whirl around on the door, looking it over, only to find the door to the cobbler's shop that they were in not too long ago.
"Well, we sure don't have anything like that back in Sunschwalkeep,"
Zax commented simply, not having all too much else to say, as Chris and the others nodded at his words.
"No kidding,"
Chris said, as he looked from one end of the street to the other, before waving his team along and falling into the flow of the people around them.
"Come on, guys, let's go meet up with Boss Vito. Whatever he has planned here, I'm sure he'll want to know what we've learned about the situation in the capital."
End of chapter. Chapter 164. B-Robbo Point of View. A couple of hours had passed since we had reunited with Basti. If it hadn't been for Chris and his team reaching out to me, I'm sure that we would have easily talked for a few hours more. There was just so much to talk about. A month was a long time, and so much had happened since Basti had left the mountain and Haven, not even considering everything that's happened since I set out. Regardless, we left the Tranquility Cafe before long and returned to the streets, heading for the Ocean's Mist Inn to meet Riley, Lostrel, and Chris and his team. When I wasn't sure where we needed to go, Basti was apparently familiar with the place. She had eaten there a week ago in her quest to try all sorts of cooking from various places. It had a quality menu that used ingredients sourced from Crimzeal's coastal floor, and, according to Basti's research, the inn got these ingredients for a particularly good price due to its relationship with the Merchants Guild and how often it puts up VIPs who come into town. Regarding Crimzeal, Basti still didn't know all that much despite how long she had been here, considering she'd been focused on other things and was doing her best not to alert the dungeon of her presence in the first place. So Crimzeal will have to be a topic for Riley and Nostril to look into for me, since they're the only ones I can rely on who have no tangible bond to me. We still had a long way to walk. The Merchants Guild office was apparently 2 whole sectors away from the cafe Basti had been waiting for us in. Basmori and Frady decided to hitch a ride with their mother. Frady happily perched on Basti's shoulder, while Basti carried Basmori in her arms as a cub himself. I admittedly did feel a little lonely at the fact that neither of them wanted to walk or ride on my shoulders. But then again, they no doubt missed their mother and deserved to be spoiled with her company, even if, in doing so, they occupied both her hands. Well, it's not like I specifically wanted to hold hands with Basti while we walked. Or did I? It's clear to even me that the feelings Basti and I have for each other have only grown during our time apart. I wanted to see and be around her just as much as she wanted to see and be around me. But what would that entail in practice? What sort of expectations does she have, and what should I expect in return? I stole a glance over at Basti, only to catch her glancing at me in return, as I couldn't help but offer a small smile, getting a smile in return as she looked away before stepping closer to me as our shoulders now brushed each other's while we continued along our walk. I couldn't help but smile at her gesture, though a few sets of eyes burning into the back of my head caused me to glance behind me at Vesta, Wither, and Lugosi. Vesta was giving me an encouraging thumbs up, much to Wither's vague amusement, while Lugosi seemed to be all around pleased by the circumstances for whatever reason. The minutes tickled by as we walked, and before I knew it, we had entered what looked like a temple district, if I had to put a name to it. Carriages now appeared to be a rarity, and foot traffic bled onto the roads, making the crowds around us appear less dense as they had more space to move around. Looking at the buildings around us, the architecture vaguely reminded me of a sort of Greco-Roman style, with large commanding temples with symmetrical fronts and mighty pillars decorating the various structures. The temples themselves were also lovingly decorated and maintained, often with massive murals that spanned walls and pillars depicting the nature of the gods or goddesses that the respective temples worshipped. With only passing glances through the massive doorways that most temples seemed to have, I got the feeling that most temples weren't dedicated to any one deity, but to general domains that the deities represented, like intrigue, music, war, and nature. We had almost crossed through the temple district when I felt a set of eyes pass over me before suddenly looking at my chest, or perhaps my clothes, as they focused on me. Looking around at my surroundings, I soon spotted an excited-looking rabbit-king girl dressed in simple vestments with several shades of blue and gold accents. The girl in question practically scampered across the street to reach me before standing confidently in front of me as she spoke up.
"Excuse me, sir. I am on an important quest which was granted to me by the head priest of my temple. May I have a moment of your time?"
Shooting a curious look at Basti, she merely shrugged as I looked back at the girl, who couldn't be older than 9, maybe even 10 years old.
Sure. What is this quest of yours?"
The girl practically hopped in place, reaching into a pouch from her hip and procuring 2 copper coins.
"I'm supposed to approach a human man wearing black shirts and give them these,"
she said, while holding the coins up in her palm.
"In exchange, you just need to let me hit you in the leg,"
she explained while waggling an appropriately sized quarterstaff with the other hand that she had been walking with from the outset.
"That's, a rather unique quest."
She wasn't lying to me and didn't seem to have any underlying motives, so why not?
"Sure, go ahead,"
I offered after a moment while plucking the coins from her palm with my gloved hand.
"Really? Thank you, sir. With this, you'll be the last one I must hit,"
she mused sincerely before stepping back and swinging the quarterstaff with surprising proficiently, which clacked audibly against my knee. Even though she was small, the force of her swing would have likely brought most men to their knees from the mere shock of the hit. Thankfully, I didn't feel anything. I just smiled at the girl and quirked my brow in curiosity.
"There we go. Was that all?"
The girl looked especially thoughtful, staring at my leg with furrowed brows as she lightly tapped it with a staff she wielded.
"Your leg. Is it made of wood, sir?"
"Yes, it is. Why do you ask?"
I asked in return while bouncing the 2 coins in my palm. The girl hummed in apparent consideration before reaching into her hip pouch again and procuring a small folded slip of paper and what looked to be some kind of golden coin with a side profile of a blindfolded head on the face and a sword with old-fashioned scales imprinted on its back.
"I was told to give this to the man with the wooden leg,"
she stated with a simple smile. "What is this?" I asked, taking the token and looking it over before passing it to Wither, who had come over to see what was happening.
"It is a token with the mark of our order. It allows you access to the inner courtyards of the temple,"
she explained helpfully, while still holding up a slip of paper.
"Head priest Saadric would like to speak with you about something."
"Really? He wants to speak to me specifically?"
I asked while gently plucking the slip of paper from her hands.
"I don't know. All he told me was to give the token and a note to a human man in black with a wooden leg,"
she said with a cheerful bounce, clearly pleased at completing her assigned quest.
"I see."
Now unfolding the slip of paper, I can't help but be taken aback at its contents. aspect of the trio of divines. Please meet me at your earliest convenience. I have been tasked with paying you a favor that will aid you going forward. Not only does this individual know that I'm an aspect, but this letter is written entirely in English. Say, can you read the writing on this note? I asked, playing it cool as I showed the contents of the slip of paper to the girl. The girl hummed thoughtfully while squinting at the writing, leaning forward on her staff as she animatedly bobbed her head from side to side.
No, I have no idea what it says, sir. Sorry,
she exclaimed with a sincerely energetic smile, still happy that she had found the one she'd been looking for. It's fine. Well, good work finding me. You should probably get back home or, something, now that you're done, I suggested, before looking around and looking back at the Rabbit King girl as I pretended to tuck the slip of paper into the collar of my armored coat and stashed it away. No, before you go, where can I find your head priest? In fact, where is your temple?
Oh, right, you probably need to know that,
the girl reasoned as she scratched her hind with fluffy ears. She then stood taller before pointing down the road with her staff.
Look for the temple with the people who are dressed like me. The priests will all be wearing blindfolds, which should help you find us.
Blindfolds? Do a lot of temples have people wearing blindfolds? I couldn't help but think about the cafe we had just left and wonder if that was a common trend around these parts. The girl bounced up and down, standing on her toes before rolling back on her heels as she considered my question.
A few temples use blindfolds, yes, but for different reasons,
she said, though it soon became clear that she wasn't planning to expand on that particular thought. All right. Well, I'll visit the head priest Sire Drake later. I'm actually kind of busy with something else, so if you'll excuse me, I vaguely explained while gesturing to my entourage.
Oh, of course, sir. I do hope you have a good day now. Bye-bye,
she declared enthusiastically before dismissing herself and hurrying back to her temple. As she left, Wither went about handing me the token back, and we started walking again. Basti glanced back at the girl curiously before regarding me with a quirked brow and a twitch in her ear.
So, what about that letter threw you off? Is something wrong?
I'm, not sure, I admitted, as I snatched the token away before pulling the note from my storage and showing it to her. Can you read this? Basti's ears twitched as she leaned over and looked at the note. Fraley and Basmori also craned their heads around to peek at the paper's contents. After a moment, Basti merely shook her head before standing tall again.
I know it's written in one of the languages of your home, but I'm not sure what it says.
That was more than I anticipated, as I simply bobbed my head at her words. It's written in English, and somehow they know about the three beings watching over me, and that I have, or rather am, their aspect. Basti's brows rose briefly as she listened and thought back to our conversation in the cafe.
Your handler and sponsors, right?
Yes, and besides knowing what I am, the head priest Cydric wants me to meet him so that he can do me a favor or something, I explained as I looked at the note over before stashing it away again. At the very least, I can take my time with this since he said he can show me at the earliest convenience. Basti nodded along before flashing a toothy grin.
Why wait, we could always pay him a visit on our time. How about tonight? We could get the drop on him if you want.
I couldn't help but do a double take at Basti and a suggestion, but something about it brought a smile to my face, and I just chuckled a bit. You know what? Yeah, that sounds like fun. If he can get away with blindsiding me like this, it is only right to return the favor.
Then it's a date,
Basti said pleasantly, bumping her shoulder into mine as she maintained her confident grin before focusing on the path ahead of us. Hey, date? Are you sure? Even given my age, if I'm flesh and blood, I wouldn't be ashamed to say my cheeks would have flushed at the sudden turn in this conversation. Wouldn't you want to do something proper, like a dinner and a show or something like that? Basti could only scoff at the suggestion as she glanced back at me.
What even is a proper date? This sounds like so much more fun.
Besides, I've learned that the real fun around these parts happens at night. She enthused as she walked ahead of the group, her tail swaying and lashing with excitement behind her. Well, I guess it's official then. Our first day together will start off with some light B&E and a surprising and unsuspecting head priest. Even I can't deny that it sounds like the makings of some rather good fun. If that's how things are right out of the gate, I can't help but wonder what the rest of the night will go. Regardless, there wasn't much else to say as our group strolled through the town until we eventually came to Ocean Mist Inn and went inside. From the onset, the inn was a much larger affair than the one I had stayed at back in Sunspot Keep. It was about 5 floors tall and had a floor plan nearly twice as wide as the other inn. Despite being that grey area between the afternoon lunch rush and the evening dining crowd, the inn's dining area was quite busy, with a number of full tables and even occupied seats at what looked to be the main bar. We only had to wait a couple of minutes as we approached the dining area before the hosts made their way up to us with the most professional of customer service smiles on her face.
Greetings, welcome to Ocean's Mist Inn. Are you here to dine or perhaps looking for a room?
She asked before noticing Basti, and her eyes seemed to light up in recognition.
Ah, Miss Basti, welcome back,
she expressed with more sincere warmth and delight.
I took your advice and bet on your last run in the daily tournaments and came away with quite a generous coin purse, so you certainly have my thanks. Would you like a table or perhaps a private room for your party?
She asked, giving the rest of us proper couple of glances. Basti flashed the woman a charming grin as she spoke up.
You and me both. I am glad to hear it. Hopefully you can get that matter of yours settled soon, she said before tilting her head in my direction as if to gesture at me. As for why I'm here today, you should ask my partner here. I believe we're supposed to be meeting someone.
The hostess turned to look at me, the word partner curiously bouncing around in her head as she wondered what that made me to Basti. It was then that she finally noticed the elite pin on my armored coat's collar.
Right, well, my name is Vito, I start to say while gesturing to myself. I was supposed to meet a couple of my workers here, a rabbitkin woman named Riley and a lizardkin man named Lostrel.
The hostess nodded as she recalled Lostrel and Riley, as she had been the one to guide them to the private room in the last hour.
Oh, the party for Vito, and of course, you're Vito,
the woman surmised before nodding to herself.
Very well, sir. If you will all follow me,
she said as she turned on her heel and led us further into the inn's dining area. Our group drew quite a few looks as we made our way through the room, but nobody distinctly lingered on us, as many were simply curious about Lugosi or the plague doctors, though a few of them seemed to recognize Basti. For once, I appeared to be the most mundane individual in the group, at least at first glance. Approaching a set of nicely carved double doors, the hostess opened both doors for the group while holding one door, in particular, open for us, as we approached Riley and Lostrel in mid-conversation.
I just don't understand why you insist on eating it raw when it's perfectly normal to eat it cooked. Aren't there health risks? Riley asked, clearly perturbed by what she was seeing.
Lostrel, for his part, plucked a reddish-orange slice of raw fish and lifted it into the air while opening his jaws wide. He dropped the fish slice into his mouth and snapped his jaws shut, before looking rather content and amused by Riley's reactions, and replied while still chewing,
It is perfectly fine. They eat it all the time like this across the ocean and, oh, hey, Mr. Vito,
he said while quickly swallowing and getting to his feet, doing his best to make himself presentable. Riley quickly set down her cup of tea, wiping her lips as she stood as well out of respect.
Welcome, Mr. Vito. I trust your, meeting went, well,
she said, trailing off as she spotted Basti, having to look up to her the way she would look up to me, considering her height difference when compared to the rabbitkin woman. I could sense that Riley was not expecting Basti to be, well, Basti, a big, physically strong woman with looks that could kill and looks like she could kill you. The general feeling I got from both Lostrel and Riley was a sense of nervous awe, which made sense since Basti seems to leave an impression on others around her, whereas people can't help but overlook me in general. The hostess piped up during the pause, looking amongst everyone there, regarding Basti in particular.
Your server will be here shortly to take your orders.
With that, she made her way out, shutting the doors behind her. Basti decided to take the initiative and approached Riley and Lostrel, shaking their hands with a pleasant smile.
It is a pleasure to meet you two. I've already heard all about you from Vito. Thank you for making the trip with him and helping him manage the business he'll be running during our stay here. Well, of course, Miss Basti. It is at least we could do after everything Mr. Vito has done for the Guildmaster Tilsum and the Miners' Guild. The Foundry is the backbone of Sunspot Keep. If it weren't for Mr. Vito, we would have had many issues and broken agreements, tarnishing the Guild's reputation, Riley dutifully explained, while discreetly flexing and massaging the hand that Basti shook.
Speaking of business,
Lostrel piped up as he procured a folder, a coin pouch, and a ring of identical-looking keys before sitting back down in his seat at the table. Guildmaster Tilsum arranged a weekly stipend for each of us, basically enough coin for necessities, room and board, and a little extra for our free time, he explained while gesturing between him and Riley, as well as a tidy little sum for you to furnish your building. Right, my building. Have you seen it yet? I asked eagerly, as I took a seat at the table. Basti settled in beside me while everyone else found their place, and Bismori went so far as to shift into a beeskin as he took a chair beside Rayleigh.
We have not, Mr. Vito, though we have a floor plan here,
Riley explained as she picked up the folder Lostrel set out, plucked out a schematics with the detailed floor plan drawn up, and held it out for me to see.
It's a 3-story building with a basement, with running water, light, and access to the city's communication hub. The first floor is already set up with a floor plan designed to be used as a store, with the second floor having the utilities for a kitchen space, bathroom, and what would be a living room, whereas the third floor is equipped with a layout fit for a couple of bedrooms and perhaps an office space. Well, this shop may be a front for a base of operations for me to work out of during my stay in this town. I can't help but feel excitement of actually owning a piece of property, a piece of proper civilization. Sure, I have my mountain and the haven, but this is a shop in the city. It is just, it feels different, if it makes any sense. It looks perfect, I say after a few moments, taking up the schematics to look them over more closely. And I just have to furnish it, you say? Is there a furniture store that you can recommend? We'll probably need to shop for groceries, amongst other things, if we'll be living out of this place, now that I think about it. Riley bobbed her head dutifully. I already made some inquiries, and can show you to the more reputable of those sorts of shops. Mr. Vito, you can count on me,
she said proudly as Lostrel nodded along. Before I could say anything else, the doors to the room were pushed open as a nicely dressed ratkin stepped into the room.
Here we are, party for Vito,
he said, waving along Chris and his team as they filed into the room.
Terribly sorry for the delay. Have you along with more menus and return to take your order,
he explained apologetically, before hurrying off and shutting the doors behind him. Once the doors were shut, Chris stepped towards me and a vaguely strange expression on his face. Boss, we've got a few things to talk about. End of chapter.